Well, today the Supreme Court has issued that no coercion action will be taken in this matter. Plus, they've also issued notices to the CAQM after the Delhi government approached the Supreme Court challenging the earlier order. On today, the Supreme Court, after hearing the arguments from the Delhi government, had ordered that no coercive action will be undertaken on the 10 and 15 years of vehicle of petrol and diesel. Now, this comes after now the notice has been issued to CAQM. Now, they'll file back their response to the Supreme Court, and after which we'll have a detailed hearing and then a final order after the CAQM files their response before the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court did today issue the notice after the Delhi government approached them. When the last month the order came, it was rolled back, after which the Delhi government was considering about whether to move the Supreme Court and to when. And when they moved the Supreme Court, they actually challenged the earlier 2018 order. And today the Supreme Court has ordered that no coercive action will be undertaken while issuing the notice to the CAQM.
Well, Aditya, what about all those owners against whom action has already been initiated? What about them? Aditya, if you can hear me, the Supreme Court has now said that no coercive action will be taken against owners of 10-year-old diesel vehicles and 15-year-old petrol vehicles in Delhi. But what about those owners against whom action has already been initiated? Their vehicles have already been scrapped. What about them?
Well, this order is a prospective order, which is the order should not be applicable.
And viewers, welcome back. Har Ghar Tiranga campaign has kick-started, viewers, and this is coming in as all citizens are encouraged to hoist the national flag at home or anywhere for that matter. Those pictures are coming in where we see Union Home Minister Amit Shah has been leading the charge, urging citizens to participate and remember the heroes of India's independence. Shah emphasizes that the tricolour symbolizes sacrifice, loyalty and peace, and the campaign has become a national movement, awakening basic unity among Indian citizens are encouraged to hoist the flag from August 9 to 15 and upload selfies on the campaign's website. This initiative aims to promote awareness about Indian national flag and invoke patriotism in people's hearts.
Being a legend means reaching a point where no one else has. To give others a dream worth chasing. 10 years of Creta, legend forever.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
भारत की अपनी दुकान, इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना। ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी, MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप, MDH का जल जीरा सिप जीरा सिप, MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
The tweet that I put out last evening actually was something that has been gaining a lot of responses from people. And a lot of people are trying to understand what is the point I'm making. So let me be brutally honest. The deep state, which involves the CIA, involves companies with economic interest, and certainly involves Donald Trump, the President of the United States of America, are working under one primary objective. And that objective is that Modi must go. The CIA has been given 12 months to ensure that there is division and a break in the ranks of the BJP and confusion in the ranks of the RSS as well. This operation is primarily titled Diversion, Deception, and Division. The intent is very clear that the deep state had an agenda as far as the free trade agreement with India was concerned. According to many of them, 3 months ago, it was a given and a done and dusted initiative that would have been signed by the Indian government and Prime Minister Narendra Modi and team. However, what was not anticipated were the
Very good morning, viewers. You're watching live and breaking on Republic TV. I'm Aishwarya Kapoor. The top news we are bringing to you is that Republic Media Network is proudly bringing you the third edition of the Nationalist Collective Conclave, a powerful gathering of minds united by one mission, that is nation first. Defense veterans, former diplomats and thought leaders take the stage with a promise to build a global community of committed Indians who stand for the nation. And now let's take a look at the other big stories that we are tracking in the headlines. Big update in the Pune Porsche case. Police move court to try teen as an adult.
कि अगर तुम हमारा पानी बंद करने की धमकी देते हो तो ये बात जहन में रखना कि पाकिस्तान की एक बूंद भी तुम पाकिस्तान से छीन नहीं सकते। उस खुदाए बुजुर्गों बरतर की कसम है कि अगर तुमने ये हरकत की तो दोबारा तुम्हें वो सबक सिखाएंगे कि तुम कानों को हाथ लगाओगे।
After Asim Munir and Bilawal Bhutto, now Shehbaz Sharif joins Pakistan's empty threat parade.
I would say that our relationship with both nations is as it has been, which is good, and that is the benefit of having a president who knows everyone, talks to everyone, and that is how we can bring differences together in this case.
US says ties with India and Pakistan remain unchanged amid Donald Trump's tariff moves and Munir visit. Enforcement Directorate sends summons to Suresh Raina in the betting app case. Madurai bench of the Madras High Court tasks Tamil Nadu government to act on stray dog menace. And ahead of Independence Day celebration, Har Ghar Tiranga campaign sweeps across states with patriotic zeal.
वो समीक्षा करेगा या मनमानी करेगा? यही तो सवाल है, यही तो बेईमानी का एक नया फॉर्मूला है बीजेपी का कि ईआरओ को कुछ खाली औपचारिकता है। जो लिस्ट मिली हुई है उसी लिस्ट को ये लोग भाजपा के चढ़ाएंगे। आप बताइए, इट इज पॉसिबल कि 1 मिनट में कितना हो जाता है भाई? 1 मिनट में 12 या उससे अधिक भी होता है। कैसे पॉसिबल है समीक्षा करना भाई? यानी एक दिन में 4,500 से ज्यादा लोगों की एक व्यक्ति समीक्षा कैसे कर देगा, ये बता दीजिए हमको। तो पहला डेट कब आएगा अपील का? फिर सेकंड डेट कब आएगा अपील का? यानी चुनाव तो नोटिफाई हो जाएगा कुछ दिन बाद। 1 तारीख को लिस्ट आएगा, है ना? उसके बाद नाम किसी का छूट गया, जैसे अभी छूटा है, बहुत लोगों को मार ही दिया, जीवित लोगों को, तो वो क्या वोटर लिस्ट जारी होने के बाद अपील करेगा? फिर आप चुनाव नोटिफिकेशन कब कीजिएगा? फिर वो सेकेंड अपील में कब जाएगा? तो बड़ा एक षड्यंत्र है, धांधली है, जिसको हम लोग जो है जनता के सामने ला रहे हैं और बता रहे हैं। आप बताओ ना, हमको बताओ, एक नाम बता दो। अरे इन लोग बड़का झूठा पार्टी, अफवाह फैलाओ पार्टी, रूमर फ्लोटिंग सेंटर, देश को जलाने वाली पार्टी, खत्म करने वाली पार्टी का ये मुखिया नेता माननीय श्री अमित शाह जी झारखंड में घुसपैठिया, यहाँ घुसपैठिया, एक और नाम बता दो तो। इलेक्शन कमीशन हलफनामा दिया ना सुप्रीम कोर्ट में, क्या नहीं बोले एक घुसपैठिया का, या कैटेगरी डाल देते, जैसे डेथ का है, रिपीटेड का है, अनट्रेसेबल का है, जो माइग्रेटेड है उनका है, शिफ्टेड, तो वहाँ है क्या घुसपैठिया नाम का कोई शब्द? इलेक्शन कमीशन बताएगा घुसपैठिया है, और है तो 11 साल से झाल बजा रहे हैं क्या? नहीं, 11 साल से अगर घुसपैठिया आया है तो ये क्या किया अमित शाह? खाली आए 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 चिल्लाने से नहीं ना होता है। जनता जब काय काय कराएगी तो बुझा जाएगा।
Viewers, we have breaking news coming in. AIMM MP Asaduddin Owaisi has questioned the orders of closure of meat shops on 15th of August by various municipalities across the country, terming such directives as callous and unconstitutional, while asking what was the connection between eating meat and celebrating Independence Day. Owaisi said Greater Hyderabad Municipal Corporation had also ordered the slaughterhouses and meat shops in the city to remain closed on the Independence Day. So, Owaisi posting on Twitter arguing that such a ban is callous and unconstitutional, and he's questioned the rationale behind linking the meat consumption with the celebration of Independence Day. And in his tweet on X, he asserted that 99% of the population in Telangana includes meat in their diet. So, the AIMM chief Asaduddin Owaisi condemning the decision by municipal corporations across India to order the closure of the slaughterhouses and meat shops on 15th of August, that is the Independence Day. And he called this order as callous and unconstitutional. And in the post on X, he says, what is the connection between eating meat and celebrating Independence Day? And in his post, he also condemned and contended that these meat bans infringe upon fundamental rights. He said, and I quote him now, these meat bans violate people's right to liberty, privacy, livelihood, culture, nutrition and religion. And he called on the civic authorities to reconsider such decisions, highlighting the impact on the livelihoods of those who are dependent on the meat trade, and emphasized the need to uphold personal freedom and cultural diversity in the country. So the decision and the directive from the municipal corporations to shut down meat shops on Independence Day has drawn criticism from AIMIM chief. And he has echoed concerns about individual rights and the economic impact on the small business owners in the region. So statement there coming in from AIMM chief Hyderabad of MP Asaduddin Owaisi there. And viewers, we have more breaking news coming in. RG car victim's father claims that assault on his wife was pre-planned. Police say that there is no video of attack found. The father of the deceased doctor of the RG Kar Medical College and Hospital on Tuesday wrote to the Kolkata Police Commissioner alleging that the assault on his wife by police personnel during the march to the state secretariat on 9th of August was pre-planned. The police, however, said that they do not have any video or photographic evidence to confirm that she was indeed assaulted on that day by a member of the police force. And the police has now requested the media to provide any information, any video that they might have. And in an email to Kolkata Police Commissioner Manoj Verma, the father of the victim, also alleged that he faced extreme harassment, and so he was asked by the officers to approach the police station after another when he tried to lodge an FIR in connection with the assault. All right, our colleague Kisla is now joining us on the phone line for more details. What details can you provide us? Because this was a very, very significant march that was attended by many people from across different walks of life. And the father of the victim is now complaining that his wife was assaulted. The mother of the victim was assaulted, and the police says no.
Well, exactly. It was 1 year since Abhaya was raped and murdered in Arjikor, and this rally was supposed to happen, and March was Nobanno. We saw how the police brutally cracked down on the rally, and it was clear that the police did not allow anyone to, in fact, go even nearby Nobanno, the state secretariat. On the other hand, there was allegation of large-scale lathi charge. And in fact, Abhaya's mother and father, both of them alleged that they were lathi charged. We saw Abhaya's mother had to be admitted to the hospital. She had injuries on her forehead, which was very clearly visible, and she had injuries in other parts of her body too. Her, in fact, her back, neck, etc. were injured, in fact, and she was treated in a hospital. Now the police is saying that it was there is no video evidence that the police lathi charged on Abhaya's father and mother, her parents. So what is the police implying is a question. Are they saying that these injuries came from nowhere? What is the exact implication by the Kolkata Police Commissioner is a question. However, a complaint has been lodged by Abhaya's father in this case, and he is saying that he will take this case up and he will ensure that whoever lathi charged without any reason and in fact injured his wife and Abhaya's mother will be in fact taken into consideration. The judge has also said that this was a clear violation of rights, democratic rights to protest. The police lathi charge was without any reason because the march was happening peacefully, and now we see the police is saying there is no video evidence and asking the same from the media.
All right, thank you so much for those details there. Thank you. And viewers, we have more breaking news coming in. This is from New district on the Haryana-Rajasthan border. A minor dispute over vehicle parking in Mundaka village, which is located on the Haryana-Rajasthan border in New district, escalated into a violent clash on Monday, leaving dozens of people injured. People on both sides resorted to stone pelting, glass bottle attacks and arson. Remember, this is the incident that is happening in the new area, an area which has witnessed communal sensitivity in the past as well. And a minor issue, a minor dispute over vehicle parking has escalated into a violence. This incident happening on Monday, leaving dozens of people injured. Let's get all the updates from Jatin. My colleague is now joining us for more details. Jatin, what more details do we have about the case? This is an area that has already witnessed tensions, and we understand that it was a minor issue over parking that led to the entire escalation of violence. What is happening right now?
बिल्कुल देखिए, कल शाम 4:30 बजे का ये पूरा वाक़या है जो अलवर और हरियाणा जो कि का बॉर्डर है, वहाँ पर दो लोगों की लड़ाई 200 लोग इकट्ठे हो जाते हैं। उसके बाद पथराव और आगजनी बाइकों में बॉर्डर पे पड़कर मारने हैं, उनसे आग लगा दी गई। पुलिस ने अभी इस पूरे मामले में फिरोजपुर जिला पुलिस स्टेशन के अंदर FIR दर्ज की है। साथ ही 10 लोगों को अभी तक इस पूरे मामले में हिरासत में लिया गया है। अलग अलग CCTV कैमरे जो है उनको संभाला जा रहा है और CCTV कैमरों में जो लोग जिनके हाथ में डंडे हैं, जिनके हाथ में पत्थर है, जो हंगामा कर रहे हैं, उन सभी के खिलाफ कार्रवाई अब पुलिस इस पूरे मामले में कर रही है। पुलिस दो पहलुओं पर इस पूरे मामले की जांच। सबसे पहला ये दो लोगों की लड़ाई हो गए, किसने इन सब लोगों को बुलाया, मामले की जा रही है। दूसरी सबसे बड़ी बात, 2023 ब्रिजमंडल शोभा यात्रा शिकायतकर्ता ने पुलिस को अपनी शिकायत में ये बताया कि 2023 का बदला कल जो हिंसा हुई उसको लेकर दो समुदाय के द्वारा किया गया। तो ये किस तरीके की कॉन्स्पिरेसी थी, इस पूरे एंगल पर भी जो नूह पुलिस है इस पूरे मामले की जांच कर रही है। लेकिन अभी अलग अलग टीमें सेटअप की गई है। जानकारी हमें ये मिल रही है कि 3 अलग टीमें बनाई गई है जो CCTV कैमरों के बिना पर जो उपद्रवी है उनकी पहचान कर रहे हैं और आगे कार्रवाई की जा रही है। तस्वीरें मैं आपको दिखा दी, ये वही हाईवे है और इसी हाईवे पर ही कल आप CCTV देख रहे हैं, जगह की देख रहे हैं, हुए थे, पत्थरबाजी कर रहे थे, हंगामा कर रहे थे और उसके बाद
हंगामा कर रहे थे और उसके बाद जब पुलिस भी CCTV कैमरों में आप देखेंगे कि रोकने की कोशिश कर रही है, लेकिन भीड़ इतनी ज्यादा थी कि पुलिस कुछ कर नहीं पाई और यही कारण था कि 1.5 घंटे तक जो हिंसा है वो इसी रोड पर होती रही। पुलिस की अलग अलग टीमें उपद्रवियों की पहचान करके गिरफ्तारी का काम कर रही है, शांति बनाए रखे। इस कारण से सोशल मीडिया पे जितनी भी एक्टिविटीज हो रही हैं उस पर नूह पुलिस की नजर है, जो साइबर टीम है वो मॉनिटर कर रही है, ताकि अफवाह के बेसिस पर 2023 में जो हिंसा हुई, जो बाद में भी लोग इकट्ठे हुए थे, वैसी तस्वीर आज देखने को ना मिले। अलग अलग टीमें इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रही है ताकि जो भी लोग वहां पर उपद्रव कर रहे थे उन सभी की गिरफ्तारी जल्द से जल्द की जा सके। जी
जतिन, ये बताइए कि वहाँ पर जो पुलिस है, ऑफ कोर्स आपने बताया किस तरह से केस रजिस्टर कर लिया गया है, वायलेंस जो लोग कर रहे थे उनको पकड़ने की कोशिश की जा रही है, लेकिन ये बताइए कि डिप्लॉयमेंट की जहाँ तक बात है, क्या कोई एक्स्ट्रा सिक्योरिटी पर्सनल भी वहाँ पे पहुँच रहे हैं?
बिल्कुल, देखिए 2 कंपनियां जो हरियाणा पुलिस की हैं उनको एक्स्ट्रा डिप्लॉय किया गया है। साथ ही क्योंकि हरियाणा का ये बॉर्डर जो है वो राजस्थान से जुड़ता है, राजस्थान का अलवर डिस्ट्रिक्ट से जुड़ता है, तो हरियाणा पुलिस को भी कोऑर्डिनेट करने के लिए बोला गया है ताकि दोनों तरफ से जो मूवमेंट है उस पर नजर रखी जा सके। क्योंकि 2 जिन गाँव का जिक्र किया जा रहा है, एक नूह के फिरोजपुर जिरका का बॉर्डर से सटा हुआ गाँव है और दूसरा अलवर का जो गाँव है उसके लोग, जिसको डाडरी के नाम से जानते हैं, इन 2 गाँव के लोग इकट्ठे हुए थे और हंगामा शुरू हुआ। तो राजस्थान पुलिस से भी कोऑर्डिनेशन की बात इस पूरे मामले में की गई है। लेकिन अभी सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस की प्रेफरेंस इस बात को लेकर है कि अफवाह जिस तरीके से कल फैलाई गई, 2 लोगों की लड़ाई 200 लोगों की लड़ाई में कैसे तब्दील हो गई, कैसे लोग एक साथ इकट्ठे होकर उसके बाद लाठी, डंडे, बॉटल्स का इस्तेमाल किया गया एक दूसरे पर हमला करने के लिए, तो उन सब चीजों को रोका जा सके। दूसरी सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि जो वहां पे सर्विलांस था, जो CCTV कैमरे लगे थे, उनको खंगालने का जो काम है वो पुलिस फोर्सेस द्वारा किया जा रहा है। 2 कंपनी मौके पर भेजी गई है ताकि लोगों से शांति बनाए रखने की वो लगातार अपील कर रहे हैं। कल ही IG रैंक के जो ऑफिसर्स थे वो मौके पर पहुंचे थे, हालांकि लोगों से शांति बनाए रखने के लिए वो बोल रहे थे, लेकिन सबसे बड़ी बात ये कि 2 लोगों की लड़ाई इतना बड़ा रूप कैसे ले सकती है, किस तरीके से लोगों को इकट्ठा किया गया, 1.5 घंटे तक हंगामा होता रहा, पुलिस की डिप्लॉयमेंट वहां पर थी, वो उसको काबू करने में 1.5 घंटे का समय क्यों लगा, ये ऐसे सवाल है जो कि इन्वेस्टिगेशन का हिस्सा है। जानकारी ये भी मिल रही है कि अब से कुछ देर में तमाम जो हरियाणा पुलिस के सीनियर ऑफिसर्स हैं वो भी मौके पर पहुंचेंगे और कहीं ना कहीं पूरे क्राइम ऑफ सीन को इंस्पेक्ट करते हुए नजर आएंगे। इस पूरे मामले में FIR जो बेसिस पे दर्ज किया गया है, राजस्थान पुलिस को भी कोऑर्डिनेट करने के लिए बोला गया। अगर उपद्रवी वहां से होंगे तो संभवतः राजस्थान से उन सबकी गिरफ्तारी की जाएगी। लेकिन CCTV जब आप देख रहे हैं उस पर साफ तौर पर नजर आएगा कि इसी तरीके की रोड पर हंगामा करते हुए उपद्रवी नजर आ रहे हैं, इसी रोड पर हाथ में उनके डंडे हैं, इसी रोड पर उनके हाथ में पत्थर है, वो आमने सामने एक दूसरे पर पत्थरबाजी कर रहे थे। एक बाइक थी जिसमें आग लगा दी गई, एक दुकान थी जो कि बॉर्डर पे उसमें आग लगा दी गई। तो कहीं ना कहीं इसी सीसीटीवी के आधार पर उपद्रवियों की पहचान करके उनकी गिरफ्तारी करने की बात पुलिस करती नजर आ रही है। जी,
All right. Thank you so much, Jatin, for all those updates there on that story. Thank you. And viewers, we have another big breaking news coming in. Well, as the Indus Water Treaty continues to remain suspended, now Pakistani Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif has issued an empty threat again over the Indus water supply. Now, Shehbaz Sharif said, and I quote him, "If you threaten to stop our water supply, then remember, we will not let you take even a single drop of Pakistan's water from Pakistan." All right, so that is Pakistan Prime Minister threatening India over the suspension of the Indus Water Treaty and saying that Islamabad will teach a lesson to India. And if India tries to stop water flowing towards Pakistan, it would be a violation of the Indus Water Treaty. And earlier also, Pakistan former Foreign Minister Bilawal Bhutto had threatened India with war. And it is now the Pakistani Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif. Let's listen in to what he said.
मैं ये बताना चाहता हूं आज दुश्मन को कि अगर तुम हमारा पानी बंद करने की धमकी देते हो तो ये बात जहन में रखना कि पाकिस्तान की एक बूंद भी तुम पाकिस्तान से छीन नहीं सकते। उस खुदाए बुजुर्गों बरतर की कसम है कि अगर तुमने ये हरकत की तो दोबारा तुम्हें वो सबक सिखाएंगे कि तुम कानों को हाथ लगाओगे पाकिस्तान का तुम कभी भी।
And now shifting focus to the United States, where Khalistani extremists have damaged a Hindu temple, marking the fourth such attempt at the site in less than a year. Here's a quick report.
Khalistani extremists attacked a Hindu temple in Indiana's Greenwood in the United States, marking the fourth such desecration of the site in less than a year. According to the reports, the Khalistani extremists also sprayed the Hindu temple with anti-India graffiti. Tom Suozzi, member of the Congress representing New York's 3rd Congressional District, also highlighted the incident of hate and intolerance against the Hindu community.
Late Sunday night, vandals defaced the BAPS Sri Swaminarayan Mandir on Long Island with vile hate and bigotry against the Hindu community. I've seen Hindus many times, and many of you have as well, when they place their hands together and they bow and they say namaste. When they do that, they're recognizing the divinity in the person in front of them. They're showing their respect for the person in front of them. We really need to recognize that with all of our fellow human beings, that we're all special, made in God's image, and need to treat each other with more respect. What's happening that we see these acts of vandalism and bigotry and hate happening so often? Is it because of the inflammatory rhetoric we hear all the time? Is it because of the extremism? Is it because of the lack of accountability? What do we need to do to address this problem? Because hate is not the answer. Love is the answer. In the short term, we need to hold vandals and criminals and people who commit hate crimes accountable. We need law enforcement to work to apprehend these criminals, and we need prosecutors to prosecute them, to hold them accountable. Because people can't just say whatever they want, regardless of the impact it has on other human beings. And in the long term, we need to do a much better job educating people about the importance of love.
Viewers, it's time to take a short break, and coming up ahead, big update in the Porsche case of Pune. Police move court to try the teen as an adult. Also coming up ahead, Enforcement Directorate sends summons to cricketer Suresh Raina in the betting app case. Those big stories and much more after a short break. Don't go anywhere.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो
केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
Well, today the Supreme Court has issued that no coercion action will be taken in this matter. Plus, they've also issued notices to the CAQM after the Delhi government approached the Supreme Court challenging the earlier order. On today, the Supreme Court, after hearing the arguments from the Delhi government, had ordered that no coercive action will be undertaken on the 10 and 15 years of vehicle of petrol and diesel. Now, this comes after now the notice has been issued to CAQM. Now, they'll file back their response to the Supreme Court, and after which we'll have a detailed hearing and then a final order after the CAQM files their response before the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court did today issue the notice after the Delhi government approached them. When the last month the order came, it was rolled back, after which the Delhi government was considering about whether to move the Supreme Court and to when. And when they moved the Supreme Court, they actually challenged the earlier 2018 order. And today the Supreme Court has ordered that no coercive action will be undertaken while issuing the notice to the CAQM.
Well, Aditya, what about all those owners against whom action has already been initiated? What about them? Aditya, if you can hear me, the Supreme Court has now said that no coercive action will be taken against owners of 10-year-old diesel vehicles and 15-year-old petrol vehicles in Delhi. But what about those owners against whom action has already been initiated? Their vehicles have already been scrapped. What about them?
Well, this order is a prospective order, which is the order should not be applicable in a retrospective manner, which means if an action has already been taken, in that case, they might not get a relief with this order. But from today, with the order coming in, the order will be applied in prospective manner, but not retrospective manner, which means before today, if there is any action undertaken already, it will be in the face of the law as per the rules and the provisions which were already there and for the Supreme Court earlier judgments.
Well, Aditya, now what does this mean going ahead? What happens to all those who own 15-year-old petrol vehicles despite, their PUC checks? If their PUC checks, don't fall under the required standards, then what happens? Then coercive action should be taken, or should it not be taken?
Well, see, this is before the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court, it totally depends on what questions the Supreme Court consider while reviewing the earlier orders, on what ground the Supreme Court is set to review it. It totally depends on what question does the Supreme Court will consider. Why?
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
What makes you a legend? Maybe that you're followed by everyone. Maybe that you follow no one. Maybe both. 10 years of Creta, legend forever.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला
We've been dealing very nicely with China, as you probably have heard. They have tremendous tariffs that they're paying to the United States of America. We'll see what happens. We've been dealing very nicely with China, as you probably have heard. They have tremendous tariffs that they're paying to the United States of America. and we'll see what happens. They've been dealing quite nicely. The relationship is very good with President Xi and myself. We'll see what happens. We've been dealing very nicely with China, as you probably have heard. They have tremendous tariffs that they're paying to the United States of America. And we'll see what happens. They've been dealing quite nicely. The relationship is very good with President Xi and myself.
इतना बड़ा मुद्दा है, इतना एलिगेशन चुनाव आयोग पे लग गया है, तो इलेक्शन कमिश्नर क्या मौनी बाबा बने हुए हैं? You should come and address the nation. आप एविडेंस दीजिए कि हम लोग झूठ बोल रहे हैं.
Tejasvi Yadav has intensified his attack on the Election Commission, challenging the poll panel to issue clear statements on opposition's allegation of vote theft. Kalyan Dombivli Municipal Corporation order banning the sale of meat on Independence Day has triggered a political row, with leaders from opposition slamming it as an attack on people's food choices. Abhay's father has written to the Kolkata Police Commissioner alleging that the assault on his wife by police personnel during the march to the State Secretariat on August 9.
तुम हमारा पानी बंद करने की धमकी देते हो तो ये बात जहन में रखना कि पाकिस्तान की एक बूंद भी तुम पाकिस्तान से छीन नहीं सकते. उस खुदाए बुजुर्गों बरतर की कसम है कि अगर तुमने ये हरकत की तो दोबारा तुम्हें वो सबक सिखाएंगे कि तुम कानों को हाथ लगाओगे.
After Rasul Munir and Bilawal Bhutto, now Shehbaz Sharif joins Pakistan's empty threat parade. Big update in the Pune Porsche case. Police moves court to try teen as an adult. An ED sends summons to Suresh Raina in betting app case. Viewers, well, I'm breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. Former Indian cricketer Suresh Raina has been summoned by the Enforcement Directorate for questioning tomorrow. In fact, this is happening with the betting app case, and he is in fact expected to appear before the agency to record his statement. This summon comes as part of a wider crackdown on illegal betting apps and platforms, many of which have been promoted by celebrities. So big update coming in right now. It's going to happen today, by the way. It is today where cricketer Suresh Raina will appear for questioning before ED in connection with a money laundering case against illegal online betting. And this is coming in the betting app case. We will try to go across to Akhil in a short while from now. It's a huge crackdown against illegal betting app cases. The ED has already attached some of the accused worth rupees 337 crore already. I want to go straight across to Akhil. Akhil, you know, the ED is really cracking down on the betting app case. And the latest person who will be appearing before the ED, and the latest celebrity who will be appearing before the ED will be Suresh Raina. If you can just take our viewers through the latest coming in.
Well, that's right, Shivangi. If you see today, it's very likely that at around 11 a.m., Suresh Raina, former Indian team cricketer, is going to appear before the ED, the Enforcement Directorate. Right now, I can show you the visuals just outside the Enforcement Directorate's headquarters in the national capital. Here you can see the preparations has already been done, because it is very likely that at around 11 a.m., it is very much expected that Suresh Raina will arrive over here in connection with the case. Because if you see earlier, a betting app case was being investigated by the Enforcement Directorate, and in which case what we have seen that not only Suresh Raina, other several actors were also being questioned by the Enforcement Directorate, which include Rana Daggubati as well and Prakash Raj, among other prominent actors. And if you see, the entire case is based on online betting case, which is known as 1xBet. So in this case, it is very likely that Suresh Raina is going to come at around 11 a.m. and going to appear before the ED, where the questioning will likely to take place, and ED will record his statement in connection with the case. And earlier, if you see, in the month of May, what we have seen that the Telangana police as well has filed cases against 24 to 25 popular actors, which includes Prakash Raj as well, Rana Daggubati, and several southern movies actors. So in that case as well, if you see, there's a larger probe which has been going on, and in this case has some connections with the Mahadev betting app scam, in which what we have seen that former Chhattisgarh Chief Minister's name has also come in that direction in the Mahadev betting app case, in which it has been considered that he is also one of the beneficiaries in connection with the case. So it is very likely that around 11 a.m. we will see some actions over here just outside the ED headquarters when Suresh Raina will arrive for basically giving his statement to the ED.
That's right. And, let's talk a little bit more about the betting app case, because, there are many celebrities, Akhil, who have been questioned time and again, especially a lot of South stars have been questioned in the betting app case. If we could just take our viewers through latest coming in about the allegations, and especially why was Suresh Raina asked to appear?
Well, if you see, Suresh Raina has been one of the brand ambassadors for 1x betting gaming app. So in connection with the case, it is very likely that the questioning is going to be on that line itself, that since how long he have been promoting this, and what was his basically links with other promoters in connection with the case. And if you see earlier, what we have seen that the ED has also summoned Rana Daggubati, who is a very big star in the southern film industry. And in that case, what we have seen that earlier when ED has sought him on July 23rd, due to his film commitments, due to some shoots, he wasn't available at that point in time. Then it was rescheduled, and on Monday he was questioned by the ED, and ED has recorded Rana Daggubati's statement. So it's a wider, basically, spectrum in which what we are seeing that the ED, the Enforcement Directorate, is going to record Suresh Raina's statement as well.
Okay, thank you, John, for joining us there. I will be coming back to you for more, because viewers, we see that many celebrities are being questioned in the betting app case. Getting some more updates coming in. Delhi Police special cell has arrested a man from Punjab's Faridkot in connection with the attack at Singer Badshah's Chandigarh club. So big update coming in, where the accused Deepak was nabbed from Delhi. Police say he was in constant touch with Canada-based gangster Goldie Brar. So back-to-back updates coming in right now, viewers, on Republic TV, where in the latest coming in, Delhi police have nabbed the accused Deepak from Delhi, and like we're telling our viewers, this accused was in touch with Goldie Brar. So what really happened was that, in terms of the information we're getting for our viewers, is that the accused was nabbed from Delhi, and he was arrested from Punjab's Faridkot in connection with the attack at Singer Badshah's Chandigarh club. The accused was in connection and in touch with Goldie Brar, which is making this case absolutely, it's a lot of scrutiny has come in this case because of the connection which has come out between this attacker, and Canada-based gangster Goldie Brar. So back-to-back updates coming in here in Republic TV. We'll try to once again go to our reporters to understand what exactly has happened so far. But yes, let's go back to Akhil. Akhil, we have seen how Badshah's club in Chandigarh was attacked. We saw that somebody was throwing a bomb outside that club in Chandigarh, and now we understand that the Delhi Police Special Cell has arrested a man from Punjab's Faridkot. What is more concerning is that this man was in touch with Goldie Brar. All right, we'll go back to my colleague in a short while from now. But these are some back-to-back updates coming in right now on Republic TV viewers, where we are getting you more updates as to what happened after we saw that Badshah's Chandigarh bar was hit by a bomb blast. After that, there has been a big update in terms of Delhi Police Special Cell arresting a man from Punjab's Faridkot in connection with the attack at Singer Badshah's Chandigarh club. The accused has now been nabbed. I repeat, this accused was caught in Delhi itself. I repeat, the accused was caught in Delhi itself. However, as the interrogation is continuing and more details are coming out, the police say he was in constant touch with Canada-based gangster Goldie Brar. We'll try to go across to Akhil in a short while from now, but this is coming in as we see that last year there were low-intensity blasts outside 2 nightclubs in Chandigarh. Okay, let's go straight across to Akhil. Akhil, I can hear you. Can you hear me? I'm coming across to you right now, Akhil. And if you could just take our viewers through who Deepak really is. Now, we know that Badshah's bar was attacked by bombs. After that, there was a huge search for the accused. The accused has been found. Yes, Akhil.
Well, Shivangi, if you see, this unfortunate incident took place long back in the month of November 2024, in which what we have seen that outside the club of famous rapper Badshah, this incident took place where explosion took place, a light explosion took place, in which what we have seen that after that the Punjab police have basically investigated this entire case, and the links to that case were not only was limited in Punjab, but it has extended to the national capital as well. And in this case, what we have seen that successfully Delhi Police Special Cell team has nabbed a person who has been identified as Deepak, and that arrest has been made last night itself, in which what we have seen that the Deepak, who hails from Punjab's Faridkot, and he has got some links with the extortion, one of the extortion racketeers who has been identified as the gangster. In this case, if you see, has been identified as Goldie Brar. So he has got close links with Goldie Brar. So right now, one of the main accused in connection with the case, who has been identified as Deepak, has been arrested by the Delhi Police Cell team in the national capital itself.
All
And
right,
basically who hails from Faridkot
yes.
of Punjab.
Thank you for getting those details, Akhil. I'll be coming back to you for more. I really have to move ahead right now because getting some more breaking updates coming in. RJ Kaur victim's father claims assault on his wife was pre-planned, and police say that no video of attack was found. The father of the deceased doctor of the RJ Kaur Medical College and Hospital on Tuesday wrote to the Kolkata Police Commissioner alleging that the assault on his wife by police personnel during the march to the State Secretariat on August 9th was pre-planned. The police, however, said that they did not have any video or photographic evidence to confirm that she was assaulted on that day by a member of the force, and requested the media to provide one if they have it. In an email to Kolkata Police Commissioner Manoj Verma, the father also alleged that he faced extreme harassment as he was asked by officers to approach one police station after another when he tried to lodge an FIR in connection with the assault. So the father of the deceased doctor in the RJ Kaur Medical College case has written to the Kolkata Police Commissioner alleging that the assault on his wife by police personnel during the march to the State Secretariat on August 9th was pre-planned, and the police, however, say that they did not have any video or photographic evidence to confirm that she was assaulted on the day by a member of the of the force and requested the media to provide one if they have it. So the police have come out with their own statement. Let's go to Shishir Bajoria, Bengal BJP spokesperson, who's joining us here on the phone line. Thank you for joining us here, Mr. Bajoria. So I told about both the sides, police denying photographic evidence, but there's a huge allegation coming in from the father of the deceased doctor of Abhaya in the RJ Kaur Medical College rape case that we had reported. If you could just take our viewers through your perspective on this, because the police is denying every allegation.
Well, it's very clear that the Calcutta police, led by the police commissioner, themselves were involved in this up to the neck. Let's not forget what happened that day. The first thing, the Calcutta Police Commissioner declared that this was a suicide. You see, with passage of time, we tend to forget. This is what then Police Commissioner said, this was a suicide. The same Police Commissioner, who knows very well the criminal laws, declared the name of the unfortunate lady. He's not supposed to, but he did it. Now, I'm fast forwarding. Then they broke the wall. Who broke it? With police help, they broke it so that evidence is wiped out. They knew that at some stage this investigation will go out of their hands. So all this groundwork was done. Now, the parents, the mother of a daughter who was killed in this brutal form, was going for justice, nothing else. She's not a criminal. What could she do? The way she was harassed, the way she was roughed up, beaten. Now this latest thing, we can't see it on CCTV camera. Mr. Commissioner, don't you know that you all are champions in your CCTV footage is getting lost? How is it possible? Every cop has a body camera. So, okay, if you say that they were not hit by cops, then show what happened. Every cop has a body camera. Show on the body camera that how well she was treated, and everyone has seen. This is one more step Calcutta police is showing its absolute inhuman face.
All right, thank you for joining us there, Shishir Bajoria, BJP spokesperson, on the latest coming in right now. And thank you for joining us there. We're getting some BJP reactions coming in on the story, because what we see is that a big charge has come in from the father of Abhaya. I want to go straight across to Mr. Sukant Majumdar, Union Minister, joining us here. Thank you for joining us here, Mr. Majumdar. You have also spoken about the way that the police, West Bengal police, really reacts on the ground, especially when there's sensitive situations evolving. The latest is that the father of the deceased doctor, Abhaya's father, has alleged the assault on his wife by police personnel was pre-planned. Your reaction?
Maybe it may be pre-planned, because how they handled the victim's father and mother is really shameful, and even the mother was injured and she was admitted in a private hospital. I have visited her, and it was really shameful activity of the West Bengal police, how they handle a victim family who has been raped. The daughter of that family has been raped and murdered inside the premises of a government medical college. So this is a kind of shamelessness. And now Mamata Banerjee and her party is trying to divert the mindset of the people of West Bengal towards Bengali, non-Bengali issues, and they are doing this kind of rubbish.
Right. And Mr. Majumdar, the father has made many allegations, saying he was faced extreme harassment. He was asked by officers to approach one police station after another when he tried to lodge an FIR in connection with that assault. And there were so many questions which were raised, Mr. Majumdar. You are one of those leaders who raised questions on how the Mamata Banerjee government is not doing enough to protect the women of the state.
Yes, I have been informed by the media also that West Bengal, Bengali media that the guardian of Abhaya has been harassed when he approached to lodge a complaint against the police personnel regarding the brutal attack on the mother of Abhaya. But the thing is that, that according to new Nyaya Sanhita, anyone can lodge a FIR in any police station. We not be, and that is not mandatory that it should be under the jurisdiction of that police station. But the West Bengal police not only harass the brother of Abhaya, I think they also defame and actually disobey the new Nyaya Sanhita. So it's a kind of crime. It's a kind of crime, I think, that has been done by the police officials. Those are sitting in the police station, and another FIR should be lodged against them.
All right.
For the violation of Nyaya Sanhita.
All right. Thank you for joining us, Dr. Majumdar, Union Minister, joining us here on Republic TV. And Republic has spoken to the mother of Abhaya as well, and she spoke and told us what exactly happened. Let's go ahead and listen in.
অভয়ের হত্যাকাণ্ডের 1 বছর পার হয়ে গিয়েছে, কিন্তু এখনো পর্যন্ত ন্যায় বিচারের দাবিতে আজ পথে নামতে হচ্ছে অভয়ের পরিবারকে। অভয়ের মা তিনি আমাদের সঙ্গে রয়েছেন। বারংবার তাকে বাধা দেওয়া হয়েছে, এমনকি তার কপালে পর্যন্ত আঘাত করা হয়েছে, যা ফুলে রয়েছে, হাতের শাখাটি পর্যন্ত ভেঙে দেওয়া হয়েছে। তিনি আমাদের সঙ্গে রয়েছেন, একেবারে সরাসরি তার সঙ্গে কথা বলবো। কাকিমা, কি হয়েছিল?
আমরা বাড়ি থেকে বেরোনোর পর থেকেই আমাদের গাড়িটার নম্বর পুলিশ ফটো তুলে নিয়ে সব জায়গায় ছড়িয়ে দিয়েছে এবং সব জায়গায় আমাদের আটকানোর চেষ্টা হয়েছে। আমরা পুলিশের সাথে এক প্রকার লুকোচুরি খেলেই ওখানে এসে পার্ক স্ট্রিটে এসে উপস্থিত হই। সেখানে পুলিশ ব্যারিকেড দিয়ে রেখেছিল। আমরা বলেছি আমাদের তো শান্তিপূর্ণ মিছিল, আপনারা কেন আটকাচ্ছেন, আমাদের ছেড়ে দিন।
All right, viewers, according to reports, the Khalistani extremists have vandalized Hindu temple with anti-India graffiti just ahead of Krishna Janmashtami in Greenwood, Indiana. The Baptist Sri Swami Narayan Mandir confirmed the incident occurred overnight on 10th August, with volunteers describing it as an act of hate and intolerance against Hindus. A Hindu temple in Greenwood, Indiana has been allegedly vandalized with anti-India graffiti by Khalistanis, marking the 4th such desecration of the site in less than an year, viewers. So you can see those pictures coming in right now. You can clearly see how this temple has been vandalized, it has been desecrated. I want to go across to a guest who's joining us. We have with us Mr. Jitharth J. Bhardwaj, Editor-in-Chief, Australia Today, joining us here on Republic TV. Thank you for joining us here, Mr. Bhardwaj. This is not a scene that we have not seen before. We have seen such incidents even in Australia, even in Canada, and now we are seeing a similar incident of a Hindu temple being desecrated, graffiti being written on the walls of it. Your first reaction, because we have spoken again and again how this is one more example of intolerance coming in.
This is pathetic. It's a disgrace if the democracies of West cannot protect Hindu temples. The minority Hindu communities, be it in Australia, New Zealand, or Canada, US, UK, are suffering in the hands of these Khalistani goons. I have reported it in Australia. 3 places their referendum was happening, in all 3 spaces. Just before the Khalistan referendum's propagation, they started attacking with the same wordings written in the same style: Hindustan Murdabad and Modi Murdabad. These are the words they probably have in their vocabulary now, and they have pasted it across globe on Hindu temples, just to terrorize Hindu community, just to tell them that they won't let them live in peace. However, the police authorities and the political spectrum of these countries are hiding behind their freedom of speech. There is anger right now when I talk to my colleagues in America, when I talk to American Indian diaspora. They are really upset, angry. They want their governments, the local authorities, to act on this. But to our dismay, not much is happening on ground. That's what we see. But behind the scene, we are told that police and right now FBI is also being introduced to kind of work behind the scenes, why this temple and the people behind who are attacking this temple again and again. Yeah, as you have rightly said, that this is the third time, if I'm not wrong, this temple has been attacked the way, vandalized the way they have done it.
All right, thank you for joining us there, Mr. Bhardwaj, guest joining us from Editor-in-Chief Australia Today on the latest update of Khalistanis desecrating a Hindu temple, this time in the United States. All right, let's move ahead right now to some of the other stories we're tracking. After a break, we'll come back after Asim Munir and Bilawal Bhutto. Now Shehbaz Sharif joins Pakistan's empty thread parade. A big update in Pune Porsche case. Police move court to try teenagers and adults. Stay tuned, viewers. We are live and breaking.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा। इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, मसाला।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
सिंधु की तरफ इस किस्म की हमला के बारे में सोचेंगे तो फिर पाकिस्तान के हर सूबे के अवाम आपका मुकाबला करने के लिए तैयार है। हम इस जद्दोजहद में मुझे आपकी ज़रूरत है। हमने सब एक होके आवाज़ उठाना है और जद्दोजहद करना है ताकि इस जुल्म को भी हम रोक सकें। मैं जानता हूं कि आप में इतना ताकत है, इस मुल्क के अवाम में इतना ताकत है कि जंग की सूरत हो तो जंग में भी हम इनका मुकाबला कर सकते हैं और जो आपके 6 के 6 दरिया है वो वापस हासिल भी कर सकते हैं। और अगर ये हमें मजबूर करते हैं, पाकिस्तान ने ये जंग नहीं छेड़ा था, हम हमेशा
MDH की देगी मीरज,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मीरज।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
The tweet that I put out last evening actually was something that has been gaining a lot of responses from people, and a lot of people are trying to understand what is the point I'm making. So let me be brutally honest. The deep state, which involves the CIA, involves companies with economic interest, and certainly involves Donald Trump, the President of the United States of America, are working under one primary objective. And that objective is that Modi must go. The CIA has been given 12 months to ensure that there is division and a break in the ranks of the BJP and confusion in the ranks of the RSS as well. This operation is primarily titled diversion, deception, and division. The intent is very clear that the deep state had an agenda as far as the free trade agreement with India was concerned. According to many of them, 3 months ago, it was a given and a done and dusted initiative that would have been signed by the Indian government and Prime Minister Narendra Modi and team. However, what was not anticipated were the questions and the interests that the Indian government raised, keeping India first. After that, you had Trump come in with his claims of mediating as far as the Operation Sindoor was concerned and the conflict between India and Pakistan.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good morning, viewers. It's 11 a.m. and you're watching Republic TV. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar. Republic Media Network proudly brings you the third edition of Nationalist Collective Conclave, a powerful gathering of minds united by one mission, nation first. Defense veterans, former diplomats and thought leaders take the stage with the promise to build a global community of committed Indians who stand for the nation. Let's get started with the headlines.
इतना बड़ा मुद्दा है, इतना एलिगेशन चुनाव आयोग पे लग गया है, तो इलेक्शन कमिश्नर क्या मौनी बाबा बने हुए हैं? यू शुड कम एंड एड्रेस द नेशन. आप एविडेंस दीजिए कि हम लोग झूठ बोल रहे हैं.
Tejasvi Yadav has intensified his attack on the Election Commission, challenging the poll panel to issue a clear statement on the opposition's allegations of vote theft. Kalyan Dombivli Municipal Corporation's order banning the sale of meat on Independence Day has triggered a political row, with leaders from the opposition slamming it as an attack on people's food choice. Abhaya's father has written to the Kolkata Police Commissioner alleging that the assault on his wife by police personnel during the march to the State Secretariat on August 9th.
कि अगर तुम हमारा पानी बंद करने की धमकी देते हो तो ये बात जहन में रखना कि पाकिस्तान की एक बूंद भी तुम पाकिस्तान से छीन नहीं सकते. उस खुदाए बुजुर्गों बरतर की कसम है कि अगर तुमने ये हरकत की तो दोबारा तुम्हें वो सबक सिखाएंगे कि तुम कानों को हाथ लगाओगे.
After Asim Munir and Bilawal Bhutto, now Shehbaz Sharif joins Pakistan's empty threat parade. Big update in Pune Porsche case. Police move court to try teen as an adult. Enforcement Directorate sends summons to Suresh Raina in betting app case. Minor dispute over vehicle parking turns violent in New. Motorbikes and shops touched. Dozens injured. First up, viewers, former Indian cricketer Suresh Raina has been summoned by the Enforcement Directorate for questioning tomorrow in connection with the 1x betting app case, and he is expected to appear before the probe agency to record his statement. And this summons comes as part of a wider crackdown on illegal betting apps and platforms, many of which have been promoted by celebrities. So all those celebrities who have promoted this particular betting app have now been summoned by the Enforcement Directorate. ED heat on Suresh Raina continues, and Suresh Raina will be appearing before the probe agency and recording his statement. Akhil is joining us live from the Enforcement Directorate's office. Akhil, tell us more about Suresh Raina's questioning by the ED.
Well, that's right. If you see a breaking development that is coming from just outside the ED headquarters, that former Indian cricketer Suresh Raina has just arrived few moments back at the ED headquarters in the national capital. And if you see, right now the questioning is going on with Suresh Raina, because earlier what we have seen that the ED has already summoned Suresh Raina, but at that point in time, Suresh Raina, due to his other commitments, has not arrived at the ED headquarters to basically give answers to those questions. But today what we have seen that at around 10:57 a.m. this very morning, Suresh Raina has arrived at the ED headquarters, and he went straight inside this ED building, where it is very likely that his statement will be recorded by the ED officials in connection with 1x betting case. And if you see, not only this, what we have seen that earlier several other actors were also involved, not only in the 1x betting app case scam, but other cases as well, which include what we have seen that Rana Daggubati, Prakash Raj, and over 20 several other South actors were involved in such a betting app scam. And in connection with the case, what we have seen that recently Rana Daggubati was also called by the Enforcement Directorate Hyderabad office, in which what we have seen that when he was summoned on July 23rd, he basically, due to his personal commitment prior schedule, he was not able to basically join the Enforcement Directorate and at that point in time. And then on Monday, what we have seen that he has arrived at the ED office, and he basically given his statement to the Enforcement Directorate official in connection with the case. So this is a larger picture in which what we have seen that the Enforcement Directorate has taken actions against several celebrities as well as several politicians as well. If you see in Mahadev betting app scam, what we have seen that several key politicians and bureaucrats' name were also basically propped out, in which what we have seen that the former Chhattisgarh Chief Minister Bhupesh Baghel's name has also come forward in that direction, and in that what we have seen that he was also considered as one of the beneficiaries of Mahadev betting app scam. But if you see in this case, 1x betting app case, what we are seeing that Suresh Raina was called by the Enforcement Directorate officials, and he has arrived over here at around 11 a.m. and he has just went inside the very headquarters of the Enforcement Directorate, where it is very likely that his statement will be recorded by the ED officials. Back to you.
Well, Akhil, stay on with me because we have more breaking news coming in, and this is related to actor Manchu Lakshmi, because today she has also appeared before the Enforcement Directorate in connection with a probe into the promotion of a betting app. ED officials had summoned her after finding her name in promotional campaigns and digital endorsements linked to the suspected illegal betting network, and the agency is probing allegations that the app in question was used not just for online betting but for also as a front for hawala transactions and money laundering. Manchu Lakshmi was reportedly summoned by the Enforcement Directorate, and she has also appeared. Akhil, give us more details about Manchu Lakshmi's questioning. Well, we'll get to Akhil in just a few seconds from now, but let's tell you about the allegations and also the celebrities who are now mired in the betting app scam case. After several other actors, now Manchu Lakshmi, who's another prominent actor, has been summoned by the Enforcement Directorate. She has also appeared before the ED in connection with the probe into the promotion of this particular betting app, and the agency is probing allegations that the app in question was used as a front for hawala transactions and money laundering. The Enforcement Directorate is also He's also widening the ambit and examining the role of several other influencers, actors, and other prominent personalities like the YouTubers who allegedly promoted the platform to lure users. And these are the pictures of Manchu Lakshmi there arriving at the Enforcement Directorate's office for questioning. There you can see that is the actor. She was also summoned, and she has also appeared before the ED. The Enforcement Directorate is now looking into allegations that this particular application was probably used as a front for Hawala transactions and also a cover for money laundering. So these are the two aspects that the Enforcement Directorate is probing, and Manchu Lakshmi will be questioned regarding the same. Remember, she is not the only celebrity to be summoned by the Enforcement Directorate. Rana Daggubati, Vijay Devarkonda, all of them have been summoned in betting app cases for endorsing those apps without knowing what the apps really are. And now, Manchu Lakshmi is the actor who has been summoned by the Enforcement Directorate, and even as we speak, the questioning is currently underway at the ED office. Well, there you saw, viewers, Manchu Lakshmi was questioned, but she has remained tight-lipped without revealing anything about the summons or her appearance before the Enforcement Directorate. But the questioning is currently underway, viewers. Now let's shift our focus, because in a disturbing incident coming in from Mandya in Karnataka, a pack of stray dogs attacked two young girls aged 7 and 8 years respectively while they were playing outside their home, and one of the girls sustained serious injuries and was rushed to the hospital for treatment. This incident has intensified public outrage as villagers allege that repeated complaints to municipal authorities about the growing stray dog menace have been completely ignored. Their calls, their pleas and their cries have been completely ignored by the municipal corporation, and it is the public who are now being victimized in such stray dog attacks. This is that individual, that young girl who was bitten by a stray dog. There you can see the bite marks, and what we understand is that one of them suffered serious injuries, and the parents and the locals have also alleged that complaints have been raised to the municipal corporation several times, but the municipal corporation has not really paid any attention to them.
हमारा 2 साल आंदोलन चला लोक अभियान के माध्यम से। इस 2 साल में आंदोलन चलने का कारण ये था, आरडब्ल्यूए हमारे यहाँ आकर रोती थी कि विजय जी आवारा कुत्तों के काटने से हमें बचाओ। मैं एनिमल लवर से पूछता हूँ, तुम सब वेजिटेरियन ही होंगे, जरूरी बात है, जब आप इतना पशु प्रेमी हैं तो नॉन वेजिटेरियन तो होंगे नहीं। तो कुत्तों को मांस क्यों खिलाया जाता था? और कर्नाटका की सरकार ने तो अब बिरयानी मीट के साथ परोसने का ऑफिशियल ऑर्डर निकाला है। और मैं सुप्रीम कोर्ट से निवेदन करूंगा कि ये फैसला केवल दिल्ली और एनसीआर में न किया जाए, केंद्र सरकार को भी चाहिए इस फैसले को सारे देश के अंदर लागू किया जाए। अब मेरे आरडब्ल्यूए से 2 प्रश्न है। एक तो ये जो एनिमल लवर्स हैं, ये जाएंगे छोटे छोटे जगह पे लोगों को डिस्टर्ब करेंगे, क्योंकि इनमें से बहुतों ने जो एनजीओ बनाई हुई है उससे उनकी रोजी रोटी चलती है। 20 एनजीओ रजिस्टर्ड है एमसीडी के अंदर, एक भी ऐसी नहीं है जो करप्शन से दूर हो। स्टरलाइजेशन वैक्सीनेशन करना नहीं, किंतु कागजों के अंदर आप स्टरलाइजेशन वैक्सीनेशन को दिखा रहे हैं। और आज मैं एनिमल लवर से पूछना चाहूंगा, नंबर 1, आप शाकाहारी हो ना? आप मांसाहारी तो नहीं है, नॉन वेजिटेरियन तो नहीं है? नंबर 2, एक भी आर्डर हमारे सामने लाए तो दिखा दो लाकर जो ये कहे हम सुप्रीम कोर्ट के फैसले के खिलाफ हैं। नंबर 3, आप कहते हो स्टरलाइजेशन और वैक्सीनेशन से ये समस्या दूर हो सकती है। मैं कहता हूं चलो आज भी शुरू कर दो आप स्टरलाइजेशन वैक्सीनेशन का काम, किंतु उसके बाद 12 करोड़ कुत्ते देश में और 8 लाख कुत्ते दिल्ली के अंदर, तो यही रह ही जाएंगे ना, जिनको काटने के लिए छोड़ रखा है। एबीसी रूल्स के अंदर हम चेंज चाहते हैं, आज से नहीं चाहते, 2 साल से मांग कर रहे हैं। और उसी एबीसी रूल का कारण है, कुत्ता कितने भी काटे उसको पकड़ लिया जाएगा, उसको ले जाया जाएगा और उसके बाद उसी जगह पर छोड़ दिया जाएगा, वो काटता रहेगा। और तो हमारा विरोध किसी से नहीं है, हमारा विरोध सिर्फ इतना है, सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा है जो उनकी अवमानना करेंगे उनके खिलाफ भी अवमानना का केस चलेगा, केस चलेगा। और हम पूरी दिल्ली के अंदर इस तरह के कार्यक्रम करके लोगों को जोड़ेंगे। मेरी RWA से अपील है, आप भी अपने यहाँ मीटिंग करो। विजय गोयल आएगा और आप सब लोग
विजय जी संघर्ष करो, विजय जी संघर्ष करो। आगे नहीं हो, आगे नहीं हो, एक भी कर नहीं पाओगे, मैं बता रहा हूँ, आगे ढूंढ देखो। विजय जी संघर्ष करो, विजय जी संघर्ष करो, हमारे कुत्तों से मुक्ति दिलाने के लिए हमारे साथ है।
ये जो पूरे मुद्दे हैं, इसकी लगातार 2 साल से हम बात करें तो बंदे नहीं उठा रहे थे। सर, जो डॉग लवर्स है, एनिमल लवर्स है, वो कह रहे हैं एबीसी का जो जजमेंट है वो पहले हाई कोर्ट दे चुकी है 24 साल पहले, और ये उसके उलट फैसला है।
तो ये सुप्रीम कोर्ट है, वो हाई कोर्ट थी। सुप्रीम कोर्ट का फैसला सुप्रीम होता है, और सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने जब अपना फैसला दिया है तो इससे पहले इनकी जितनी जजमेंट्स हैं और जितने एबीसी रूल हैं या जितने सरकार के प्रावधान हैं उनके ऊपर गौर करके ही उन्होंने फैसला दिया होगा ना। इसलिए सुप्रीम कोर्ट के ऊपर उंगली उठाना ठीक नहीं है, ये लॉ अबाइडिंग सिटीजन्स का काम है।
सर, आप कह रहे हैं एक महासभा भी आयोजित की जाएगी अब इसी शुभ।
मुझे लगता है कि जगह जगह पर ये जब एनिमल लवर्स नारे लगाएंगे, सरकार के काम में बाधा डालेंगे, तब ये जरूरी हो जाता है कि RWA को भी इकट्ठा किया जाए और उनसे कहे आज सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने हमारे कहने से आपकी बात मानी है, तो जाहिर तौर के ऊपर आप भी एक जगह के ऊपर अपने विचार बंद करो, बाद में चेक करिए। चलो हेलो चेक करिए,
Well, viewers, that was Vijay Goyal, former Union Minister and also the petitioner in the stray dog menace case, and he clearly says that Supreme Court's decision is supreme, and casting aspersions on the Supreme Court's order is not legal. And he has also said that several activists who are protesting for the stray dogs and against the Supreme Court order must understand that there are several people who have been mauled, who have been completely brutalized by these dogs, which are a menace in the society. And just yesterday also, viewers, several woke celebrities have also come to the fore. They put out long social media posts, but on ground, they don't really do anything about stray dog menace. It's just fake activism that they are trying to portray on their social media accounts. And several activists had also staged a protest, but cases have been registered against them because they're going against the Supreme Court's order. And the latest example of a stray dog terror is coming in from Mandya. And these are the pictures, viewers, where you can see 2 minors were attacked by stray dogs. In fact, we also have Shambhavi joining us live from the national capital. Shambhavi, we just heard Vijay Goyal speak, and he has also upheld the Supreme Court's order because he was also one of the petitioners. He's a former union minister. Some strong statements coming in saying that Supreme Court not just saves human lives but also animal lives. That's the slogan of their protest. Help us understand more, Shambhavi.
Well, yes, as you can see, Vijay Goyal is right here at the center. He just finished addressing the crowd. He has been propagating the policy for 2 years now with the tag "No Dogs on Street," and that is exactly what he spoke about while he was addressing. He has welcomed the Supreme Court's verdict about the stray dogs, in which the Supreme Court has given the central government 8 weeks to make sure that all the street dogs are captured, sterilized and vaccinated and then shifted to an animal shelter. And even Vijay Goyal said that there are the so-called animal lovers who are against this idea, but he has challenged that show me even one RWA body who is against this decision of Supreme Court. He has also made several points about how if you are an animal lover or those people who are against this decision of Supreme Court, he has said that you have to be a total animal lover, you have to be a vegetarian, you cannot be eating all sorts of non-vegetarian and then propagating or just trying to protect one section of animals without seeing the other side of the story. So this is what his address was about. Now his Supreme Court Dhanyavad rally, in which he will be welcoming the Supreme Court's judgment, will start here from his residence. We are outside his residence right now at the Bengali market. It's going to take the route of Mandi House. And from here, there's a lot of supporters, BJP supporters, supporters of Vijay Goyal, and also RWA society members of supporting and welcoming this decision of Supreme Court who will be joining this rally. Back to you.
Right, Shambhavi, thank you for joining me with those pictures coming in from Bengali market in the national capital, where Vijay Goyal, petitioner and former union minister, is holding a Supreme Court Dhanyavad Abhiyan. And let's now shift our focus, viewers, to Pakistan, because in a hollow threat to India, Pakistani Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif has said that the enemy would not be allowed to snatch even a single drop of water belonging to his country, and that Pakistan Prime Minister also warned that if India attempted such an act, a lesson will be taught. Sharif's statement comes a day after former Foreign Minister Bilawal Bhutto Zardari made similar comments, terming the Indus Water Treaty suspension an attack on the Indus Valley civilization, and said Pakistan would not back down if India forced them into war. Let's listen into Shehbaz Sharif. In fact, just a few days back, it all started with Asim Munir making nuke threats, and then the MEA issued a very, very strong response. But the most regrettable aspect of it was that it came from a country which believes that India is a close friend, the United States, and following that it was Bilawal Bhutto Zardari, and now Pakistan Prime Minister. Let's listen in.
मैं ये बताना चाहता हूँ आज दुश्मन को कि अगर तुम हमारा पानी बंद करने की धमकी देते हो तो ये बात जहन में रखना कि पाकिस्तान की एक बूंद भी तुम पाकिस्तान से छीन नहीं सकते। उस खुदाए बुजुर्गों बरतर की कसम है कि अगर तुमने ये हरकत की तो दोबारा तुम्हें वो सबक सिखाएंगे कि तुम कानों को हाथ लगाओगे पाकिस्तान का तुम कभी भी।
Well, to give us more insights, we have Major General Rajan Kochar, a defense expert, joining us live on this broadcast. A very good morning to you, Major General. You know, day after day, threats are coming in from Pakistan. But what's interesting to see is the pecking order. First, it was Asim Munir, then it was Bilawal Bhutto, and finally, in the end, it is Pakistan Prime Minister.
You see, Pakistan has been very badly rankled by 2-3 things in the recent past. One has been the Indus Water Treaty, which was signed on 19 September 1960 between Prime Minister Nehru and General Ayub Khan. And second is these recent statements of our Air Chief and Army Chief, in which Pakistan losses in Operation Sindoor have been highlighted. So immediately after that, we have seen strong reactions now coming from Pakistan in the way of the Indus Water Treaty. I want to remind Pakistan that the water stoppage has already started. You are talking about एक बूंद पानी भी बंद करेंगे, वो पानी बंद शुरू हो चुका है. And Pakistan went to a permanent court of arbitration. Nothing has happened. Pakistan is trying to approach the World Bank. Nothing has happened. Pakistan has to understand one thing, that the ground realities in which this treaty was signed in 1960, at that point of time, and what the situation is today is totally different. For the last 5-6 years, India has been stressing upon Pakistan for changes in this treaty, which Pakistan never listened. There is a permanent Indus Commission, where the Pakistanis and Indians are a member, and they meet quite regularly. And we have been raising this points about the sharing of water, because at that point of time, our population was lesser, our requirements were lesser, and Pakistan is getting a major share of the Indus water, which is unfair. And that is why this aspect was highlighted to Pakistan, and now it has a stage has come when Pakistan refused to listen. So India had to resort to this measure of putting into abeyance, especially when Pakistan is resorting to terrorism on the Indian soil. You see, blood and water cannot flow together, as has been pointed out. So in case you are going to shed our blood, we are not going to give you water. And what is troubling Pakistan is, you see, 80% of Pakistan's agriculture is dependent on the western rivers, Jhelum and Chenab. And 26% of the Pakistan's GDP is based on its agrarian economy. So Punjab and Sindh are the two provinces where the maximum impact of this river water has been felt. And as you would have seen, there have been protests in Sindh over water distribution in Pakistan, because Pakistan was trying to divert the water of Sindh into Punjab, which was not appreciated by the people of Sindh, and they came on the streets, and Pakistan had to cancel those tributaries which Pakistan is making right now. There is a construction project in Pakistan which is actually going on in Sindh, canal project, which Pakistan had to stop because of these agitations. And the people of Pakistan are badly affected, and they are now blaming the Nawaz Sharif government of creating a situation when India had to stop this river waters with Pakistan, and therefore Shahbaz Sharif is now coming out in the open, trying to politicalize the issue, trying to
boo the masses, and trying to do nothing but fire empty threats, fire arrows in the dark, and they're reaching nowhere, Major General. But many thanks for joining us with your insights. Now, meanwhile, viewers, we also have a response coming in from the United States Department spokesperson, Tammy Bruce, who says that ties with India and Pakistan remain unchanged. Her remarks were made following controversial statements by Pakistan's Army Chief Asim Munir, who claimed that Pakistan would resort to using nuclear weapons against India and half the world would be wiped out. Here's more.
Obviously, we had a experience with Pakistan and India when there was a conflict, one that could have developed into something quite horrible. I was here at the State Department at the time, and there was an immediate concern and immediate movement with the Vice President, the President, and the Secretary of State in addressing the nature of what was happening. Many of you who were in the room in the days afterward, we described the nature of the phone calls, the work that we did to stop the attacks, and to then bring the parties together so we could have something that was enduring. And it's a very proud moment and a very good example of what Secretary Rubio was committed to, Vice President Vance in that, of course, case as well. But the top leaders in this nation involved in stopping that potential catastrophe. I would say that our relationship with both nations is as it has been, which is good, and that is the benefit of having a president who knows everyone, talks to everyone, and that is how we can bring differences together in this case. So it's clear that the diplomats here are committed to both nations. I can tell you also that there has been a U.S.-Pakistan counterterrorism dialogue that was established. At this dialogue in Islamabad, the United States and Pakistan reaffirmed their shared commitment to combating terrorism in all its forms, and manifestations during this latest round of the talks in Islamabad, the United States and Pakistan discussed ways to enhance cooperation to counter terrorist threats, and I think that for the region and for the world, the United States working with both those nations is good news and will promote a future that's beneficial.
Moving on, viewers, in a powerful blend of music, patriotism and triumph, Manipur witnessed a stirring tribute to courage and the country. A special band performance by the Assam Rifles lit up the western gate of Kangla in Imphal, celebrating both the spirit of India's 79th Independence Day and also the resounding success of Operation Sindoor. Here's a quick report.
A special band performance in Manipur marked the victory for Operation Sindoor. In a stirring tribute to bravery and patriotism, the Assam Rifles organized a special band performance at the Western Ghat of Kangla, Imphal. This commemorated the 79th Independence Day and also celebrated the recent victory of Operation Sindoor.
Upcoming of 79 Independence Day celebration, which will be celebrated in Manipur. So the Assam Rifles, under as you saw, ICR South, is now showing a live special musical performance, showing the respect and the success of Operation Sindoor, which marks that Operation Sindoor is not just a mission, but it is a lesson. Right now here, the Assam Rifles, the music band parties, and also the under the aegis of Major General Raprup Singh, IGR South, they are performing, the musical band is performing a special band show right now here.
Titled Operation Sindoor, not just a mission, a message. The event honored the spirit of unity, sacrifice and strategic success. The musical tribute captivated the audience, resonating with pride and national fervor.
You can read on the slide there. It was not a mission. It was a message to the world that Indian Armed Forces are ready to face any eventuality, to face any threat from anyone. And nobody dared raise any eye towards the safety and security of our great country.
The celebration stood as a powerful reminder of the armed forces' dedication to peace and sovereignty in the region.
It's time for a quick break, viewers. On the other side, Abhay's father has written to the Kolkata Police Commissioner alleging that the assault on his wife by police personnel is unpardonable during the march to the State Secretariat on August 9th. We'll get you all that and much more. Stay tuned.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा। रूंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रूंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
Hi guys, just wanted to tell you that Republic Media Sports, our 4 sports, is not just about sport. It's about heart, discipline and untold dreams. Stories that need national stage. And I fully support this initiative and invite you all to be a part of this. So stay tuned for our 4 sports and let's cheer together.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Pakistan's de facto military super commander Asim Munir made some serious threats against India and the world. On his second trip to the US in as many months, Munir was quoted saying, "We are a nuclear nation. If we think we are going down, we'll take half the world down with us." In hindsight, it is important for the world to have a greater understanding of Pakistan's nuclear capabilities. According to the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute, SIPRI, 2025...
इतना बड़ा मुद्दा है, इतना एलिगेशन चुनाव आयोग पे लग गया है, तो इलेक्शन कमिश्नर क्या मौनी बाबा बने हुए हैं? यू शुड कम एंड एड्रेस द नेशन. आप एविडेंस दीजिए कि हम लोग झूठ बोल रहे हैं.
Tejasvi Yadav has intensified his attack on the Election Commission, challenging the poll panel to issue a clear statement on opposition's allegations of vote theft. Kalyan Dombivli Municipal Corporation's order banning the sale of meat on independent states has triggered a political row with leaders from the opposition slamming it as an attack on people's food choices. Abhaya's father has written to the Kolkata Police Commissioner alleging that the assault on his wife by police personnel during the march to the State Secretariat on August 9.
पानी बंद करने की धमकी देते हो तो ये बात जहन में रखना कि पाकिस्तान की एक बूंद भी तुम पाकिस्तान से छीन नहीं सकते. उस खुदाए बुजुर्गों बरतर की कसम है कि अगर तुमने ये हरकत की तो दोबारा तुम्हें वो सबक सिखाएंगे कि तुम कानों को हाथ लगाओगे.
After Asim Munir, Bilawal Bhutto and now Shehbaz Sharif joins Pakistan's empty thread parade. Big update in Pune Porsche case. Police moved squad to try teenage adult. ED sent summons to Suresh Raina in betting app case. Minor dispute over vehicle parking turns violent in new motorbikes. Shops torched, dozens injured. Viewers, well, I'm breaking up Shivangi Shukla, getting you the latest coming in. Getting some back-to-back breaking updates coming in. The BJP has put up a post alleging electoral violations and Sonia Gandhi's questionable voter registration, viewers. So we'll go to that breaking right now, where they say that the BJP has said Sonia Gandhi's stirred with India's voter list is riddled with glaring violations of electoral law. Her name first appeared on the rolls in 1980, 3 years before she became an Indian citizen, and while she still held Italian citizenship. So this is what we see right now, viewers. Back-to-back coverage coming in here, Republic TV, where clearly the BJP has hit out at the opposition's protest and has alleged that the former Congress chief Sonia Gandhi herself violated electoral law back in the 1980s. So that is the post that you see on your screens. It's been posted by Amit Malviya, and he says that Sonia Gandhi's stirred with India's voters list is riddled with glaring violations of electoral law. This perhaps explains Rahul Gandhi's fondness for regularizing ineligible and illegal voters and his opposition to the special intensive revision. Let's go straight across to my colleague who's joining us right now on Republic TV. We are getting joined by Kancha. Kancha, as the opposition is creating a ruckus over SIR, we are seeing that Amit Malviya, the BJP, has put a post up. In that post, it shows Sonia Gandhi registered as an Italian. Now, this is a very old post which has come out. If you could just take our viewers through the latest coming in.
Well, absolutely. You see, there's a twist in the voter theft charge that was leveled by Rahul Gandhi last week. In fact, now Bharatiya Janata Party has come out and given this claim, this proof to substantiate this their claim. And this is the electoral roll of a New Delhi constituency of 1980. And now what the Bharatiya Janata Party has said, that Sonia Gandhi, in fact, became a part of the voter list 3 years before she got the citizenship. And another claim is that in 1980, her name entered while still holding the Italian citizenship. And this is the document that they have shown to substantiate this. On, in fact, 388, Sonia Gandhi has been mentioned. Husband Rajiv Gandhi's name is mentioned, and in fact, her age 35 is mentioned. And this is what the proof Bharatiya Janata Party has given. And they have mentioned that this is a photocopy of the extract from electoral roll of 1980, indicating that Mrs. Sonia was a voter when she did not even acquire the citizenship of India. In fact, as far as Bharatiya Janata Party is concerned, they went on to say that later she was removed from the voter list, and in 1982 once again her name was added by the then government. There was a whole lot of outcry, after which her name was deleted, and then in 1983 her name was re-entered, but by that time also she was not the citizen of the country. She became citizen on April 30th, 1983. So her name entered the electoral roll twice. There was an outcry, it was deleted, but all this was before she became the citizen of the country. And this is a big charge that has come in from the Bharatiya Janata Party, and a big claim, and for which they have also given a proof of the electoral roll of New Delhi constituency dating back to 1980. And you can see on the serial number 388, name of Sonia Gandhi's in fact mentioned. And in fact, the big claim that has come from Bharatiya Janata Party is that she became part of the voter list. And how can she become part of the voter list without getting the citizenship of the India? And then it was deleted after outcry. 1983, once again it was added. Twice it was added to the voter list before she became the citizen of the country. Now, this is a big charge that has come from the Bharatiya Janata Party. Congress Party completely remains silent on this. So it remains to be seen when Congress Party and what their response will be on this big claim.
All right, and let's go straight across to Mr. Majinder Singh Sirsa, who's joining us right now on Republic TV. Mr. Sirsa, if you could just take our viewers through, what the BJP is saying about this. The BJP is already, Malviya has put a post up and is asking, we are not even asking why it took her 15 years after marrying Rajiv Gandhi to accept Indian citizenship, and is calling that entire electoral process which happened when we saw what Akansha was talking about as a malpractice. Now, this is coming in, viewers, as the BJP has questioned Sonia Gandhi's voter registration, which was from a very long time back. And the attack from the BJP is coming amid the ongoing controversy of Election Commission's special intensive revision of the electoral rolls in Bihar ahead of the assembly elections. So these are some back-to-back comments coming in here. Remember that the opposition parties have alleged that the SIR process is being used to unjustly remove or disenfranchise legitimate voters in the state, especially those from the marginalized communities. At the back of this, we see the BJP questioning Sonia Gandhi's voter registration. Now, there's a post which has been put up by Amit Malviya, where he's saying Sonia Gandhi sits with India's voters list is riddled with glaring violations of electoral law. This perhaps explains Rahul Gandhi's fondness for regularizing ineligible and illegal voters and his opposition to the special intensive revision. That's what Malviya said in his post, and he's pointed out how the electoral rolls of 1980 shows Sonia Gandhi listed as a voter, adding that she was not an Indian citizen at that time. So it's a detailed post on X along with a photocopy of the extract from the electoral rolls of 1980. And Malviya says that Sonia's name appeared in the voter list 3 years before she officially became an Indian citizen. I repeat, 3 years before she officially became an Indian citizen. According to the Section 16 of the Representation of the People Act 1950, a person who is not a citizen of India is disqualified for registration in an electoral roll. So back to what's coming in here, viewers, on Republic TV. and we'll try to get some more BJP reactions on this, because this is a huge allegation which has been made by the BJP. Let's go back to Akansha joining us right now. Akansha, yes, we're talking about... okay, we'll go back to Akansha in a short while from now, but we're seeing that already the BJP has called and asked why it took Sonia Gandhi's 15 years after marrying Rajiv Gandhi to accept Indian citizenship, calling out this blatant electoral malpractice. All right, let's move ahead to some of the other stories tracking here at Republic TV. Election Commission of India has summoned West Bengal Chief Secretary Manoj Pant to appear before it in New Delhi today evening to explain why an FIR was not registered against 5 officials accused of preparing a list comprising of fake voters despite the Commission's directive to do so. The Commission had also directed a Chief Secretary to suspend the 5 officials in connection with alleged fraudulent registration of 127 voters using forged documents in the Bariopur, Purba and Moyona Assembly constituency. So back-to-back updates coming here on Republic TV, where we are learning that the Bengal Chief Secretary has been summoned. And I want to go straight across to my colleague who will help us give a context to this story. EC summons Bengal Chief Secretary to Delhi for no FIR against 5 officials over fake voters. Yes, let's go to you, Kishore.
He's going to Delhi today to meet the Central Election Commission. Now, the fact of the matter is, there was clear evidence against West Bengal government employees who are acting as EROs and data entry operators, who were in fact included in the whole process mechanism of including names in the voter list. They were manipulating with the list. The Election Commission has clear evidence and allegation about that. And the instruction was that the Chief Secretary needed to suspend these officers and to lodge a FIR against them. But instead, the state government, in fact, the Chief Secretary himself wrote a letter, Manoj Pant wrote a letter to the Election Commission saying that these measures are very harsh and it will demoralize the employees. So this is not the way to be done, because the Election Commission has instructed the Chief Secretary and did not ask for his suggestions. Now the Election Commission has summoned the Chief Secretary of West Bengal, Manoj Pant. He will be meeting today and we will see what measures or actions are taken on him by the Election Commission.
That's right. Kishore, we're getting all these updates coming in. It's a flashpoint in the ongoing tussle between Mamata Banerjee government and the Election Commission. This is the latest flashpoint coming in.
Well, Mamata Banerjee on a public platform was speaking against the Election Commission. She was saying that from her party program, she was saying that we will gherao the Election Commission if SIR is conducted in West Bengal. She has said on record that I won't allow the Election Commission to remove even single name from the voter list of West Bengal. But we know that there are so many fake voters, dead voters or infiltrators in the list, as we saw in Bihar. So, and the question is whether she has a way to stop SIR. She does not have the right to.
Absolutely. Thank you for joining us there, Kishore. With all those details, I'll be coming back to you for more. Let's move ahead right now. Former Bihar Deputy CM and Leader of Opposition Tejasvi Yadav has upped the ante against the Election Commission over the SIR exercise. Let's listen into this report.
SIR का मामला जो है सुप्रीम कोर्ट में चल रहा है और कल तो जिन लोगों की SIR के बाद मृत्यु लिस्ट में नाम था, उन लोगों को जिंदा जो है अदालत में पेश भी किया गया कि वोट की डकैती पुरजोर तरीके से हो रही है। अब जब खुलासा होने लगा है तो बीजेपी की बोलती बंद है। लेकिन पहले बीजेपी का एक फॉर्मूला होता था चुनाव हराने का, CBI, ED, इनकम टैक्स को लगाया जाता था। जब ये सब बेकार हो गई एजेंसियां, तो इलेक्शन कमीशन को जो है आगे जो है किया जा रहा है।
Coming up, Bhaya's father has written to the Kolkata Police Commissioner alleging that the assault on his wife by police personnel during a march to the State Secretariat on August 9th.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला स्टर करो पुदीना चटनी तैयार MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला MDH
Pakistan's de facto military super commander Asim Munir made some serious threats against India and the world. On his second trip to the US in as many months, Munir was quoted saying, "We are a nuclear nation. If we think we are going down, we'll take half the world down with us." In hindsight, it is important for the world to have a greater understanding of Pakistan's nuclear capabilities. According to the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute (SIPRI) 2025 yearbook, as of January, Pakistan's nuclear weapons armory was estimated to be somewhere around 170 nuclear warheads, a figure unchanged from the previous year. The country has continued developing a nuclear triad comprising aircraft capable of delivering nuclear gravity bombs, ground-launched ballistic and cruise missiles, and sea-launched cruise missiles, SLCMs intended for submarine deployment. The SIPRI report states that Pakistan is developing multiple new delivery systems, suggesting that its arsenal could expand in the next decade. Pakistan's Shaheen 3 is considered its most advanced ballistic missile. Shaheen boasts a range of 2,750 kilometers. This capability allows it to strike targets across the entirety of India if used in such a scenario. Alongside the Shaheen 3 is the Ababil missile, which introduces the potential for multiple independently targetable re-entry vehicles. This feature could allow it to deliver multiple warheads to distinct targets, posing a significant challenge to missile defense systems when deployed. Pakistan's missile arsenal is still limited to its immediate neighbors. Global Reach claims that Asim Munir's claim of half the world, for example, exaggerates capabilities. With a 2,750 kilometer range, the Shaheen 3 can target all of India and portions of the Middle East, but it cannot reach North America, East Asia, or Western Europe. The 2,200 kilometer range Ababil is still under development and has unproven MIRV capabilities. Regional and combat tasks are served by shorter range systems such as the Fatah 2, 400 kilometers hypersonic, Shaheen 2, 1,500 to 2,000 kilometers, and Ghauri 2, over 2,000 kilometers. The SIPRI report claims that Pakistan is attempting to develop a sea-based nuclear force in order to achieve a credible second strike capability. Tested in 2017 and 2018, the Babur 3 SLCM is intended to equip the 3 Agosta 90B diesel-electric submarines of the Pakistan Navy. Once operational, this capability would complete Pakistan's nuclear triad.
Getting some big breaking news coming in. A major development in the murder case of retired DGP Om Prakash. The Bengaluru Police have submitted a detailed 1,150-page charge sheet to court. Investigation has given a clean chit to his daughter Kritika. However, the charge sheet has been filed against his wife Pallavi, with investigators concluding that the murder stemmed from a property dispute. Pallavi allegedly fatally stabbed Om Prakash with a kitchen knife at the HSR layout residence on April 20th. Key scientific evidence includes bloodstains, fingerprints on the knife, and traces of blood on the wall support the charges against her. So, wife has been named in that charge sheet, viewers. A big development coming in the murder case of retired DGP Om Prakash. Let's move ahead right now to some of the other stories we're tracking here in Republic TV. Starting with Bharat in 2 minutes, Rajasthan police arrested a DRDO guest house Manager named Mahendra Prasad in Jaisalmer on the charges of spying for Pakistani intelligence agency ISI and sending confidential and strategic information of the country across the border to Pakistan through social media. A case has been registered under Official Secrets Act 1923 and he will be produced in court where he will be taken on remand and for further questioning. Media officials raid the House of Congress MLA Satish Sel, who represents the Ankola Assembly constituency. Team of 6 to 7 ED officials, including 2 paramilitary personnel, conducted the raid while the MLA was not at his residence. Dramatic late-night incident. Ballari Patrol Police caught a criminal red-handed while he was attempting to rob an ATM. The suspect was overpowered on the spot. A daring and intense moment when the officer nabbed the thief was captured on CCTV. The apprehended accused has been identified as Venkatesh from Andhra Pradesh's Anantapur. Incident took place at the Axis Bank ATM in Ballari. At least 10 people, including children and women, were killed and several others injured when their pickup van collided with a truck on the Dausa-Mahoharpur highway in the wee hours of Wednesday. The victims were returning after offering prayers at Khatu Sham temple.
रात्रि में 3:30 से 4:30 के बीच में एक एक्सीडेंट होने की सूचना थी, जिसमें कुछ दर्शनार्थी थे जो खाटू श्याम मंदिर से आ रहे थे। तो वहाँ पर एक ट्रेलर के साथ कंटेनर के साथ एक्सीडेंट हुआ है, जिसमें अभी तक 10 कैजुअलिटीज बताई जा रही है और अराउंड लगभग 7-8 लोग हैं वो SMS हॉस्पिटल में रेफर किए गए। बाकी जो चीज़ें हैं वो भी मौका विधि पर जांच के उपरांत ही बताई जा सकती है। कहाँ के लोग थे, कहाँ जा रहे थे? यूपी के लोग थे, एटा के, और अभी तक जितना पता चल रहा है कि खाटू श्याम से वापस अपने घर पर जाएंगे।
Much coming up, a disturbing incident in Karnataka's Mandya. Pack of stray dogs attacked 2 young girls aged 7 and 8 years while they were playing outside their home. And former Indian cricketer Suresh Raina appeared before ED in New Delhi in the illegal betting app case. Stay tuned, viewers. We are live and breaking.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये ही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा।
Being a legend means reaching a point where no one else has. To give others a dream worth chasing. 10 years of Creta, legend forever.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Pakistan's de facto military super commander Asim Munir made some serious threats against India and the world. On his second trip to the US in as many months, Munir was quoted saying, "We are a nuclear nation. If we think we are going down, we'll take half the world down."
This is Republic Jack Olivall Studio. Stay tuned for all the breaking news and updates. I'm Akanksha Khajuria. Let's get started.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
Pakistan's de facto military super commander, Asim Munir, made some serious threats against India and the world. On his second trip to the US in as many months, Munir was quoted saying, "We are a nuclear nation. If we think we are going down, we'll take half the world down with us." In hindsight, it is important for the world to have a greater understanding of Pakistan's nuclear capabilities. According to the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute (SIPRI) 2025 yearbook, as of January, Pakistan's nuclear weapons armory was estimated to be somewhere around 170 nuclear warheads, a figure unchanged from the previous year. The country has continued developing a nuclear triad comprising aircraft capable of delivering nuclear gravity bombs, ground-launched ballistic and cruise missiles, and sea-launched cruise missiles, SLCMs intended for submarine deployment. The SIPRI report states that Pakistan is developing multiple new delivery systems, suggesting that its arsenal could expand in the next decade. Pakistan's Shaheen 3 is considered its most advanced ballistic missile. Shaheen boasts a range of 2,750 kilometers. This capability allows it to strike targets across the entirety of India if used in such a scenario.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Republic TV with me, Akanksha Khajure. In fact, Republic Media Network proudly brings to you the third edition of Nationalist Collective Conclave, a powerful gathering of minds united by one mission, that is nation first. Defense veteran, former diplomats and thought leaders take the center stage with the promise to build a global community of committed Indians who stand for the nation. Let's get started with headlines. In a disturbing incident in Karnataka's Mandya district, a pack of stray dogs attacked two young girls aged 7 and 8 years old respectively while they were playing outside their home. Former Indian cricketer Suresh Raina has appeared before ED in New Delhi in the illegal betting app case. ED's crackdown in the online betting app case continues after actor Prakash Raj, actress Manchu Lakshmi has now appeared before the ED in the betting app promotion case. Kalyan Dombivli Municipal Corporation order banning the sale of meat on Independence Day has triggered a political row with the leaders from the opposition party slamming it as an attack on the people's food choices. In Calcutta, Abhiya's father has written to the police commissioner claiming that the assault on his wife by the police personnel during the march to the state secretariat on August 9th.
कि अगर तुम हमारा पानी बंद करने की धमकी देते हो तो ये बात ज़हन में रखना कि पाकिस्तान की एक बूंद भी तुम पाकिस्तान से छीन नहीं सकते। उस खुदाए बुजुर्गों बरतर की कसम है कि अगर तुमने ये हरकत की तो दोबारा तुम्हें वो सबक सिखाएंगे कि तुम कानों को हाथ लगाओगे।
After Asim Munir and Bilawal Bhutto, now Shahbaz Sharif has joined Pakistan's empty thread parade. Let's start with the breaking news coming in. As far as the street dog menace is concerned, observation that has come in from the Supreme Court. Let's tell you more about that. The Chief Justice of India, B.R. Gawai, has assured a relook at the ban on stray dogs on the streets of Delhi NCR amid a total uproar from several quarters of the society, and the top court, in fact, ordered shifting all the stray dogs from residential localities to shelter. And this, in fact, massive order was given on Monday in view of the rising dog bites and rabies cases, drawing mixed reaction from the society. In fact, what we're learning today is that a matter relating to the stray dog was mentioned before the Chief Justice of India, and the petition was filed by an organization named Conference for Human Rights in 2024, which had challenged a Delhi High Court order in its PIL seeking direction for sterilization and vaccination of the dog community. Now, during this hearing, what we're learning that the council mentioned the matter. The Chief Justice pointed out that another bench has already passed an order in relation to the stray dog, while alluding to the order that had come in on Monday as far as the relocation of the street dog is concerned and a ban on street dogs on the streets of Delhi NCR is concerned. The Chief Justice of India was referring to the order that was passed on Monday. We're learning that the council in this case then referred to the order passed by the bench led by J.K. Maheshwari in May 2024, whereby the petition relating to the stray dog issue was relegated to the respective High Court. We're learning that during this, B.R. Gawai, who's the Chief Justice of India, said that, quote unquote, I will look into this. Let me go across to my colleague Aditya, who's been tracking these details very closely. Aditya, we're learning that Chief Justice of India has assured a relook into the ban on stray dogs in Delhi NCR. What more are you learning? What happened during this hearing today?
Well, the first matter was mentioned before the Supreme Court at the bench of CJI today, after which the CJI made two observations. First, that the order has already been passed by the Supreme Court, and second, he will look into the matter. Now, what's the ahead? The first, the bench of CJI will now list the matter for further hearing, and they are likely to revise the order if arguments prevail. So in this case today, what actually happened was, first the matter was mentioned, after which the Supreme Court, the bench of CJI, said that the order has already been passed by the another bench, and now the registrar of the Supreme Court will relist the matter for further hearing, after which we can have a order of Monday can be revised or can be upheld as it is. Now, it totally depends on the argument on the day of hearing, which is not yet been disclosed. It will be done after the registrar sets the matter for hearing, and then we can have a final order on whether the CJI upholds or whether the CJI revised the Monday's order.
Absolutely. In fact, Aditya, stay on with us. We have a reaction coming in from ex-Union Minister Vijay Goyal. He has welcomed the Supreme Court order on the ban of stray dogs. Listen to what he said.
मेनका गांधी 3 लाख नहीं बोल रही हैं, उनके जितने एनिमल लवर्स हैं 10 लाख बोल रहे हैं जी। तो मैं समझता हूं कुत्तों की संख्या बहुत बड़ी है, वो कम करके बता रही हैं, तो जाहिर तौर के ऊपर बात है, अगर हम इनको शेल्टर होम में नहीं भेजेंगे तो ये काटते रहेंगे जी।
सर, आप 2 साल से नो डॉग्स ऑन स्ट्रीट की पॉलिसी पे को प्रोपेगेट कर रहे हैं। अब सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने इतना बड़ा डिसीजन दिया है, आपको क्या लगता है इस जजमेंट पे कब तक एक्शन लिया जाएगा, कब तक ग्राउंड पे एक्शन?
शुरू हो गया है, कुत्तों को पकड़ना शुरू कर दिया गया है और उनको 6 हफ्ते में बताना है कि अब तक उन्होंने क्या क्या एक्शन किया है जी। मेनका गांधी 3 लाख नहीं बोल रही हैं, उनके जितने एनिमल लवर्स हैं 10 लाख बोल रहे हैं जी। तो मैं समझता हूं कुत्तों की संख्या बहुत बड़ी है, वो कम करके बता रही हैं, तो जाहिर तौर के ऊपर बात है, अगर हम इनको शेल्टर होम में नहीं भेजेंगे तो ये काटते रहेंगे जी।
सर, आप 2 साल से नो डॉग्स ऑन स्ट्रीट की पॉलिसी पे को प्रोपेगेट कर रहे हैं। अब सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने इतना बड़ा डिसीजन दिया है, आपको क्या लगता है इस जजमेंट पे कब तक एक्शन लिया जाएगा, कब तक ग्राउंड पे एक्शन?
शुरू हो गया है, कुत्तों को पकड़ना शुरू कर दिया गया है और उनको 6 हफ्ते में बताना है कि अब तक उन्होंने क्या क्या एक्शन किया है जी।
Now, focus to another breaking news coming in from the Supreme Court. We're learning that the top court has cancelled the bail of double Olympic medalist Sushil Kumar, the prime accused in the murder of a junior national wrestling champion Sagar Dhankar. The top court has also asked him to surrender himself within a week. So this is a big setback for Sushil Kumar, and this is in relation with a murder case of a former junior national wrestling champion Sagar Dhankar. Remember, this case happened a few years back, and what we're learning is that his bail has been cancelled. A bench of justices set aside the March 4 order of the Delhi High Court granting bail to the wrestler. Now he's been asked to surrender within 1 week. Let me once again go back to our colleague Aditya, who's been tracking this story very closely. Aditya, tell us what happened in this case. We're learning that this is a big setback for Sushil Kumar as he's been asked to surrender within 1 week, and this is in relation to the murder case in which he's the accused.
Well, in this case, today the Supreme Court has set aside the March order of the Delhi High Court. In this case, what actually happened in the court today, the counsel from the complainant has argued that the March order of the Delhi High Court were, and I quote, erroneous. And that erroneous order from the High Court must be set aside on the ground, the first, that whenever he's out from the bail, he's in a very much position to influence the witnesses, and the trial is already in process. So when he's out, he can actually manipulate the trial. He can weak the prosecution's part. He can actually make sure that the trial, which is ongoing, should not be conducted by the way it should be. Or after all which point were raised by today in the Supreme Court has set aside the order. So today, what the major argument was, the first, if he is out on bail, he is in a very much of a position to influence the trial. And second, whenever he was out from the bail in the last 3 years, he has done it. This was argued by the complainant, after which the Supreme Court set aside the March order granting bail, and now the court has asked him to surrender within a week.
Absolutely a big setback for the Olympian medalist Sushil Kumar there. He's been asked to surrender in the jail within 1 week. His bail has been cancelled in connection with the murder case. Thanks so much, Aditya, for all the details. We'll keep coming back to you for more on this. For now, we're shifting our focus to the state of Karnataka. We're learning that K.N. Rajana's supporters once again today have started protests in Tumkur in Karnataka, claiming that there's a conspiracy behind his removal from the ministry. And they also want the Chief Minister and the High Command here in the national capital to reconsider their decision. So we will be showing you those visuals of the protest that is currently underway in the state of Karnataka. On the right hand side of your screen, you can see several supporters of K.N. Rajana. They have come to the ground and they are protesting. They want the Chief Minister to reconsider his resignation, and also High Command. An appeal is also being made to the High Command as well. Now remember, day before yesterday, Karnataka Minister K.N. Rajana was ousted by the Congress party. Rahul Gandhi wanted him out, and there could be a further action against him as well. And as a repercussion of that, we can see on our screen massive protests there in the state of Karnataka. The supporters there are demanding that his ousting, his resignation should be reconsidered by the Karnataka Chief Minister and also by the High Command as well. Now remember, he had stepped down after he levelled allegation against his own party. There was Congress working versus Congress, and the allegation that Election Commission, in fact, that the Congress party in Karnataka knew about the voter malfunction, the irregularities, but they did not take any action. And hours after that comment that had come in from the minister, K.N. Rajana, he had to step down. We're learning that Rahul Gandhi wanted him out. Let me go across to my colleague Abhishek, who's been keeping a track of this story very closely. Abhishek, tell us about these protests that are currently underway in the state of Karnataka, what their demands are as far as the ouster of K.N. Rajana is concerned.
Akanksha, the very own and the very primary demand of the followers of K.N. Rajana is that he has to be reconsidered into the cabinet of Karnataka state government. They are also demanding that CM Siddaramaiah give a proper answer and justification as to why Rajana was sacked from the cabinet. On the other hand, the protest has come down to the second day. Yesterday, we've seen various protesters who were stopping the buses, the movement of buses. They also poured kerosene on themselves to set them ablaze. On the other hand, they also forcibly closed the shops which were open, showing their love and support towards Rajana. On the other hand, they were also angered against the Karnataka state government's decision. Today marks the second day of the protest. Over 3,000 people have assembled in various other parts of Tumkuru, and they are supposed to start a march towards the DC office to show their anger against the Karnataka state government and also to show their love and support towards K.N. Rajana. The SP and the ASP have already reached various other spots. They've already been patrolling the locations to make sure that the situation wouldn't go out of hand at this point of time. On the other hand, KN Rajana had wrote a letter to the families and the fans or his followers claiming that he has seen many ups and downs in the last 40 years of his political career. So he also requested and demanded that people wouldn't take law into their hand, and he will obviously have a private conversation with his fans in the next couple of days, and also he will let them know what his next move with respect to the politics might be. So we will have to see how this proceeds in the next couple of hours. Akanksha.
Absolutely. So the internal rift in the Congress party is out and open. Thank you so much, Abhishek, for all the details. We'll keep coming back to you for more on this. Now, shifting our focus with Independence Day just around the corner, the tricolors flying high across the nation, not just the buildings and monuments, but at every doorstep. The 4th edition of Har Ghar Tiranga campaign is seeing unprecedented participation from the top leaders to everyday citizens as well. Watch this.
Union Home Minister Amit Shah, along with his wife Sonal Shah, hoisted the tricolour at their residence in Delhi, joining the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign. Their home, adorned with saffron white and green, stood as a proud tribute to the national spirit. From Uttar Pradesh to Gujarat, chief ministers including Yogi Adityanath, Bhupendra Patel, Shivraj Singh Chauhan and others unfurled the national flag at their residences, echoing the message of unity from every corner of the country. The campaign also saw vibrant participation at the grassroots level, from Tiranga rallies in Shopian, Jammu and Kashmir and Ranchi, Jharkhand, to spirited bike rallies in Puducherry and Odisha. The 4th edition of Har Ghar Tiranga has turned into a people's movement, with over 5 lakh youth volunteers joining in reigniting patriotic fervour ahead of the 79th Independence Day.
To the illegal betting app case, we are learning that the former cricketer Suresh Raina has appeared before the ED for questioning and connection with the alleged money laundering case linked to the illegal betting application. And meanwhile, ED heat continues on the Southern Stars after actor Prakash Raj. Actress Manchu Lakshmi has been summoned by the ED for promoting the illegal betting apps as well. But let's first talk about the former Indian cricketer Suresh Raina. In fact, just a while back, he appeared before the ED office for questioning in connection with the money laundering case linked to the illegal betting app. And name of the app is 1xBet, in which he will be, in fact, questioned today. He is, in fact, believed to be associated with the app through certain endorsement and is being examined under the PMLAs. What we're learning. Let me go across to my colleague Aishwarya, who's been tracking this story from outside the ED headquarters. Aishwarya, tell us about the line of questioning as far as the illegal betting app case is concerned. Today, 2 prominent personalities have been summoned. Firstly is Suresh Raina and another in Hyderabad is Manchu Lakshmi. Give us more details on this.
Yes, Kamsha, this ED crackdown on illegal betting apps. Today, Lakshmi Manchu and Suresh Raina were summoned by the ED. It is said that they are being questioned for several hours on the financial transactions, on the contracts they might have signed with the betting apps, and based on several complaints that people have raised, saying that these celebrities promoting these betting apps actually authenticates these betting apps, leading to people losing several crores. So, crackdown on this illegal betting apps, ED is summoned Lakshmi Manchu. She is the 4th actress to be summoned in the South after Vijay Devarkonda, Prakash Raj and Rana, who were earlier summoned. They were also questioned for several hours, and it is expected that Lakshmi Manchu will also be questioned several hours, and her bank statements and financial transactions will also be looked into it.
Absolutely. Also, let me go across to my colleague Akhil, who's coming live to us from the ED headquarters in the national capital. Akhil, you're there where Suresh Raina, in fact, appeared before ED just a while back. What will be the line of questioning as far as his alleged involvement in this case is concerned?
Well, that's right. If you see earlier this morning, what we have seen that at around 11 a.m., former Indian team cricketer Suresh Raina has arrived at the Enforcement Directorate, where his statement will be recorded by the ED officials in connection with the 1x betting app scam case, in which what we have seen that earlier in the past, several key personalities, including several actors, which include Rana Daggubati as well. And what we have seen that his statement was recorded back on Monday itself, because earlier, if you see, initially the ED has called him on July 23rd, but he has not appeared at that point in time. Then it was rescheduled, and then he again appeared on Monday when his statement was recorded before the ED. And if you see earlier, what we have seen that an FIR has already been registered with the Telangana Police, in which 25 key prominent names have come out in 1x betting app case. And in this case, what we have seen that former Indian cricketer Suresh Raina's name has also come forward. So right now, it is very likely that the ED officials will be questioning Suresh Raina on the line of the source of that part of income, and basically who was the third party from where Suresh Raina was getting money, and what was his involvement, and what was his link to this 1x betting app case. So all those angles will be probed into by the ED officials, and they will be questioning him on that line, and after that his statement will be recorded at the ED headquarters.
Absolutely. So this is a big crackdown by the Enforcement Directorate as far as the illegal betting app is concerned. Thanks so much, Ishwarya and Akhil, for all the details. In fact, keep tracking this very crucial story very closely for us. And with this, we're taking a very short break. Coming up on the other side, Kalyan and Dombivli Municipal Corporation has ordered the banning of the sale of meat on Independence Day. And this has triggered a political row with the leaders from the opposition slamming it as an attack on people's food choices. We'll tell you more about this story, and also about how in Calcutta, Abhya's father has written to the police commissioner alleging that his wife was assaulted by the police personnel. Remember, last week while they were marching to the state secretariat on August 9. We'll track these two stories and get you more details on this as well after this very short break. Stay with us.
Amity is proud to announce the commencement of its 12th university in India, Amity University, Hyderabad. At the prime location of AeroCity Hyderabad Airport, has a strong focus on high-end research with brilliant students and distinguished faculty who share our mission to change the world together. To apply for this year's session, visit amity.edu/Hyderabad.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Pakistan's de facto military super commander Asim Munir made some serious threats against India and the world. On his second trip to the US in as many months, Munir was quoted saying, "We are a nuclear nation. If we think we are going down, we'll take half the world down with us." In hindsight, it is important for the world to have a greater understanding of Pakistan's nuclear capabilities. According to the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute, SIPRI, 2025 yearbook, as of January, Pakistan's nuclear weapons armory was estimated to be somewhere around 170 nuclear warheads, a figure unchanged from the previous year. The country has continued developing a nuclear triad comprising aircraft capable of delivering nuclear gravity bombs, ground-launched ballistic and cruise missiles, and sea-launched cruise missiles, SLCMs intended for submarine deployment. The SIPRI report states that Pakistan is developing multiple new delivery systems, suggesting that its arsenal could expand in the next decade. Pakistan's Shaheen-3 is considered its most advanced ballistic missile. Shaheen boasts a range of 2,750 kilometers. This capability allows it to strike targets across the entirety of India if used in such a scenario. Alongside the Shaheen-3 is the Ababil missile, which introduces the potential for multiple independently targetable re-entry vehicles. This feature could allow it to deliver multiple warheads to distinct targets, posing a significant challenge to missile defense systems when deployed. Pakistan's missile arsenal is still limited to its immediate neighbors. Global Reach claims that Asim Munir's claim of half the world, for example, exaggerates capabilities. With a 2,750 kilometer range, the Shaheen-3 can target all of India and portions of the Middle East, but it cannot reach North America, East Asia or Western Europe. The 2,200 kilometer range Ababil is still under development and has unproven MIRV capabilities. Regional and combat tasks are served by shorter range systems such as the Fatah 2, 400 kilometers hypersonic, Shaheen 2, 1,500 to 2,000 kilometers, and Ghauri 2, over 2,000 kilometers. The SIPRI report claims that Pakistan is attempting to develop a sea-based nuclear force in order to achieve a credible second strike capability. Tested in 2017 and 2018, the Babur 3 SLCM is intended to equip the 3 Agosta 90B diesel-electric submarines of the Pakistan Navy. Once operational, this capability would complete Pakistan's nuclear triad. The precise yields of Pakistan's warhead remain unknown. Nuclear tests conducted in 1998 showed a maximum output of about 12 kilotons. There is no publicly available proof of two-stage thermonuclear designs, but it is likely that boosted fission weapons with higher yields have since been created. Asim Munir, who is also supposedly gunning for the nation's supreme leadership, is not the only one threatening India with war. Regarding the suspension of the long-standing Indus Water Treaty, Pakistani politician Bilawal Bhutto also threatened India with war on Monday, claiming that New Delhi's actions had caused great damage to Pakistan and calling on all Pakistanis to unite against Prime Minister Narendra Modi. His warning was issued the day after Munir, Pakistan's military leader, threatened to destroy half the world and warn of a nuclear holocaust if Islamabad was threatened with extinction in a future.
Welcome back. Now shifting our focus to the United States, where Khalistani extremists desecrated a Hindu temple, marking the fourth such incident in less than an year. Watch this report.
Khalistani extremists attacked a Hindu temple in Indiana's Greenwood in the United States, marking the fourth such desecration of the site in less than a year. According to the reports, the Khalistani extremists also sprayed the Hindu temple with anti-India graffiti. Tom Suozzi, member of the Congress representing New York's 3rd Congressional District, also highlighted the incident of hate and intolerance against the Hindu community.
Late Sunday night, vandals defaced the BAPS Sri Swaminarayan Mandir on Long Island with vile hate and bigotry against the Hindu community. I've seen Hindus many times, and many of you have as well, when they place their hands together and they bow and they say namaste. When they do that, they're recognizing the divinity in the person in front of them. They're showing their respect for the person in front of them. We really need to recognize that with all of our fellow human beings, that we're all special, made in God's image, and need to treat each other with more respect. What's happening that we see these acts of vandalism and bigotry and hate happening so often? Is it because of the inflammatory rhetoric we hear all the time? Is it because of the extremism? Is it because of the lack of accountability? What do we need to do to address this problem? Because hate is not the answer. Love is the answer. In the short term, we need to hold vandals and criminals and people who commit hate crimes accountable. We need law enforcement to work to apprehend these criminals, and we need prosecutors to prosecute them, to hold them accountable. Because people can't just say whatever they want, regardless of the impact it has on other human beings. And in the long term, we need to do a much better job educating people about the importance of love.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये ही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
Pakistan's de facto military super commander Asim Munir made some serious threats against India and the world. On his second trip to the US in as many months, Munir was quoted saying, "We are a nuclear nation. If we think we are going down, we'll take half the world down with us." In hindsight, it is important for the world to have a greater understanding of Pakistan's nuclear capabilities. According to the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute (SIPRI) 2025 yearbook, as of January, Pakistan's nuclear weapons armory was estimated to be somewhere around 170 nuclear warheads, a figure unchanged from the previous year. The country has continued developing a nuclear triad comprising aircraft capable of delivering nuclear gravity bombs, ground-launched ballistic and cruise missiles, and sea-launched cruise missiles, SLCMs intended for submarine deployment. The SIPRI report states that Pakistan is developing multiple new delivery systems, suggesting that its arsenal could expand in the next decade. Pakistan's Shaheen 3 is considered its most advanced ballistic missile. Shaheen boasts a range of 2,750 kilometers. This capability allows it to strike targets across the entirety of India if used in such a scenario. Alongside the Shaheen 3 is the Ababil missile, which introduces the potential for multiple independently targetable re-entry vehicles. This feature could allow it to deliver multiple warheads to distinct targets, posing a significant challenge to missile defense systems when deployed. Pakistan's missile arsenal is still limited to its immediate neighbors. Global Reach claims that Asim Munir's claim of half the world, for example, exaggerates capabilities. With a 2,750 kilometer range, the Shaheen 3 can target all of India and portions of the Middle East, but it cannot reach North America, East Asia, or Western Europe. The 2,200 kilometer range Ababil is still under development and has unproven MIRV capabilities. Regional and combat tasks are served by shorter range systems such as the Fatah 2, 400 kilometers hypersonic, Shaheen 2, 1,500 to 2,000 kilometers, and Ghauri 2, over 2,000 kilometers. The SIPRI report claims that Pakistan is attempting to develop a sea-based nuclear force in order to achieve a credible second strike capability. Tested in 2017 and 2018.
Republic Media Network proudly brings you the third edition of the Nationalist Conclave, a powerful gathering of minds united by one mission, nation first. Diplomats, defense veterans, and thought leaders take the stage with the promise to build a global community of committed Indians who stand for the nation. In a disturbing incident in Karnataka's Mandya, a pack of stray dogs attacked two young girls aged 7 and 8 years respectively while they were playing outside of their home. Former Indian cricketer Suresh Raina appeared before the Enforcement Directorate in New Delhi in the illegal betting app case. Enforcement Directorate cracks down in the online betting app case continues after actor Prakash Raj, actress Manju Lakshmi appeared before the ED in a betting app promotion case. Kalyan Dombivli Municipal Corporation orders banning of the sale of meat on Independence Day, which has now triggered a political row with leaders from the opposition slamming it as an attack on the people's choices for their food. Abhaya's father has written a complaint to Kolkata Police Commissioner alleging that the assault on his wife by police personnel during the march to the State Secretariat on August 9th.
तुम हमारा पानी बंद करने की धमकी देते हो तो ये बात ज़हन में रखना कि पाकिस्तान की एक बूंद भी तुम पाकिस्तान से छीन नहीं सकते। उस खुदाए बुजुर्गों बरतर की कसम है कि अगर तुमने ये हरकत की तो दोबारा तुम्हें वो सबक सिखाएंगे कि तुम कानों को हाथ लगाओगे।
After Asim Munir and Bilawal Bhutto, now Pakistani Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif joins Pakistan's empty threat parade on the Indus Water Street. Ladies and gentlemen, more breaking news update coming in. A minor dispute over a vehicle parking in Mundaka village located in Haryana-Rajasthan border of Nuh district has escalated into a violent clash on Monday, leaving dozens injured. People on both sides resorted to stone pelting and glass bottle attacks and arson amongst others. This started with a parking dispute there in Nuh, which eventually blew over into an all-out brawl. At present, the situation continues to remain under control but tense. This started over a minor dispute over a vehicle parking in the Mundaka village located in the Nuh district, which is on the Haryana and Rajasthan border, which escalated into a violent clash. There you can see police officers attempting to control the situation, in which dozens of people were injured. Both sides resulted in stone pelting, and glass bottles were also thrown, and arson was also captured on camera. Those are the visuals coming in from Nuh district, where recent attack of violence was captured over a parking dispute. We'll also bring you the report from ground zero as to what happened exactly in Nuh. But those are two sets of visuals that Republic has exclusively accessed, showing the tensions that remain high in Nuh district after a minor parking dispute resulted into an all-out anarchic situation on the roads. Let's also show you a report from ground zero on what exactly happened in the Nuh district.
घटनास्थल पर इस वक्त मेरी मौजूदगी है। सबसे पहले आप ये तस्वीर देखिए, कल जब हिंसा हुई तो उसके सबूत अभी भी उसी जगह पर, उसी हाईवे पे नूह राजस्थान बॉर्डर पर आपको नजर आ जाएंगे। जली हुई बाइक आप यहाँ पर देख रहे हैं, जिसको कल उपद्रवियों ने आग के हवाले कर दिया। सिर्फ बाइकों में आग लगाई गई, बल्कि आप ये दुकानें देखेंगे, इन दुकानों को पूरे तरीके से तोड़ा गया और इन दुकानों को लूटा भी गया। जिन पत्थरों का, जिन डंडों का इस्तेमाल किया जा रहा था, वो सीसीटीवी कैमरों में आप साफ तौर पर देख रहे हैं। देखिए, ठीक है, सामने दुकान है, सामान आपको लटका हुआ नजर आएगा, लेकिन इसको पूरे तरीके से तोड़ा गया। ना सिर्फ तोड़ा गया, बल्कि उपद्रवियों ने इस दुकान को लूटा भी, और अब कोई भी इस दुकान पर यहाँ पर मौजूद नहीं है। कल की तस्वीरें आप सीसीटीवी में साफ तौर पर देख रहे हैं कि कैसे डंडों का इस्तेमाल किया गया, पत्थरों का इस्तेमाल किया गया, शराब की बोतलें एक दूसरे पर फेंकी गई, उसके सबूत आपको यहाँ पर नजर आ जाएंगे। आप ये देखिए, ये शराब की बोतल आपको यहाँ पर नजर आ जाएगी जो हमले के लिए इस्तेमाल की गई। टूटे हुए कांच आपको इस तरीके से जो पीसेस हैं वो आपको यहाँ पर पड़े हुए नजर आ जाएंगे। और जैसे जैसे मैं आगे चलता जाऊंगा, आप ये देखिए, यहाँ पर भी आगजनी हुई है, पूरी सड़क आपको काली यहाँ पर नजर आ जाएगी। इसी जगह पर जो टायर थे उनको जलाए गए, जो डंडे उनके पास थे, जो बाइक यहाँ पर खड़ी थी उनको जलाया गया। और अगर मेरे विजय आकाश आपको तस्वीर दिखाएं तो आप ये देखते चलिए, बारीक बारीक आपको कांच यहाँ पर नजर आ जाएंगे। और सीसीटीवी कैमरों में जब आप तस्वीरें देख रहे हैं कि कैसे सामने पत्थरबाजी हुई, किस तरीके से सामने बोतल्स फेंकी गई और किस तरीके से उपद्रव हुआ। आप और आगे चलिए, आप ये देखिए, ये छोटी सी जो पंचर की शॉप अमूमन हाईवे पर होती है, जनरेटर बाहर रखा हुआ था, इसी जनरेटर से पेट्रोल निकाला गया और उसके बाद आग के हवाले किया गया। और आप इस दुकान की तस्वीर देखेंगे, पूरे तरीके से राख हो चुकी है। ये देखिए, जो पूरा एक तरीके से स्ट्रेच यहाँ पर था, आपको पूरा काला नजर आएगा। जो वीडियो में आप देख रहे हैं कि टायर जलाए गए, वो टायर दरअसल इसी दुकान से उठाए गए। पुलिस एक तरफ यहाँ पर बैठी हुई है ताकि दोबारा वैसी पैनिक सिचुएशन जो है वो यहाँ पर इकट्ठी ना हो। लेकिन विवाद आखिरकार शुरू हुआ कैसे? विवाद हाईवे पर खड़ी एक गाड़ी को लेकर शुरू हुआ।
My colleague Jatin joins us live from Nuh, where he's reporting. Jatin, what's the situation on the ground at the moment? Has it been brought under control? What's the situation there?
बिल्कुल देखिए सिचुएशन अंडर कंट्रोल है, पुलिस डिप्लॉयमेंट यहाँ पर है और 2 एक्स्ट्रा कंपनी पुलिस की इस पूरे मामले में डिप्लॉय की गई है। लेकिन चश्मदीदों से जब हम बात कर रहे हैं तो वो बता रहे हैं कि किस तरीके से मस्जिद से अनाउंसमेंट किया गया, और वो मस्जिद दरअसल आप ये घर देख रहे हैं, इस घर के पीछे वो मस्जिद है जिसपे तमाम वो स्पीकर लगे हुए हैं। एलिगेशन ये है कि मस्जिद से अनाउंसमेंट किया गया, बड़ी संख्या में लोग इकट्ठे होते हैं और उसके बाद की तस्वीर आपने देखी कि आगजनी की गई, बाइकें जली हुई हैं, दुकान में तोड़फोड़ की गई, दुकान पूरे तरीके से लूट ली गई है। लेकिन एक आरोप ये भी लग रहा है कि घरों से पथराव किए गए। और जब हम ये सामने आप घर देख रहे हैं, इस घर की छत पर पहुंचे तो हमने घर की छत पर ईंटें पड़ी देखी, एक क्रेट में बहुत सारी बॉटल्स पड़ी देखी। लेकिन उपद्रव किस तरीके से हुआ वो सीसीटीवी फुटेज में आप साफ तौर पर देख सकते हैं कि कैसे डंडे लिए, हाथ में पत्थर लिए, कांच की बोतलें लिए जो भीड़ है वो इस सड़क पर उतरी थी। और उसके बाद की तस्वीर आप सभी ने देखी कि कैसे यहाँ पर उपद्रव हुआ। आप ये तस्वीर देखिए, पूरे तरीके से जली हुई सड़कें आपको यहाँ पर नजर आ जाएंगी और तस्वीरें आपको यहाँ पर है। और साथ ही आपको ये भी मैं बता दूं कि वो मस्जिद की तस्वीरें भी आपको इस तरफ
And ladies and gentlemen, those are the visuals coming in from the New district where earlier today a parking dispute resulted into a violent situation where 2 groups clashed. Stone pelting was reported at that place, even glass bottles hurled and arson incidents were also reported. All of it was captured on camera. At the moment, 2 companies of police have been deployed in the area. The situation continues to remain tense but under control of the local administration as a recent incident now of violence once again emerging from the New district, which is on the Haryana and Rajasthan border. We'll be closely tracking these developments, ladies and gentlemen. Moving on to more breaking news update coming in from the state of Karnataka. Meanwhile, pro-Hindu activists and BJP supporters and the devotees of Dharmasthala are staging massive protests again across multiple districts condemning the alleged derogatory remarks and misinformation against the sacred temple town. In Chikmagalur, now 2,000 devotees from various parts of the district came together for a 2-kilometer long march from the Taluk office to the Azad Park, singing devotional hymns and beating the drums. Hundreds of women also participated, condemning what they called a conspiracy to malign the Dharmasthala town. This comes amid a massive crackdown over a crime nexus that has emerged in Dharmasthala over mass burials of women over a period of 10 to 15 years, in which now forensic teams and police officers have been taking action. Subsequently, now devotees have gathered together protesting, saying that this is a conspiracy to malign the temple town. My colleague Abhishek joins us live with more details on this story. Abhishek, what's the latest vis-a-vis the protests now that have emerged? The situation continues to remain extremely tense in Dharmasthala after the stark revelations and the investigation progressing.
Kritata, people from various other parts of Chikmagaluru started their protest march against what is happening in Dharmasthala, because various other people belonging to various other groups have created some of the news is what the people who have assembled Chikmagaluru claim as of now. We have also seen a whistleblower who claimed he had buried over hundreds of bodies in and around Dharmasthala and river Netravati in the last 11 to 27 years. At this point of time, we shouldn't forget that people of Dharmasthala and various other supporters of Dharmasthala who deeply have a belief in Dharmasthala are claiming that this is a fake news which has been created to defame the morality of Dharmasthala. And at this point of time, protest march is happening not only in Chikmagaluru but in various other parts of Karnataka. We are about to see a revolution with respect to Dharmasthala is what we've been informed as of now, because every district police chief has been informed to take measures so that no things go out of hand, because the Dharmastala's excavation has almost come to an end and people who were eagerly waiting to see if there would be skeletal remains have got no answer as of now, because it was only in point number 6 where partial remains of skeleton were found, and the claim of whistleblower is as at this point of time is probably turning out to be a fake statement. And this is as to why the people in Chikmagaluru have started their protest march against the whistleblower and various other groups or sects of people who are involved in the defamation of Dharmasthala. Kritarth.
Indeed, Abhishek, this is concerning news coming in as now protesters take to the streets over the Dharmasthala case. Thank you very much for bringing us those updates, ladies and gentlemen. That's the latest from the Dharmasthala case. Meanwhile, more news coming in from the state of Karnataka. Now, in a disturbing incident in Mandya, a district, a pack of dogs, stray dogs, attacked 2 young girls which were aged 7 and 8 years respectively while they were playing outside their home. One of the girls sustained serious injuries and was rushed to the hospital for treatment. This incident has now intensified public outrage as villagers alleged the repeated complaints to the municipal authorities about the growing menace of stray dogs, which has now gone ignored. The growing dog menace, a stray dog menace in particular across the nation, has been capturing national headlines since last week when Supreme Court also opined in a very historic order that all the stray dogs in the national capital of Delhi will be rounded up in the next 8 weeks and relocated to camps. Now, more concerning cases coming in this time. Minor girls, 7 and 8-year-old respectively, were attacked by stray dogs outside their house playing in the Mandya district, and the locals are also echoing concerns over this growing dog menace in their municipality, where they have also raised this complaint with the municipal authorities. However, no action was taken against stray dogs in an increasing nationwide call of a crackdown on stray dog menace and the increasing rise of dog bite incidents, particularly concerning minor children, which has also captured the attention of the Supreme Court, which took the matter in terms of suo motu cognizance for the national capital of Delhi. Meanwhile, more breaking news also coming in vis-a-vis the data concerning the dog attacks in the state of Karnataka. From January to August of this year, Karnataka has reported nearly 2.86 lakh dog bite cases. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, you heard me right. In the state of Karnataka alone, in the 8 months of the year of 2025, 2.86 lakhs, that is 2,86,000 dog bite cases have been reported, which have resulted in 26 deaths. This is just the data point of the state of Karnataka. Health officials have raised concerns over this alarming rise of cases and urged the people to seek immediate medical attention if any dog bite incident takes place. These are concerning statistics and numbers that are coming in from the state of Karnataka. Let's also listen into various reactions coming into the increasing dog bite menace across the country.
Your bite yesterday. It is a serious issue, and this has been going on for quite some time. There are legal issues to it because of High Court, Supreme Court directions earlier. So now, in light of all these things, I think the BBMP and all the other corporations will have to take a look and see how they can sort this out. Because there is a problem. One is due to dog bites, many people have suffered. Also, dogs also have their rights. So how to balance it is what is critical. And let's hope that the urban development department, because mainly it's in urban areas and the big cities, especially Bangalore. So that will take a look at it and see how to.
How the rabies is affected in
rabies, that anti-rabies thing is a different issue.
How many cases we have?
I don't know exactly right now, but there are every year deaths due to rabies, and there are many people who suffer because of that. That is there.
There are around 2,500 dog bite cases
this
year registered in
Karnataka. So that's what, that is a problem. It's a genuine problem. Dog bites, snake bites, those are genuine issues. And for snake bites, of course, there are different ways to tackle it. But these rabies is basically due to stray dogs and untreated dogs, unvaccinated dogs. So hopefully, some proper within the legal ambit, some decisions are made, which will using the Supreme Court's directions also. Let us see how it will play.
Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, more breaking news update coming in. Tensions continue to mount for Air India. Now, a warning letter has been issued to Air India by the Director General of Civil Aviation on a show cause notice that was issued to Air India earlier. The DGCA has found Air India's response to its earlier issued show cause notice unsatisfactory and has found that the accountable manager, that is Campbell Wilson, has not satisfactorily given reply to the DGCA over the concerns raised in the show cause notice. This show cause notice was earlier raised by the DGCA during a spot check in which it observed that Air India operated 2 flights from Bangalore to London on May 16, 2025 and May 17th, both of which exceeded the stipulated flight time of around 10 hours in contravention of the civil aviation requirements. And subsequently, when the civil aviation requirements of not exceeding the 10-hour flight limit for this Bengaluru to London flight was exceeded, the DGCA had issued a show cause notice to Air India addressing the manager in charge, of this Campbell Wilson, responsible accountable manager, and the reply of Air India has been found to be unsatisfactory. My colleague Harsha joins us live on this broadcast with more details on the story. Harsha, do tell us the significance of this warning issued by the DGCA now to Air India, finding their clarification on the show cause notice issued in this particular case unsatisfactory.
Yes, Krotar, there's a utmost importance. This is the warning which has been issued by the regulatory body to the Air India, and because the responsible person and the authority person in control of the response is Campbell Wilson, who is the CEO of Air India, and it is in regard with the Air India flight Bangalore to London, which operated on 16th May and 17th May. The show cause notices was issued because the pilots were allowed to fly the aircraft for more than 10 hours, and it is not the protocol and the guidelines of the airline doesn't allow any pilot to fly more than the stipulated time hours, and that is the reason why Air India, after the after the audit, issued the show cause notices. And this is, Krutar, not the first time when we have seen the show cause notices to be issued by regulatory body to Air India, but in this case DGCA has found the answers, the response of Air India unsatisfactory. They have stated the response which came from the Air India was found unsatisfactory, and therefore they have been advised to adhere by the show cause notice and give the satisfactory response. And this is not the first time when regulatory body has been satisfied or found the unsatisfactory response of Air India, but this is the first time when such a stringent warning has been issued by regulatory body DGCA to Air India. And it is very important also, keeping in light that earlier the show cause notices which we have showcased on our channel also, which we have showed how DGCA has issued Air India multiple showcase notices in this year only, but not any one response was given by Air India. And regulatory body is now pulling up Air India because it is all about passenger safety. The pilots are flying the aircraft more than the allowed timing, which is clearly not adhering the protocol and the guidelines of the Air Act. And this also is the responsible person is Campbell Wilson, because everything is in knowledge of Campbell Wilson that how the flight hours are exceeding their time limit. Pilots are exceeding their flight hours, which is not allowed. And also this show cause notices now again has been issued to Air India by regulatory body, and now it has been asked to Air India by DGCA that until unless they will not give the satisfactory response and it will not be examined by the regulatory body, they will have to give the satisfactory answer. And DGCA will not allow such stipulated exceeding time hours by Air India, allowing its pilot to exceed their flying hours in this aviation industry. And it is also, we must appreciate the regulatory body now, the way they are pulling up Air India, because the concerns of the passenger safety is of utmost importance. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Harsha, for tracking those details. Ladies and gentlemen, serious concerns raised by the DGCA once again. Now, on a show cause notice, they have issued an unsatisfactory reply notice to the Air India. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, with the Independence Day just around the corner, the tricolour is flying high across the nation. Not just on buildings and monuments, but at every doorstep. The 4th edition of Har Ghar Tiranga campaign is seeing unprecedented participation from top leaders to everyday citizens. Here's a report.
Union Home Minister Amit Shah, along with his wife Sonal Shah, hoisted the tricolour at their residence in Delhi, joining the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign. Their home, adorned with saffron white and green, stood as a proud tribute to the national spirit. From Uttar Pradesh to Gujarat, chief ministers including Yogi Adityanath, Bhupendra Patel, Shivraj Singh Chauhan and others unfurled the national flag at their residences, echoing the message of unity from every corner of the country. The campaign also saw vibrant participation at the grassroots level, from Tiranga rallies in Shopian, Jammu and Kashmir and Ranchi, Jharkhand, to spirited bike rallies in Puducherry and Odisha. The 4th edition of Har Ghar Tiranga has turned into a people's movement, with over 5 lakh youth volunteers joining in reigniting patriotic fervour ahead of the 79th Independence Day.
Coming up next on Live and Breaking, Kalyan Dombivali Municipal Corporation orders banning on the sale of meat on Independence Day, which has now triggered a political row in Maharashtra, with leaders of opposition slamming it, calling it an attack on people's food choices. Also coming up next, Abhaya's father has now written a complaint to Kolkata Police Commissioner alleging that his wife was assaulted by the police personnel during a march to the Secretariat of the state on August 9th. Bringing you more details on all these stories in just a moment when we come right back after a very short break. Do not go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen.
Amity is proud to announce the commencement of its 12th university in India, Amity University, Hyderabad. At the prime location of Aerocity Hyderabad Airport, has a strong focus on high-end research with brilliant students and distinguished faculty who share our mission to change the world together. To apply for this year's session, visit amity.edu/Hyderabad.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे.
Pakistan's de facto military super commander Asim Munir made some serious threats against India and the world. On his second trip to the US in as many months, Munir was quoted saying, "We are a nuclear nation. If we think we are going down, we'll take half the world down with us." In hindsight, it is important for the world to have a greater understanding of Pakistan's nuclear capabilities. According to the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute (SIPRI) 2025 yearbook, as of January, Pakistan's nuclear weapons armory was estimated to be somewhere around 170 nuclear warheads, a figure unchanged from the previous year. The country has continued developing a nuclear triad comprising aircraft capable of delivering nuclear gravity bombs, ground-launched ballistic and cruise missiles, and sea-launched cruise missiles, SLCMs intended for submarine deployment. The SIPRI report states that Pakistan is developing multiple new delivery systems, suggesting that its arsenal could expand in the next decade. Pakistan's Shaheen 3 is considered its most advanced ballistic missile. Shaheen boasts a range of 2,750 kilometers. This capability allows it to strike targets across the entirety of India if used in such a scenario. Alongside the Shaheen 3 is the Ababil missile, which introduces the potential for multiple independently targetable re-entry vehicles. This feature could allow it to deliver multiple warheads to
बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
Pakistan's de facto military super commander Asim Munir made some serious threats against India and the world. On his second trip to the US in as many months, Munir was quoted saying, "We are a nuclear nation. If we think we are going down, we'll take half the world down with us." In hindsight, it is important for the world to have a greater understanding of Pakistan's nuclear capabilities. According to the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute (SIPRI) 2025 yearbook, as of January, Pakistan's nuclear weapons armory was estimated to be somewhere around 170 nuclear warheads, a figure unchanged from the previous year. The country has continued developing a nuclear triad comprising aircraft capable of delivering nuclear gravity bombs, ground-launched ballistic and cruise missiles, and sea-launched cruise missiles, SLCMs intended for submarine deployment. The SIPRI report states that Pakistan is developing multiple new delivery systems, suggesting that its arsenal could expand in the next decade. Pakistan's Shaheen 3 is considered its most advanced ballistic missile. Shaheen boasts a range of 2,750 kilometers. This capability allows it to strike targets across the entirety of India if used in such a scenario. Alongside the Shaheen 3 is the Ababil missile, which introduces the potential for multiple independently targetable re-entry vehicles. This feature could allow it to deliver multiple warheads to distinct targets, posing a significant challenge to missile defense systems when deployed. Pakistan's missile arsenal is still limited to its immediate neighbors. Global Reach claims that Asim Munir's claim of half the world, for example, exaggerates capabilities. With a 2,750 kilometer range, the Shaheen 3 can target all of India and portions of the Middle East, but it cannot reach North America, East Asia, or Western Europe. The 2,200 kilometer range Ababil is still under development and has unproven MIRV capabilities. Regional and combat tasks are served by shorter range systems such as the Fatah 2, 400 kilometers hypersonic, Shaheen 2, 1,500 to 2,000 kilometers, and Ghauri 2, over 2,000 kilometers. The SIPRI report claims that Pakistan is attempting to develop a sea-based nuclear force in order to achieve a credible second strike capability. Tested in 2017 and 2018, the Babur 3 SLCM is intended to equip the 3 Agosta 90B diesel-electric submarines of the Pakistan Navy. Once operational, this capability would complete Pakistan's nuclear triad. The precise yields of Pakistan's warhead remain unknown. Nuclear tests conducted in 1998 showed a maximum output of about 12 kilotons. There is no publicly available proof of two-stage thermonuclear designs, but it is likely that boosted fission weapons with higher yields have since been created. Asim Munir, who is also supposedly gunning for the nation's supreme leadership, is not the only one threatening India with war. Regarding the suspension of the long-standing Indus Water Treaty, Pakistani politician Bilawal Bhutto also threatened India with war on Monday, claiming that New Delhi's actions had caused great damage to Pakistan and calling on all Pakistanis to unite against Prime Minister Narendra Modi. His warning was issued the day after Munir, Pakistan's military leader, threatened to destroy half the world and warn of a nuclear holocaust if Islamabad was threatened with extinction in a future conflict with India.
हम इस जिद्दोजहद में मुझे आपकी ज़रूरत है। हमने सब एक होके मोदी की बर्बारियत पे, मोदी के इस हमले के बारे में, मोदी के इस इरादे के बारे में आवाज़ उठाना है और जिद्दोजहद करना है ताकि इस जुल्म को भी हम रोक सकें। मैं जानता हूं कि आप में इतना ताकत है, इस मुल्क के अवाम में इतना ताकत है कि जंग की सूरत हो तो जंग में भी हम इनका मुकाबला कर सकते हैं और जो आपके 6 के 6 दरिया है वो वापस हासिल भी कर सकते हैं। और अगर ये हमें मजबूर करते हैं, पाकिस्तान ने ये जंग नहीं छेड़ा था। हम हमेशा अमन के बारे में बात करते हैं। जहां दुनिया भर में पाकिस्तान के सफ़ीर पहुंचे, नुमाइंदे पहुंचे, हमने अमन की बात की, भारत ने जंग की बात की। लेकिन अगर जंग छेड़ा गया है तो हम शाह अब्दुल लतीफ़ बिठाई की धरती से मोदी सरकार को बताना चाहेंगे कि हम पीछे नहीं हटते।
India is ahead by miles when nuclear arsenals are compared. Be it range, inventory, or lethality, India became the 6th nation to detonate a nuclear weapon in 1974 when it conducted its first nuclear test. Although precise yields are unknown, the weapons in the nation's arsenal have estimated average outputs between 12 and 40 kilotons. India's nuclear arsenal size has never been made public.
चेक सुनिश्चित करो। हर हार के बाद कांग्रेस ने नया बहाना ढूंढने का काम किया। आत्मचिंतन, आत्मनिरीक्षण कांग्रेस ने नहीं किया, लेकिन आरोप ईवीएम इलेक्शन कमीशन से लेके संवैधानिक संस्थाओं पे बार बार लगाते रहे। और अब बिहार चुनाव हारता देखकर कांग्रेस पहले ही विपक्षी दलों के साथ मिलकर झूठे आरोप लगाने में लगी है। कल कुछ कांग्रेस के लोग कह रहे थे राहुल गांधी जी और विपक्ष के नेताओं ने बवंडर खड़ा किया। अरे भाई, बवंडर नहीं, बलंडर है, और मैं बताने वाला हूं कैसे। जितने आरोप आज तक लगाए, मैं राहुल जी को यही कहूंगा, धूल चेहरे पर थी, पर आप आईना साफ करते रहे। और एक एक करके इनको बताना जरूरी इसलिए भी है कि 1952 से अगर हम शुरुआत करें तो चोर चोर मुसेरे भाई मिलकर वोट की चोरी की दुकान चलाई, यानी कि कांग्रेस सीपीआई ने मिलकर संविधान निर्माता, एक संत जैसे नेता डॉक्टर भीमराव अंबेडकर जी को चुनाव हरवाया। और चुनावी भ्रष्टाचार की नींव कांग्रेस ने पहले चुनाव से 1952 में ही रख दी थी। डॉक्टर बाबा साहब अंबेडकर को हराने का काम किया, कांग्रेस सीपीआई ने मिलकर किया। और आप रिकॉर्ड चेक करिए, 74,333 वोट खारिज किए गए, जबकि डॉक्टर भीमराव अंबेडकर जी मात्र 14,561 वोट से हारे थे। कांग्रेस ने तो संविधान निर्माता एक दलित नेता को पहले चुनाव में निपटाने का काम कर दिया। और 21 अप्रैल 1952 को डॉक्टर अंबेडकर ने 18 पेज की याचिका दायर की। आप कल्पना कीजिए, जिन्होंने संविधान बनाया था, एक कांग्रेस और एक परिवार ने उसी संविधान निर्माता को चुनावों में धांधली करके हरा दिया। ये चुनावी भ्रष्टाचार का पहला उदाहरण। आगे बहुत सारे उदाहरण हैं। मैं चाहूंगा कि एक स्लाइड शो करके आपको, अगर इससे प्रेजेंटेशन देके अगर आप अनुमति देंगे तो मैं आपको बताना चाहूंगा। अगर आप पहली स्लाइड पर देखें तो बहुत स्पष्ट दिखता है कि 1952 में, जो मैंने अंबेडकर जी का उदाहरण दिया, 1957 में बूथ कैप्चरिंग करके कांग्रेस ने काम किया। 1967 में कांग्रेस ने J&K में, जम्मू कश्मीर में पूरी तरह से एक तरह से रिगिंग करके विरोधियों के नॉमिनेशन तक खत्म करवा के ये सब कार्य कर दिए। और सरदार पटेल पे तो आज मैं क्या कहूँ, वो तो कांग्रेस ने अंदर ही अंदर उनके साथ जो किया, नहीं तो सरदार पटेल शायद पहले प्रधानमंत्री होते। तो रिगिंग पार्टी के अंदर भी और देश के चुनाव में भी कांग्रेस की करने की आदत रही है। और जस्टिस सिन्हा ने जो इंदिरा गांधी जी को 2 अकाउंट्स पे गिल्टी किया था, वो आप देखिए इलेक्टोरल माल प्रैक्टिस के लिए किया था। और 1975 में जब ये उन्होंने कहा, तो 1971 के चुनाव में सरकार के सत्ता का दुरुपयोग सरकारी मशीनरी का, सरकारी कर्मचारियों का कैसे किया जा सकता है, ये कांग्रेस की एक बड़ी नेता ने करके दिखाया। और चुनाव उनको फिर उसके खिलाफ जजमेंट आई, देश को बाद में आपातकाल झेलना पड़ा। 1987 में नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस के साथ मिलकर लार्ज स्केल रिगिंग कांग्रेस ने की। और राइट साइड पे देखिए, कीर्ति जा जी ने कहा कि पोलिंग बूथ लूटने का काम उनके और उनके पिताजी के लिए और कांग्रेस के नेताओं के लिए उस समय की कांग्रेस ने किया था। ये एक नहीं, ऐसे अनेक उदाहरण हैं। और इस परिवार और पार्टी का शुरू से ये रहा है कि चुनाव हारते हो तो वोटर पे ठीकरा फोड़ दो, या इलेक्शन कमीशन पे ठीकरा फोड़ दो, या इलेक्शन कमीशन के नियमों पर, कार्यप्रणाली पर प्रश्न चिन्ह खड़ा कर दो। इंदिरा गांधी जी ने तो यहां तक कह दिया कि मतदाता मूर्खों का टोला है। इंदिरा गांधी सेड वोटर्स अ बंच ऑफ फूल्स। और इस 77 का चुनाव हारने के बाद कहा। 1999 में जब राजीव गांधी जी हारे तो उन्होंने बैलेट पेपर पर ठीकरा फोड़ दिया। वो उस समय कहते थे इलेक्ट्रॉनिक मशीन लाओ, आज उनके सुपुत्र राहुल गांधी जी कहते हैं कि भाई ईवीएम बंद करो, वापस बैलेट पेपर पे जाओ। और ये एक के बाद महाराष्ट्र, हरियाणा, दिल्ली, अनेकों राज्यों और देश में 3 बार लगातार चुनाव हारने के बाद, 90 चुनाव हारने के बाद राहुल गांधी जी आरोप प्रत्यारोप पर लगातार जारी हैं। अब इनका मॉडस ऑपरेंडी क्या है राहुल जी का? चुनाव हारो, झूठे आरोप लगाओ, कभी इलेक्शन कमीशन में कंप्लेंट दर्ज मत कराओ, कभी सबूत मत दो, और लोकतंत्र को फर्जीवाड़ा करके एक तरह से जनता को भ्रमित करने का काम करो, लोकतंत्र को नीचा दिखाने का काम करो। मेरा राहुल गांधी से सीधा सवाल है, किस बात का डर है राहुल जी? शपथ पत्र नहीं देते, सबूत नहीं देते, झूठे आरोप लगाकर भाग जाते हो और यही आपका तरीका हो गया है। भ्रम फैलाया चुनाव के समय संविधान का लेकर, आज संवैधानिक संस्थाओं पे प्रश्न चिन्ह खड़ा करते हो। और ये देखिए, शूट एंड स्कूट का इनका पुराना है। इलेक्शन कमीशन ने राहुल गांधी जी को बुलाया, वोटर रोल इशू पे नहीं गए। उनको कहा एविडेंस दे दो, बार बार कहा, नहीं दिया राहुल गांधी जी ने और कांग्रेस पार्टी ने। और यहां तक कि रिप्रेजेंटेशन ऑफ पीपल्स एक्ट, आरपी एक्ट में अगर देखें सेक्शन 80 में, तो नो इलेक्शन कमीशन, नो इलेक्शन पिटिशन फाइल की इनके किसी भी नेता ने, किसी चुनाव लड़ने वाले ने। और अगर आप दाहिनी ओर देखेंगे तो इंडियन नेशनल कांग्रेस और आरजेडी को, ये पूरा चार्ट देखिए आप ध्यान से। इलेक्शन कमीशन आज 13वां दिन हो गया लगातार बिहार में, वहां तो इनकी कोई इस तरह की बातचीत नहीं है। खुले मन से इलेक्शन कमीशन बात सुन रहा है, बिहार के लोगों को कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। लेकिन जब इनके पास बिहार में मुद्दा कोई नहीं बचा, चुनाव में जाने से पहले हार स्वीकार कर ली, तो अब झूठे आरोप लगाते हैं। अब राहुल गांधी जी का झूठ न्यू वोटर एडिशन पर देखिए साफ दिखता है। महाराष्ट्र का मैं आपको उदाहरण देना चाहता हूं। उन्होंने आरोप लगाया था कि वोटर एडिशन बहुत होगी। मैं आपको आंकड़े दे रहा हूं। 2004 में 4.7% वोट की वृद्धि हुई, यूपीए की सरकार थी। 2009 में वृद्धि हुई 4.1% की, फिर यूपीए की सरकार बनी। अब उस समय महाराष्ट्र में किसकी सरकार थी? इन्हीं की थी भाई। लेकिन जब 2019 और 24 की बात आई तो 1.3% और 4.4%, और 2014 में मात्र 3.4%। ये कम है 2004 और 2009 से। तो मैं राहुल गांधी जी से पूछना चाहता हूं और विपक्ष से पूछना चाहता हूं, क्या आपने उस समय वोट चोरी की थी, वोट फर्जीवाड़ा किया था? चुनाव आपने वैसे जीता था। आप देश के मतदाता को नीचा दिखाने का कांग्रेस पार्टी काम कर रही है। अपमान कर रहे हो आप देश के मतदाताओं का। और अगर आपको इस स्लाइड से अगला देखिए, उन्होंने दूसरा आरोप लगाया था कि 5 बजे के बाद कहते बहुत वोट बढ़ गए, जो 5 बजे से पहले कम पड़े थे। यह स्लाइड आपके सामने है। 5 बजे से पहले 58 लाख वोट 1 घंटे में पड़े, प्रति घंटा 58 लाख वोट पड़े, और 5 बजे के बाद 32.5 लाख वोट प्रति घंटा पड़े। तो स्पष्ट है कि राहुल गांधी जी के आंकड़े भी झूठे हैं और वो भी झूठे हैं। झूठ बोलो और भाग जाओ, आरोप लगाओ भाग जाओ, सबूत मत दो, केवल आरोप लगाओ, भ्रम फैलाओ। और कांग्रेस पार्टी ने जो फॉर्म 17C है, उनके सभी एजेंट ने साइन किया, कोई डिस्प्यूट नहीं हुआ। अगर उनके पोलिंग एजेंट कोई आरोप नहीं लगाते तो आप क्यों कैसे कह सकते हो? कोई इलेक्शन पिटीशन आज तक फाइल नहीं की कांग्रेस के किसी नेता ने, तो आज इस तरह के झूठे आरोप क्यों लगते हैं? और कांग्रेस में आंतरिक लोकतंत्र खत्म हो चुका है। के.एन. राजन्ना ने, कांग्रेस के वरिष्ठ नेता, जब अपनी पार्टी पर सवाल खड़ा किया कि भाई हमारी सरकार थी 2024 में कर्नाटक में कांग्रेस की, जब ये वोटर लिस्ट बनी, तब आप आंखें मूंद करके बैठे थे, हाथ पे हाथ धर के बैठे थे, तब क्यों नहीं बोले? तब तो मुंह में दही जम गया था, होंठ सिल गए थे। जब उन्होंने बात कही तो उनको नोटिस नहीं दिया। फिर एक बार दलित नेता के ऊपर गाज गिरी। कांग्रेस ने उनको नोटिस तो छोड़ी, उनको बर्खास्त करने का सीधा आदेश राहुल गांधी जी ने दिया। कांग्रेस में आंतरिक लोकतंत्र खत्म हो चुका है। और देखिए इसमें भी आंकड़े, आप दाहिनी तरफ देखिए, धुले सीट पे मैं बता रहा हूं आपको स्पष्ट दिख रहा है कि कैसे माइनॉरिटी डोमिनेटेड मालेगांव में, मालेगांव सेंट्रल में 1,94,000 वोट जो एक विधानसभा में पड़े, उसने एक तरफा कर दिया, जबकि बाकी 4 विधानसभाओं में 1,90,000 की हमारी लीड थी। तो ऐसा तो कई है। और ये सब तब हो रहा है जब राहुल गांधी जी को और विपक्षी दलों को अपने घुसपैठिए वोट बैंक पर नजर है, उनको बचाना चाहते हैं। ये तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति, ये बार बार कांग्रेस की और विपक्षी दलों की तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति आती है। ये एक वर्ग को देखकर अपना वोट बैंक साधते हैं और उसके लिए किसी भी हद तक भय भ्रम फैलाने का काम करते हैं, झूठे आरोप लगाने का काम करते हैं और एक घुसपैठ करने वाले को संरक्षण देने का लगातार काम पीढ़ी दर पीढ़ी और दशक दर दशक ये कांग्रेस ने करने का काम किया है। और जब SIR लाए कि ये जो फर्जी वोट अगर बनते हैं तो उसकी सफाई हो, सच्चे भारतीयों को, पक्के नागरिकों को वोट का अधिकार उनका ना छिने, लेकिन जो घुसपैठिए हैं, जो फर्जी वोट बना है, उनके वोट को खत्म किया जाए, तो उसका विरोध कांग्रेस पार्टी करती है। आखिरकार हिंदुस्तान के लोगों के वोट को नीचा क्यों दिखाना चाहती है कांग्रेस और विपक्षी दल? ये घुसपैठियों के वोट बैंक पर राजनीति क्यों करना चाहते हैं विपक्षी दल? क्या हिंदुस्तान के मतदाताओं ने बार बार कांग्रेस को नकारा तो अब केवल अपने घुसपैठिए वोट बैंक तक ही सीमित होना चाहती है कांग्रेस? और ये टाइम्स ऑफ इंडिया की, इकोनॉमिक टाइम्स की हेडलाइंस मैंने आपको दिखाई है। अगर आप अगले में देखेंगे, मैं तो आपको 5 पैटर्न बता रहा हूं कैसे घुसपैठिए वोट बैंक पर, जो डुप्लीकेट वोट हैं, फेक एड्रेस हैं, फेक रिलेटिव हैं, मैनिपुलेटेड एज कहें या गलत एज छप गया, और मास वोटर एडिशन जो है, मैं उस पर आपको एक उदाहरण देता हूं। डुप्लीकेट वोट का देखिए आप, रायबरेली, नाम तो सुना होगा आपने, राहुल जी ने भी सुना होगा। रायबरेली में मोहम्मद कैफ खान, बूथ नंबर 83, 151, 218, सब जगह इनका नाम है, नाम सेम है, बस बाप का नाम भी सेम है, लेकिन वोट 3 पोलिंग बूथों पे बना हुआ है, 83, 151, 218 में। अगला देखिए फेक एड्रेस, 47 वोटर आईडी डायमंड हार्बर में। अभिषेक बनर्जी जी, डायमंड हार्बर में 47 वोटर आईडी हाउस नंबर 189 के पोलिंग बूथ 131 पर रजिस्टर हुए हैं। ये रायबरेली में हुए हैं, जो 47 वोटर आईडी, और डायमंड हार्बर में मल्टीपल रिलीजन के एक ही घर नंबर 0011 पे, बूथ नंबर 103 पे, फाल्टा असेंबली में, डायमंड हार्बर जो लोकसभा है वहां पे रजिस्टर हुए। और नाम भी अगर आप पढ़ेंगे तो अगर रायबरेली के पढ़ूं तो मोहम्मद इस्लाम है, मोहम्मद इरफान है, मोहम्मद कासिम है, फिर साफिया मोहम्मद कासिम है, फ़करून निहा है, मोहम्मद कबीर है, श्रीमती फरीदा बानो है, शकील अंसारी है, मोहम्मद अयूब है, सबनम है। ये सारे नाम रायबरेली के हैं। राहुल जी को कभी ये नाम नहीं दिखे, सोनिया जी को कभी ये नाम नहीं दिखे कि 47 वोटर आईडी एक ही घर पे कैसे आए? राहुल जी, आप तो कई सालों से वहां पे वोट मांग रहे हो। अगले पे देखिए, फेक रिलेटिव की आप बात करते हैं, खुर्शीद आलम एक ही रहता है लेकिन इनका बाप बार बार बदल जाता है। खुर्शीद आलम वहीं रहते, बाप बदल जाता है भाई वोटर लिस्ट में। अगर आप देखिए कहां पे, डायमंड हार्बर में। अभिषेक जी जाइए, कभी मिलके तो आइए और पता कीजिए क्या खुर्शीद आलम के पिताजी एक ही हैं कि अलग अलग बदल गए हैं और इनका नाम कैसे बार बार बदल गया है। और यही नहीं, जो आप ज्यादा उम्र के वोटर्स की बात करते हैं तो कैसे निलंबर में, वायनाड में, और वायनाड में तो मुझे भाई साहब श्रीमान राहुल गांधी जी 2 बार चुनाव लड़े, श्रीमती प्रियंका गांधी जी 1 बार चुनाव लड़ी, तो दोनों से मैं पूछता हूं, ये जो नए वोटर की एडिशन हुई है 102, 101 साल, 99 साल, ये नए वोटर है, तो आपने तो 3 बार वोट ले लिया भाई। तो क्या आपने अपने BLA से, अपने पोलिंग बूथ एजेंट से, या आपने वोट मांगे, आपने कभी नहीं देखा? तो कैसे हुआ ये? और आगे देखिए, मास वोटर एडिशन की बात करूं, 1724 में से 301 बूथ में डायमंड हार्बर में 15% वृद्धि हुई है पिछले 4 सालों में, और सारे टीएमसी ने जीते हैं। वे बल्क एडिशन है भाई। फाल्टा में 17, डायमंड हार्बर में 35, विष्णुपुर में 92, महेशताला में 89, बाजबाज में 32। अभिषेक बनर्जी जी कहां हो आप? देखिए क्या हो रहा डायमंड हार्बर में, चेक करिए। वहां पे सरकार भी आपकी है, बीएलओ भी आपके हैं, बीएलए भी आपके हैं। तो क्या आप चुनाव इसीलिए जीत रहे हो? ये जो फर्जी वोट एडिशन क्या आपके अनुसार हो रही है? और जब कांग्रेस ऐसे वोट चोरी के झूठे आरोप लगाती है तो इसके पीछे कांग्रेस का गेम प्लान नजर आता है, जो घुसपैठिया वोट बैंक। एकमात्र कांग्रेस का इसके पीछे एजेंडा है घुसपैठिया वोट बैंक को बचाना कैसे है, एक वर्ग के वोट बैंक के लिए कैसे लड़ाई लड़नी है, राष्ट्र की सुरक्षा के साथ कैसे खिलवाड़ करना है, और सच्चे पक्के भारतीयों के वोट को नीचा कैसे दिखानी। ये राहुल गांधी जी और विपक्ष का आज का एजेंडा है। और मैं आपको आगे ये 6 चेहरे आप देख लीजिए, इनके लोकसभा के नाम देख लीजिए। वायनाड, रायबरेली, डायमंड हार्बर, कन्नौज, मैनपुरी, कोलाथुर विधानसभा, 5 लोकसभा 1 विधानसभा। अब इनमें देखिए किया क्या है। वायनाड में 93,499 डाउटफुल वोटर हैं, जिनमें से 20,438 डुप्लीकेट वोटर हैं, 17,450 फेक एड्रेस के साथ हैं, 4,246 मिक्स्ड हाउस होल्ड है, और 51,365 वोटर मास एडिशन में हुए। अब आप नाम देखिए साहब, मैमूना नाम है, बूथ नंबर 135 है, और फिर वो 115 पे भी वही हैं, फिर 152 में भी वही हैं। विधानसभा 1 है इरानाड, लेकिन पोलिंग बूथ 135, 115, 152 में मैमूना बार बार वोटर बन जाती हैं, लेकिन राहुल जी प्रियंका जी को पता नहीं चलता, क्योंकि उनको चुनाव जिताती हैं। और यही नहीं, 17,450 फेक एड्रेस, इसके उदाहरण आपके सामने। 52 वोटर आईडी एक ही घर पे 52 नंबर पोलिंग बूथ पे वंडूर असेंबली में हुए। राहुल जी आप क्या कर रहे थे, प्रियंका जी आप क्या कर रही थी, आपके बीएलए क्या कर रहे थे? फिर 4,246 वोटर मिक्स हाउस होल्ड के साथ, ये वलिकमुट्टुमल बूथ नंबर 24 में थिरुवंबडी असेंबली में हुए, और ये एक ही हाउस नंबर चंदौरी में पोलिंग बूथ नंबर 41 पे कलपट्टा असेंबली में हुए। मल्टीपल रिलीजन के लोग हैं भाई, कैसे हो गए? फिर लिली कुट्टी, इनका आप देखिए, उम्र है 102, कमलम्मा की उम्र है 101, पारू की उम्र है 101, और ये नए वोटर के रूप में ऐड हो गए। तो राहुल जी प्रियंका जी आप क्या कर रहे थे? 51,365 वोटर मास एडिशन हुई अन्नम्मा के नाम से 99 साल की उम्र में, थरेसी अम्मा की 99 ईयर्स की उम्र में, खादीजा की 99 ईयर्स की उम्र में। तो ये कैसे हुआ? और केरला जहां बार बार आरोप लगता है इस तरह के कारनामों का, तो क्या राहुल जी अमेठी में हार के बाद वायनाड आप इसीलिए गए थे कि वहां फर्जीवाड़ा आपके लोगों ने आपको चुनाव जिताने के लिए किया था? ये डुप्लीकेट रजिस्ट्रेशन कराने का काम क्या आपके लोगों ने किया था? और यूडीएफ एलडीएफ ने जो इस्लामिक रेडिकलाइजेशन का काम किया है, और जिसको भारतीय जनता पार्टी वहां पे बार बार चुनौती देती है, और आप वहां पे फर्जी वोट क्या बनाने का काम करते हो आप लोग? प्रियंका जी अब तो आपको गिफ्ट दिए, गिफ्ट तो नहीं मैं बोलूंगा, लेकिन राहुल जी ने सीट छोड़ी तो आपको चुनाव लड़ने का मौका वहां पे मिला। तो क्या आप वहां से इस्तीफा दोगे? जो कल से विपक्ष कहता है इस्तीफा दो, तो क्या ये इस्तीफा देंगे? क्या राहुल जी इस्तीफा देंगे? रायबरेली में 2,99,000 डाउटफुल वोटर्स, ये देखिए कैसे हैं। इसी में मोहम्मद कैफ खान 83 नंबर पोलिंग बूथ पे भी है, 151 पे भी है, 218 पे भी है। और आगे देखिए 71,977 ये फेक एड्रेस हैं। 47 वोटर आईडी एक ही घर हाउस नंबर 189 में 131 नंबर पोलिंग बूथ पे रायबरेली में बने हैं, 31 वोटर आईडी हाउस नंबर 86 पे बने हैं हर चांदपुर में। तो राहुल जी कैसे बन गए, जवाब दीजिए। 15,853 वोट अब ये बने हैं कहाँ पे, हाउस नंबर 7 में, फिर हाउस नंबर 4 में बने हैं, पोलिंग बूथ नंबर 292 232 में बने हैं। फिर अगला देखिए 92,747 नए वोटर्स की एडिशन हुई, मास एडिशन हुई। आप नाम सुनिए, आपको पता चल जाएगा क्या हुआ है। सैदून, नाम क्या है, सैदून 89 ईयर्स एज, अब्दुल हक 85 साल की उम्र, सद्दाम 91 साल की उम्र। तो सैदून, अब्दुल हक, सद्दाम 99, 85, 91 साल की उम्र में पहली बार के वोटर बताते हैं। मोहम्मद याकूब 92 साल, हसमतून 85 साल, ये नए वोटर आपके बन जाते हैं। अब इस तरह से फेक बर्थ सर्टिफिकेट आप लोग दिलाते हो, वोटर आप लोग बनवाते हो, फर्जीवाड़ा आप लोग करते हो। और जब इलेक्शन कमीशन इसकी सफाई की बात करता है कि ऐसी इंटेंसिव सफाई चलनी चाहिए, कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए, तो आप अपने घुसपैठी वोट बैंक को, एक स्पेशल वोट बैंक को बचाने के लिए आप रिफॉर्म्स को रोकने का काम करते हो। और ममता बनर्जी जी से मैं सवाल पूछना चाहता हूं भाई, आप 2005 में लोकसभा में, मुझे आज भी याद है, स्पीकर की चेयर के पास जाके फेंक दिए थे उन्होंने कागज जोर से, और कहा था बांग्लादेशी घुसपैठियों को वोट बैंक बन रहा है और ये लिस्ट में उनके नाम है, आप लोग रोकने का काम नहीं करते हैं। तो ममता बनर्जी जी, आज अगर सफाई होने का काम होता है तो फर्जी घुसपैठिए जो वोट बैंक है उसकी सफाई अभियान पे आप रोक क्यों लगवाना चाहते हो? क्या तब आप दिखावा करते थे और आज घुसपैठिए वोट बैंक को बचाने के लिए ममता बनर्जी जी घड़ियाली आंसू बहा रही हैं? क्या राहुल गांधी जी वोट चोरी के आरोप में अपनी इस्तीफा देंगे? डायमंड हार्बर पे आ जाते हैं साहब, छोटा मोटा वोट नहीं, 2,59,779 वोट, और ये सारे आंकड़े देखिए सामने। अब डुप्लीकेट वोट कौन है? जाकिर हुसैन मोला, साबिद अली मोला, मौला ही मौला है, कोई जाकिर है, कोई साबिद अली है, कोई शबाना खातून है, और शाबिदा खातून तो एक नहीं, अभिषेक जी की कृपा से कहां कहां पहुंच गए सारे। एक सेकंड, ज्यादा आगे चले गए भाई। एक सेकंड, पश्चिम बंगाल की बात आई तो पहुंच गए ठीक जगह। तो वापस आते हैं अभिषेक जी के जगह पे, और डायमंड हार्बर में देखिए काम कैसे है। जाकिर हुसैन मौला, सुबिद अली मौला, शबाना खातून, 3-3 जगह इनके वोट बन गए साहब। पोलिंग स्टेशन 152, पोलिंग स्टेशन 50, पोलिंग स्टेशन 86, और 28 वोटर आईडी एक ही घर पे हाउस नंबर 1 पे बने, 265 नंबर पोलिंग बूथ पे, डायमंड हार्बर असेंबली कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी में। नाम आपके सामने है, सब पता चल रहा है कौन नाम है, क्या पृष्ठभूमि है। 111 वोट आईडी एक ही घर पे 66 नंबर पोलिंग बूथ पे हाउस नंबर 97 में बने। खुर्शीद आलम, नाम खुर्शीद आलम का वही रहता है, पिता का नाम, बाप का नाम बार बार बदलता है। अब्दुल मजीद, तोजदे लश्कर, ये बार बार देखिए अपना एजेंडा चला के इन्होंने कैसे ये फर्जी वोटवाड़ा किया है, घुसपैठी वोट बैंक। और घुसपैठ कितनी है वोट बैंक की आप देख सकते हैं। हाउस नंबर 11 में कितने वोट बने, हाउस नंबर 26 में कितने बने, ये फाल्टा विधानसभा और बिश्नीपुर विधानसभा का आता है। और 225 बूथ पे फिर कितने पोलिंग वोट बने, 43,947 वोट मिक्स हाउस होल्ड में जाके बना दिए। और मास एडिशन जो हुई है, थोक में जो वोट बना है वो 56,564, सरीमन बीबी, हमीदा बीबी, सलेहा मौला, रजमन शेख, अजूफा मौला। अरे भाई, ये सारे लोगों के नाम आपके यहाँ पर आ गए, तो मैं आपसे सिर्फ इतना पूछना चाहता हूँ कि आप आखिरकार ऐसा क्यों कर रहे हो? क्या अभिषेक जी ये घुसपैठी वोट बैंक के बारे में जवाब देंगे? क्या वो अपना इस्तीफा देंगे, डायमंड हार्बर से इस्तीफा देंगे? मेरा सवाल केवल उनसे इतना ही है। अब अगर मैं बात करूं अखिलेश जी की, तो अखिलेश जी के भी यहाँ पर काफ़ी 2,91,798 डाउटफुल वोटर हैं। कितने? अखिलेश जी के यहाँ पे 2,91,798 डाउटफुल वोटर हैं। और अखिलेश जी चुनाव कितने वोट से जीते? 1,70,922 वोटों से। अब साहब इसमें देखिए, बड़ी मज़ेदार बात है कि अकील का वोट यहाँ पे नज़र आपको आ रहा है, राजू पिता का नाम मुल्ला, उनका वोट नज़र आता है, और ये एक नहीं दो जगह नज़र आता है।
Amity is proud to announce the commencement of its 12th university in India, Amity University, Hyderabad. At the prime location of AeroCity Hyderabad Airport, has a strong focus on high-end research with brilliant students and distinguished faculty who share our mission to change the world together. To apply for this year's session, visit amity.edu/Hyderabad.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Pakistan's de facto military super commander Asim Munir made some serious threats against India and the world. On his second trip to the US in as many months, Munir was quoted saying, "We are a nuclear nation. If we think we are going down, we'll take half the world down with us." In hindsight, it is important for the world to have a greater understanding of Pakistan's nuclear capabilities. According to the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute (SIPRI) 2025 yearbook, as of January, Pakistan's nuclear weapons armory was estimated to be somewhere around 170 nuclear warheads, a figure unchanged from the previous year. The country has continued developing a nuclear triad comprising aircraft capable of delivering nuclear gravity bombs, ground-launched ballistic and cruise missiles, and sea-launched cruise missiles, SLCMs intended for submarine deployment. The SIPRI report states that Pakistan is developing multiple new delivery systems, suggesting that its arsenal could expand in the next decade.
इसके पीछे खेल केवल अपने घुसपैठी वोट बैंक को बचाने के लिए है। मैं आपसे इतना ही कहूँगा, महाराष्ट्र में भी मैं आपको उदाहरण मैंने दिया था। महाराष्ट्र में यूपीए के टाइम पे वोट ज़्यादा ऐड हुआ, हमारे टाइम पे कम हुआ। भांडाफोड़ जब कांग्रेस के अपने ही मंत्री ने किया तो उस दलित नेता को रंजना को इस्तीफा देने के लिए मजबूर कर दिया। फेक रिलेटिव्स का खेल अभिषेक जी के लोकसभा क्षेत्र में साफ देखने को मिला। अब तो यही लगता है विपक्ष के इस शोर को देख के कि चोर मचाए शोर। और मैं एक बात जरूर कहूँगा, वायनाड से लेकर रायबरेली से लेकर डायमंड हार्बर हो या अखिलेश जी का लोकसभा क्षेत्र हो, हर जगह ये सवाल खड़ा होता है कि इन्होंने फर्जी वोट क्यों बनने दिए, आखिरकार इन्होंने ये काम क्यों किए। क्या ये वोट की चोरी और घुसपैठियों को जो संरक्षण है इसको देखते हुए अपना इस्तीफा देंगे? तो मेरा उनसे सवाल है, अखिलेश जी, राहुल जी, प्रियंका जी, ये कब इस्तीफा देंगे? और प्रोपेगेंडा किंग तो आपको पता ही है कौन है, जो हर बार भय और भ्रम फैलाने का काम करते हैं। और प्रोपेगेंडा किंग के लिए कोई नई बात नहीं है। चुनाव से पहले वो संविधान के बारे में भ्रम फैलाते हैं, झूठ फैलाते हैं, लोगों में प्रोपेगेंडा फैलाते हैं, और चुनाव हार जाने के बाद फिर खिसक जाते हैं, विदेश यात्रा पर चले जाते हैं। और मैं राहुल जी से कहूँगा, प्रोपेगेंडा फैलाने की बजाय अपना एजेंडा बिहार चुनाव के लिए कोई तय करें, आत्मनिरीक्षण करें, आत्मचिंतन करें। और जो देश की जनता ने मोदी जी को बार बार जिताया, भारतीय जनता पार्टी को बार बार जिताया, देश की जनता को गाली देना बंद करें, देश की जनता के वोट का अपमान बंद करें। और ये जो आपका एजेंडा भारत के लोकतंत्र को कमज़ोर करने का है, भारत की संवैधानिक संस्थाओं पर प्रश्न चिन्ह खड़ा करने का है, भारत की संविधान संस्थाओं को ख़त्म करने का आपकी एक शुरुआत जो आपका एजेंडा चल रहा है, आप इस एजेंडा और प्रोपेगेंडा को ख़त्म कीजिए। आप कोई बवंडर नहीं मचा पाएंगे, आप ब्लंडर पर ब्लंडर ही करते जाएंगे। धन्यवाद।
मित्रों, प्रश्न सादर आमंत्रित है देवेंद्र पारासर, इंडिया टीवी।
हमारा तो भारत के लोकतंत्र में, लोकतंत्र प्रणाली में, भारत के मतदाताओं में और भारत के इलेक्शन कमीशन में हमारा विश्वास है। हम मोदी जी की लोकप्रियता, भारतीय जनता पार्टी एनडीए सरकार के कामकाज पर चुनकर आए हैं। जनता ने देश की सेवा करने का मौका दिया है और पिछले 11 वर्षों में नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में देश 10वें नंबर से दुनिया की चौथी बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बना। 25 करोड़ गरीब गरीबी रेखा से बाहर आए, गरीबों का उत्थान हुआ, भारत का लोकतंत्र मजबूत हुआ, नरेंद्र मोदी जी दुनिया के सबसे लोकप्रिय नेता के रूप में चुनकर उभर कर आए। ये सब हमने किया है। और रिफॉर्म्स जब जब हम लाए, चाहे जीएसटी हो, वन नेशन वन टैक्स हो या अन्य रिफॉर्म्स हो, हमने रिफॉर्म्स में विश्वास किया है। देश के विकास के लिए, विकसित भारत के लिए जो भी रिफॉर्म्स लानी होगी हम उसके साथ खड़े हैं। और इलेक्शन कमीशन भी अगर फर्जी वोट को ख़त्म करने के लिए, सफाई करने के लिए एसआईआर प्रणाली को लाया है, 2003 में, 2002 में भी अगर आखिरी बार ये हुआ, तो आज क्यों इस पर प्रॉब्लम खड़ी होती है? क्योंकि घुसपैठिए वोट बैंक पर जब प्रहार हो रहा है, बिहार चुनाव में कांग्रेस और आरजेडी को अपनी हार दिखती है, तो आज छटपटा कर प्रोपेगेंडा किंग एक नया भ्रम और भय जनता में फैलाने का काम कर रहे हैं।
आसिफ एएनआई।
मैं आपसे एक सीधा, जब आपने अपना वोट बनाया तो किसने बनाया? देश में अपना वोट, जब मैं 18 साल का बना तो मेरी जिम्मेदारी में अपना वोट बनाऊं, पर मुझे ये कहीं पे अधिकार नहीं कि मैं 3-3 वोट बनाऊं, अलग अलग पोलिंग बूथ पर, एक ही पोलिंग बूथ पर 3 वोट बनाऊं, यह अधिकार नहीं है कहीं पे। और बीएलए हर पॉलिटिकल पार्टी अपॉइंट करता है, इलेक्शन कमीशन उनको सूची देती है, फाइनल तो बाद में देती, पहले भी देती है। तो क्या कांग्रेस ने कभी ऑब्जेक्शन किया?
Coming in right now, the Indian Army has released an official statement, and it says that the Indian Army has foiled an infiltration bid in the Uri sector this morning, and the Indian Army had killed 2 terrorists in the same area a few days back. And while following this infiltration bid today, one Indian Army soldier lost his life. He made the supreme sacrifice. Search operations are still underway in this area. So another infiltration bid has been foiled by the Indian Army, and 2 terrorists have been eliminated by our forces. One soldier laid down his life in line of duty. So this is the breaking news we have right now, viewers. We've seen there's a gun battle also going on in another part of the valley, but this is the Uri sector near the LOC, and this is the Indian Army's official statement that has come in. Large-scale search operation, viewers, is underway in Uri sector of Jammu and Kashmir. The gun battle had broken out, and in fact, troops had foiled infiltration bid in the Churunda area. This is just few kilometers. This Churunda village, of course, is one of the last villages along the LOC. And Uri in Baramulla district of North Kashmir. Gursimran Singh joins us live on the broadcast. For more, Gursimran, tell us more details about this infiltration bid that has been foiled.
See, early today morning at around 2, a group of 3 Lashkar terrorists tried to sneak in into the Indian territory. That attempt was seen by the troops that were deployed in the forward area, and they retaliated to the fire. There was initial exchange of fire between the troops of the Indian Army and the terrorists, in which one Havaldar of the Indian Army along with one other, they got injured. Unfortunately, Havaldar of the Indian Army, who was deployed in the forward area in the Tikka post, he succumbed to his injuries and made the supreme sacrifice. The security forces have coordinated the entire area, and the operation are underway. This is the same area, the Tikka post, where an operation was carried out by the Indian Army in the month of April 23rd, 2025, when 2 Lashkar-e-Toiba terrorists, they were attempting to sneak in. They were cornered in and neutralized, and from them huge cache of arms and ammunition, including the AK rifles, multiple magazines, 10 kilogram IED and other Pakistani currency, along with some eatables having the Pakistani marking, and the daggers were recovered by the Indian Army. So there lies the security forces were on the alert, because regular inputs were there that ahead of the Independence Day, the Pakistani terror groups will try to foment the trouble, and they will attempt to push terrorists. The security forces, the Indian Army that was deployed in the forward area, was on the alert. But unfortunately, during the exchange of fire, one brave heart Havaldar of the Indian Army made the supreme sacrifice while fighting with the terrorists. Now the terrorists are believed to be active in the same area that forces have has pushed in additional security forces in the area, so that the entire area can be cordoned, the forward area along the line of control, and the terrorists can be neutralized at an earliest. But dense foliage and the inclement weather conditions are proving to be one of the barriers in the ongoing operation. But the forces, they have launched the operations and now searching for the location of the terrorists.
Right, absolutely, Gursimran. Thank you so much for joining us with those details coming in on that story. Okay, in fact, Ishan is also joining us live from New Delhi. Ishan, this is coming in amid Operation Akhal that is also underway since the 1st of August. And we've seen that there are multiple attempts that have been made by the terrorists from across the border to infiltrate, and the Indian forces have been engaged with very long-drawn gun battles. This is, of course, we have seen that the intelligence inputs have been received, and now there is an infiltration bid just to, of course, mount the pressure. Army post has also been targeted, what we understand, in the latest bid that has been foiled. Tell us more what your sources are telling you.
This is absolutely correct. Recent intelligence report had clearly suggested that there is a heightened activity along the POK in the Pakistani side for terrorist camps and launch pads. These intelligence reports had clearly suggested that the major planning is taking place and major operations are being planned to take place in and around 14th of August. This is in light with recent trend where we see that after making of large statements by the Pakistani establishment, there are attacks taking place. We have been conducting multiple recent operations against all these terrorist activities, and we have been achieving success. However, unfortunately, yesterday night a Havaldar of the Indian Army was shot, and during this and succumbed to his injuries at the hospital. And as of now, and this is a developing story, and we'll keep bringing you updates as and when they come in.
Right, Goswami and Nishan, thank you so much for joining us with those details coming in on that story. We will shift our focus now. Another deadly attack has been reported from Ireland on an Indian. Now, the incident happened on the 10th of August around 5:30 p.m. And the incident happened when the victim was on his way back home. The victim was attacked by three teenagers in Fairview Park, T3. These are back-to-back incidents, viewers, of attacks against Indians. You've seen even a minor girl was attacked, brutally assaulted by individuals in Ireland. Racist attacks against Indians. Back-to-back attacks have been reported, and this is the latest. Indian has been attacked by teenagers. Okay, we have Anand Pandey, member of Ireland-India Council. He's live from Dublin. Sir, thank you so much for joining us, Mr. Pandey. And this is really, really astonishing what's been happening in Ireland. We've seen back-to-back such attacks against Indians. What's really happening, sir?
Yeah, that's something really very scary here at the moment. So there is atmosphere of fear. Okay, and as you'd have seen, like last Wednesday, there was an attack on one of the Indian guys going to work in the morning, and then this incident happened on 10th of August at 5:30 p.m. It is in broad daylight that the teenage kids are doing these things, and this area is Dublin 3. Okay, so there has been targeted attacks over the Indians in last few months. Okay, and there seems to be a big propaganda of the far right and the far left in these targeted attacks. Okay, and given the 15th August is coming up and there were celebrations planned across in the Dublin city centre, so Ireland-India Council had withdrawn its celebrations on 17th. There are a few other groups which are going ahead with their celebrations, and then with Navratri and Diwali coming as well, the festive season, there is a sense of fear here within the community. People are scared to go out for late night movies or dinners in the evening over the weekends.
Right, absolutely. It's really, really heartbreaking to see. We've seen an Indian origin man 5 days back also was hit. A young girl, a 6-year-old, was also attacked. It's very, really heartbreaking. But thank you so much for joining us with your inputs on this story. We shift our focus to some other story, but before that, a very short break. But there's a disturbing incident from Karnataka's Mandya that has come to light, where a pack of stray dogs have attacked 2 young girls. We'll get you more on that. And also on the show, viewers, ED's crackdown in the online betting app continues. Actor Prakash Raj, actor Manchu Lakshmi appeared before the ED.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, मसाला।
Being a legend means reaching a point where no one else has. To give others a dream worth chasing. 10 years of Creta, legend forever.
MDH की देगी मीरज,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मीरज।
Ну, а чо ж тих 2 не пок...
The current
Ми захищаємо населення, щоб шахеди не залетіли нікому ні в хату, нічого від людей. Зараз на даний час дуже важко, тому що їх побільшало.
Були й сьогодні доповіді наших військових, фронт, особливо Добропілля, Покровський напрямок. Зроблені там кроки, щоб виправити ситуацію. Я вдячний кожному підрозділу, кожному нашому воїну, які зараз знищують окупант. Позиції на Харківщині, позиції на Запоріжжі, позиції на Сумщині. Всюди ми стараємось забезпечити Україні саме такий захист.
Welcome back. Now, former Bihar Deputy Chief Minister and Leader of Opposition Tejasvi Yadav has upped the ante against Election Commission over the SIR exercise now. Take a listen in.
SIR का मामला जो है सुप्रीम कोर्ट में चल रहा है और कल तो जिन लोगों की SIR के बाद मृत्यु लिस्ट में नाम था उन लोगों को जिंदा जो है अदालत में पेश भी किया गया कि वोट की डकैती पुरजोर तरीके से हो रही है। अब जब खुलासा होने लगा है तो बीजेपी की बोलती बंद है। लेकिन पहले बीजेपी का एक फॉर्मूला होता था चुनाव हराने का, CBI, ED, इनकम टैक्स को लगाया जाता था। जब ये सब बेकार हो गई एजेंसियां तो इलेक्शन कमीशन को जो है आगे जो है किया जा रहा है।
Right, viewers, we'll get you more on the stray dog menace on the other side. Stay tuned. Also, the ED heat on stars from the southern film industries on the illegal betting app. We'll get you all the latest updates, who appeared before the ED and all the latest updates.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी। अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने, सब कुछ मजेदार बने। इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
In the contested waters of the South China Sea, a dramatic and deeply embarrassing incident unfolded involving Chinese and Philippine vessels. The Chinese Coast Guard vessel CCG-3104, originally a repurposed PLA Navy 056 class corvette, collided with the PLA Navy's guided missile destroyer Guilin during a high-speed maneuver intended to block Philippine Coast Guard ships. The collision occurred as the CCG-3104 aggressively pursued.
All right, we have some breaking news coming in right now, viewers. This is a terror threat that has been reported from Odisha. Now, terror threat graffiti has come to light from Puri's Jagannath temple. Threatening words have been written on the southern side of Jagannath temple premises. That's the breaking news. You can see the photograph, viewers. That text, I think, is written by a chalk on that wall, and that is the wall of Jagannath temple. And this is a threat that has been written down over there, and this is the graffiti at the this is a scribbling, in fact, that has been that is visible on Jagannath temple's wall, and of course this is being considered as a terror threat. What action has been taken, or is there somebody who's a suspect behind this? We do not know yet. We'll try and get more details on that. But this is a terror threat scribbled on the Jagannath wall, and the police have jumped into action. This is near the Puri shrine. It is actually near the Puri shrine, what I understand, viewers, from the information. And devotees, servitors, they've all raised concerns over the safety in and around Jagannath temple. And police said that the messages were found on the wall of the small temple. So it's a small temple just near the Jagannath Puri. And there have been threats to demolish the temple, so on and so forth. It sparked an alarm, of course. It's a threat. You can see that has been scribbled onto that wall near the Jagannath temple, the 12th century shrine, and it's warning of a terror attack. It's warning of a terror attack. That is a security concern. Okay, we shift our focus now, viewers. Shifting focus now to United States, where the Khalistani extremists desecrated a Hindu temple, marking the 4th such desecration of the site in less than a year. Here's a quick report.
Khalistani extremists attacked a Hindu temple in Indiana's Greenwood in the United States, marking the 4th such desecration of the site in less than a year. According to the reports, the Khalistani extremists also sprayed the Hindu temple with anti-India graffiti. Tom Suozzi, member of the Congress representing New York's 3rd Congressional District, also highlighted the incident of hate and intolerance against the Hindu community.
Late Sunday night, vandals defaced the BAPS Sri Swaminarayan Mandir on Long Island with vile hate and bigotry against the Hindu community. I've seen Hindus many times, and many of you have as well, when they place their hands together and they bow and they say namaste. When they do that, they're recognizing the divinity in the person in front of them. They're showing their respect for the person in front of them. We really need to recognize that with all of our fellow human beings, that we're all special, made in God's image, and need to treat each other with more respect. What's happening that we see these acts of vandalism and bigotry and hate happening so often Is it because of the inflammatory rhetoric we hear all the time? Is it because of the extremism? Is it because of the lack of accountability? What do we need to do to address this problem? Because hate is not the answer. Love is the answer. In the short term, we need to hold vandals and criminals and people who commit hate crimes accountable. We need law enforcement to work to apprehend these criminals, and we need prosecutors to prosecute them, to hold them accountable. Because people can't just say whatever they want, regardless of the impact it has on other human beings. And in the long term, we need to do a much better job educating people about the importance of love.
A short break, but we get you the latest update on another case of talk by that has come to light. Also, the ED hit on stars in the illegal betting app case. Several of them appearing before the ED in the betting app promotion.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये ही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
What makes you a legend? Maybe that you're followed by everyone. Maybe that you follow no one. Maybe both. 10 years of Creta, legend forever.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
Ну, а чо ж тих два не пок...
The current American president, he's traveled a very long and difficult path. There were hardships along the way, on his way to the White House.
Ми захищаємо населення, щоб шахеди не злетіли нікому ні в хату, нічого від людей. Зараз на даний час дуже важко, тому що їх побільшало.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
All right, good afternoon, viewers. You're watching live and breaking, and I am Rakshita Mishra with you. We'll get you all the top stories of the day that we are tracking. First, the headlines.
ये जो फर्जी वोट अगर बनते हैं तो उसकी सफाई हो, सच्चे भारतीयों को, पक्के नागरिकों को वोट का अधिकार उनका ना छिने, लेकिन जो घुसपैठिए हैं, जो फर्जी वोट बना है, उनके वोट को खत्म किया जाए, तो उसका विरोध कांग्रेस पार्टी करती है।
Political face-off heats up over Election Commission's SIR exercise. BJP says Rahul Gandhi and India alliance indulging in infiltrative vote bank politics.
कांग्रेस में आंतरिक लोकतंत्र खत्म हो चुका है। कांग्रेस के वरिष्ठ नेता जब अपनी पार्टी पर सवाल खड़ा किया कि भाई हमारी सरकार थी 2024 में कर्नाटक में कांग्रेस की, कांग्रेस ने उनको नोटिस तो छोड़ी, उनको बर्खास्त करने का सीधा आदेश राहुल गांधी जी ने दिया।
BJP MP Anurag Thakur questions K.N. Rajanna's dismissal from Karnataka cabinet, says internal politics is dead in the Congress party. Army has neutralized 2 terrorists of Pakistan in North Kashmir's Uri in an ongoing encounter. 1 soldier also loses life in line of action. A disturbing incident in Karnataka's Mandi. A pack of stray dogs attacked 2 young girls aged 7 and 8 respectively while they were playing outside their homes. ED's crackdown in the online betting app case continues after actor Prakash Raj, actor Manju Lakshmi appears before ED in betting app promotion. DGCA issues a warning letter to Air India over safety violations. Air India faces enforcement action.
कि अगर तुम हमारा पानी बंद करने की धमकी देते हो तो ये बात जहन में रखना कि पाकिस्तान की एक बूंद भी तुम पाकिस्तान से छीन नहीं सकते। उस खुदाए बुजुर्गों बरतर की कसम है कि अगर तुमने ये हरकत की तो दोबारा तुम्हें वो सबक सिखाएंगे कि तुम कानों को हाथ लगाओगे।
After Asim Munir and Bilawal Bhutto, now Shahbaz Sharif joins Pakistan's empty threat brigade. We start with breaking news coming in. The Consulate General of India in Chicago has strongly condemned the desecration of the Bap Swami Narayan Temple in Greenwood of Indiana. Now, the temple's main signboard was vandalized. The 4th such anti-Hindu incident in the US in the past year. And calling this act reprehensible, the consulate said it is in close touch with the local Hindu community and US law enforcement, urging swift action. Hindu organizations and US lawmakers have also denounced the incident, calling it a hate crime and demanding prosecution of the perpetrators. Now, pro-Hindu activists and BJP supporters and devotees of Dharmasala are staging massive protests across multiple districts, condemning alleged derogatory remarks and misinformation against the sacred temple town. Now, in Chikmagaluru, over 2,000 devotees from various parts of the district took out a 2-kilometer protest march from the Taluk office to Azad Park, singing devotional hymns, beating drums. Hundreds of women participated, condemning what they call a conspiracy to malign Dharmasthala. So Hindu groups have now taken to the streets and they are now staging protest. And this is the row over Dharmasala mass burial. Remember, the excavation process continues. And now there are many Hindu devotees, Hindu groups there are claiming that this is a bid to malign Dharmasthala. While there has been a skeletal found, there has been not a lot of things found, but the investigation is still underway. All right, viewers, now breaking news is coming in. Former ADMK MP Maitre has joined DMK ahead of the 2026 elections. Now, he said that ADMK only listens to Delhi while he leaves the party. Maitre met Chief Minister M.K. Stalin at DMK headquarters and formally joined the ruling party. So, ex-ADM MP sidelined in and he was sidelined in the AIDMK also, after he supported O. Pannirselvam and 2023 joined the BJP, but as he did not get any position, he rejoined the ADMK in 2024, but as party general secretary, Edapati Palaniswamy did not consider him for a position. He quit the party and joined the DMK. Sharda joins us live on the broadcast from Sharda. Is a former AIDMK or ADMK MP? Just clarify for us, and what's really going on? What's the significance of him joining back?
Well, my friend is from the ADMK party. When back in 2016, when Jayalalitha
lost her life, and then there was a split in the party between O Pannirselvam, the Sasikala factor, and the Edappadi K. Palaniswamy. He supported O Pannirselvam, which he was removed from the AIADMK party later on, and following which Edappadi Palaniswamy did not give him a position. And then again in 2024, he moved to BJP, stating that he requires a position in the party. However, when BJP was not able to give him that position, he came back to the AIADMK party. So the switch between AIADMK and BJP, what happened in the last 5 years, now Maitreyan has now completely moved to the DMK, stating that the AIADMK and BJP now together under the India Alliance, and also said that the AIADMK party did not take any decision on their own, and also blamed that Delhi is the place where the AIADMK listens to. And now meeting the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, M.K. Stalin, today morning, Maitreyan joined the DMK party. And this is not the first former AIADMK MP who joined the DMK. Last month we had MP Anwar Raja from the AIADMK citing the same reason, stating that the AIADMK is not taking a decision on their own and is completely dependent on the Delhi government, and has now joined the DMK.
Right, thanks so much, Shada, for joining us with those details coming in on that story. Shifting focus now, after India suspended Indus Waters Treaty in response to the Pahalgam terror attack, panic has gripped Islamabad. First, Army Chief Asim Munir threatened to bomb the dams. It's now Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif issuing water war threats. Before that, it was of course Bilawal Bhutto Zardari as well. Here's a report.
From across the border, Pakistan's Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif is back with yet another rant. This time, over the Indus Waters Treaty. He claims India won't be allowed to take even one drop of water.
मैं ये बताना चाहता हूं आज दुश्मन को कि अगर तुम हमारा पानी बंद करने की धमकी देते हो तो ये बात ज़हन में रखना कि पाकिस्तान की एक बूंद भी तुम पाकिस्तान से छीन नहीं सकते.
His words may sound defiant, but they reek of fear. Shehbaz Sharif knows what's at stake, and he knows Pakistan has no control. That's why the bluster, the bravado, and the desperation.
अगर तुमने ये हरकत की तो दोबारा तुम्हें वो सबक सिखाएंगे कि तुम कानों को हाथ लगाओगे पाकिस्तान का तुम कभी भी.
This also comes after Bilawal Bhutto's hollow claim.
इस मुल्क के अवाम में इतना ताकत है कि जंग की सूरत हो तो जंग में भी हम इनका मुकाबला कर सकते हैं, और जो आपके 6 के 6 दरिया है वो वापस हासिल भी कर सकते हैं. हमने अमन की बात की, भारत ने जंग की बात की, लेकिन अगर जंग छेड़ा गया है तो हम शाह अब्दुल लतीफ पिठाई की धरती से मोदी सरकार को बताना चाहेंगे कि हम पीछे नहीं हटते. और अगर आप सिंधु की तरफ इस किस्म की हमला के बारे में सोचेंगे तो फिर पाकिस्तान के हर सूबे के अवाम आपका मुकाबला करने के लिए तैयार है.
The outburst comes after India suspended the Indus Waters Treaty in April, a day after the Pahalgam terror attack that killed 26 innocent Indians. Pakistan is rattled because water leverage is now in India's hands. Days earlier, Pakistan Army Chief Asim Munir threatened to destroy Indian dams. Threats like these only expose Pakistan's desperation and its obsession with provoking India. The MEA slammed Pakistan's nuclear blackmail, calling it routine behavior from a regime hand in glove with terror outfits. Remember, when Pakistan tried to test India in May, they got Operation Sindoor in return. India dismantled terror camps inside POK, loud and clear. Pakistan can bark, but India holds the tap. Water, war, or rhetoric, India is ready. The message to Islamabad is simple. Stop threatening, start behaving.
Coming in right now, Salim Pistol, India's most wanted arms supplier, who was arrested in Nepal on the 9th of August has been brought to India. According to sources, Salim Pistol, whose original name is Sheikh Salim, is being held at Delhi Police Special Cell Office in the capital. He's been on the run since 2018. Salim Pistol was arrested at the India-Nepal border, and he's the first person to have supplied Zigana pistols to gangsters in India. He's been a key conduit for smuggling sophisticated weapons as well. All right, now former Bihar Deputy Chief Minister and leader of opposition Tejasvi Yadav has upped the ante against the Election Commission of India over the SIR exercise. Here's more.
SIR का मामला जो है सुप्रीम कोर्ट में चल रहा है और कल तो जिन लोगों की SIR के बाद मृत्यु लिस्ट में नाम था उन लोगों को जिंदा जो है अदालत में पेश भी किया गया कि वोट की डकैती पुरजोर तरीके से हो रही है। अब जब खुलासा होने लगा है तो बीजेपी की बोलती बंद है, लेकिन पहले बीजेपी का एक फॉर्मूला होता था चुनाव हराने का। सीबीआई, ईडी, इनकम टैक्स को लगाया जाता था। जब ये सब बेकार हो गई एजेंसियां तो इलेक्शन कमीशन को जो है आगे जो है किया जा रहा है।
Tensions have flared in Haryana's New district after a minor parking dispute spiraled into large-scale violence in Mundaka village. What began as an argument quickly turned into a full-blown clash with arson, stone pelting and injuries reported. Here's a ground report.
A minor dispute over a vehicle parking in the Mundaka village, located on the Haryana-Rajasthan border in New district, escalated into a violent clash. At least a dozen have been injured. People on both sides resorted to stone pelting, glass bottle attacks and arson.
डंडों का इस्तेमाल किया गया, पत्थरों का इस्तेमाल किया गया, शराब की बोतलें एक दूसरे पर फेंकी गई, उसके सबूत आपको यहाँ पर नजर आ जाएंगे। आप ये देखिए, ये शराब की बोतल आपको यहाँ पर नजर आ जाएगी जो हमले के लिए इस्तेमाल की गई। टूटे हुए कांच आपको इस तरीके से जो पीसेस है वो आपको यहाँ पर पड़े हुए नजर आ जाएंगे। और जैसे जैसे मैं आगे चलता जाऊँगा, आप ये देखिए, यहाँ पर भी आगजनी हुई है, पूरी सड़क आपको काली यहाँ पर नजर आ जाएगी। इसी जगह पर जो टायर थे उनको जलाए गए, जो डंडे उनके पास थे, जो बाइक यहाँ पर खड़ी थी उनको जलाया गया। और अगर मेरे विजय आकाश आपको तस्वीर दिखाएं तो आप ये देखते चलिए, बारीक बारीक आपको कांच यहाँ पर नजर आ जाएंगे। और सीसीटीवी कैमरों में जब आप तस्वीरें देख रहे हैं कि कैसे सामने पत्थरबाजी हुई, किस तरीके से सामने बोतल्स फेंकी गई और किस तरीके से उपद्रव हुआ।
Police say the altercation began when a man, a local resident, parked his car in the middle of the road, while another asked him to move his vehicle. An argument broke out during which the young man in the car allegedly attacked with a glass bottle. The confrontation quickly drew in people from both sides, leading to mass stone pelting. During the chaos, a motorcycle and a small roadside shop was set on fire.
हाँ, दुकान पर हा ही हमारा आदमी हम झगड़ा में ना हो ही बैठा हुआ, इतने होश होती होती लड़ाई ही आई है। फिर वो आदमी बेचारा कोई को कान कट को, कोई को माथा फूट को, उन्नत लेगा एम्बुलेंस में, और वह गांव का आके नहीं रहा, हमारे ही चढ़ हम अपने भीतर दबगा, हम ना झगड़ा में, वो तो गांव का कोई झगड़ा में
होंगे उस समय
सड़क पर बहुत थोड़ा ये जब ज़्यादा पुलिस से आगे वो ज़्यादा आगा माड़ी, फिर तो गांव दो चार हमारा गांव है, थोड़ा गांव का थोड़ा हमारा महीना खाया हुए, और जब उन्हें जाने की लूट फूट करो, जब उतरंगा हुए ये उतरंगा, जब ही से लिया और फेंकिया बोतल रू करो, हूँ जो और धरो हंसली धरी मेरी और 1 किलो कड़ा धरा हूँ सर मकान फोड़ दिया, आग लगा रखी तूड़ा में।
A team from the Firozpur police reached the spot to control the situation. But by evening, the entire village turned into a fortress with heavy security in place. The police have registered a case in connection with the violence and have launched a manhunt to nab those involved. Security forces are expected to remain deployed in Mundka until the situation is deemed completely stable.
Right, we have breaking news coming in right now. Viewers from Jammu and Kashmir. Now, Kashmir IGP says that the hunt for terrorists in Kulgam's Akhal forest has entered its final stage. The encounter, now in its 13th day, has claimed the lives of 2 army soldiers and injured 9 others since it began on the 1st of August. 2 terrorists have been killed, though their identities and affiliations remain unknown. At least 2 of them earlier were identified. But this is the terror hunt and the entire operation. This is the Operation Akhal that is going on, viewers. And 2 soldiers of India have also made the supreme sacrifice in this operation. The terror hunt continues in this operation in Jammu and Kashmir, and it is the 13th day. It's being wound up. The operation is being wound up. It's in its final stages, but of course it's been a challenging terrain and one of the longest anti-terror operations in recent years as far as the valley is concerned. And the 2 soldiers from Army's elite counter-insurgency unit, Lance Naik Preetpal Singh and Sepoy Harminder Singh, they made the supreme sacrifice, suffering injuries, succumbing to it. And Zenith is joining us live on the broadcast from Zenith. This is one of the longest anti-terror operations in the valley, and this now what we are learning is that it would be in its final stages.
Actually, the operation is over, but yes, the tasso continues in the forest belts of the Akhal in Kulgam. The operation, the machinery, and the other things have been withdrawn yesterday also, because this was an army operation, and after getting the credible leads about the group of terrorists in the Akhal forest belt, the operation was concluded yesterday. But yes, the search continues in the area, because this is a very long forest. The ridges connects you to the Jammu's Riyasi, and there had been an information that the terrorists who are hiding in this Akhal forest belt had come from Riyasi. This operation was there for around 11 days. But on the 9th day, the firefight stopped altogether, and for next 2 days, no gunshot was witnessed. With the result, the army had to withdraw its forces from the spot where the encounter was taking on. But yes, now there the CASO has been launched to search or to frisk and to see if at all the terrorists are still hiding in the belt. In this operation, which concluded on the 11th day, the 2 army soldiers lost their lives, and also the 1 Lashkar-e-Toiba terrorist, the local one who comes from the Pulwama, was neutralized on the very first day when this encounter started. This was a group of the terrorists, the foreign as well as the local terrorists who had come.
Yes, Azina, thank you so much for joining us with those details coming in. Viewers, in fact, more breaking news that the Indian Army has also released an official statement saying that the Indian Army has foiled an infiltration bid in the Uri sector this morning, and the Indian Army had killed 2 terrorists in the same areas a few days back. And while foiling the infiltration bid, 1 Indian Army soldier lost his life. Search operations are still going on in the area. So we'll just get more details from my colleague Goswami Singh on this big story that we're tracking from Jammu and Kashmir. This is from Uri sector. It falls in the Baramulla, and this is along the Uri sector of Jammu and Kashmir, Baramulla district of North Kashmir, and group of what we understand, as far as sources tell us, that 3 armed terrorists took advantage of the dense foliage and darkness to make this infiltration bid. They targeted Tika border forward post in Uri sector. Goswami Singh joins us for more. Goswami, tell us more details about this, please.
See, there was an attempt by the Lashkar-e-Toiba terrorists. What it is being said that a group of 3 terrorists tried to sneak into the Indian territory in the Uri sector of the line of control in North Kashmir. It was close to the Tika forward post of the Indian Army where the infiltration attempt was made. But the attempt was repulsed by the Indian Army. But in an unfortunate incident, 1 brave heart of the Indian Army, Havaldar rank official, he made the supreme sacrifice. He was injured while fighting with these terrorists in an attempt to push back or neutralize these terrorists. terrorist. He was injured and later succumbed to the injuries. What we are picking up that this is the same area where a major infiltration bid was foiled by the Indian Army on 23rd of April 2025, where 2 Pakistani terrorists of Lashkar-e-Toiba were killed and a huge cache of arms and ammunition, including the 2 AK series rifles, IEDs, magazines and Pakistani currency, along with some eatables were recovered with the Pakistani marking. So a similar attempt was being made yesterday also by the Pakistan in the late hours, taking the advantage of the dense foliage and the darkness to push their terrorists into the Indian territory. And this coming at a time when we are witnessing back-to-back provocative statements coming from the Pakistani Prime Minister as well as the Pakistani Army Chief, which clearly hints that the Pakistan wants to disrupt peace in the Indian side and they are hell-bent to push their terrorists into the Indian territory. And now this incident taking place, but an infiltration bid stands foiled, and now the security forces are carrying out large-scale search operations in the area to neutralize the group of Lashkar terrorists which was attempting to sneak into the Indian territory.
Goswami Singh, right. Thank you so much for joining us. In fact, we also have Ishan joining us. Ishan, tell us more. What are you picking up from your sources on this operation, on this infiltration bid?
This infiltration bid took place in the cover of darkness and in an area with dense foliage. This comes in shortly after reports earlier had come in wherein it was suggested that there are a large number of Pakistani terror camps that have been activated in the POK region, and these camps have been activated post Operation Sindoor, and these camps have seen increased activities in the recent days and weeks coming up to 14th of August, and we have had intelligence reports suggest that they may be an attack that is being planned during the 14th of August period.
Thank you so much.
During this attack, one of our Jawan had been injured and he succumbed to his injuries.
Okay, right, Ishan. Ishan, stay on with us. Gursimran, please stay on with us. We also have Zeenat joining us from Srinagar. Zeenat, well, what we understand is that this, of course, was the targeting of the posts that has happened. This is near the forward post, Tika border forward post in Uri sector. And one soldier was also involved in a close-range combat and later succumbed to injuries. What more can you tell us about this?
See, the Sepoy Anil, who's been identified now, he lost his life. He got killed in action while defending his post. Because as per the sources within the army, this exchange of fire had taken place around 2:30 in the morning between the India and the Pakistan. Indian soldiers were engaged with the Pakistani terrorists who tried to infiltrate, but Indian Army within the sources, although we are yet to get any official confirmation and official press release regarding the issue, that it was an infiltration bid, because when India is in a celebration mode of the independence of the Republic Day, such incidents do take place if we turn the pages of the history. That is why there had been a lot of alertness along the line of control. The anti-infiltration grid is on alert, and a lot of machinery even was deployed to monitor every inch, because the live images, the real-time timings has also been getting monitored as far as the LC infrastructure is concerned. This incident had taken place around 2:30 in the morning. This is the Churanda area in Uri sector, where this is a part of the North Kashmir's Baramulla, and around 70 to 80 kilometers from the Srinagar city, and it takes around three plus hours to reach to the spot where this incident has taken. This is the extreme forward area where this incident has taken place, and because of the no communication facilities available in this area, it took time to get the exact news about the entire incident.
Absolutely challenging terrain there. Thank you so much, Zina, for joining us. We have some breaking news coming in. This is with regards to S. Jaishankar, the External Affairs Minister's visit to Moscow as planned. The dates have now been announced, and we expect that he will be meeting his Russian counterpart next week. So that's the breaking news we have after NSA Ajit Doval. It's External Affairs Minister Dr. Jaishankar, who will be holding meeting with Sergei Lavrov next week for talks, 20th of August to 21st of August. This is as per our sources, Jaishankar to meet Russian counterpart, and of course this was part of this the scheduled meetings that have been lined up, and this is announced by now. This has been now being told by the sources to us, and that's the latest update we have right now. And we've seen that He has also met counterparts from Russia on the sidelines of the BRICS summit, of course. But he's held meetings, he's held separate talks with Russian counterpart earlier. N.S.A. Doval also, of course, from defense to trade, to defense and strategic partnership was on the table, was discussed as per our sources when he was in Moscow. And he invited Vladimir Putin, the president of Russia. The Prime Minister also spoke to Vladimir Putin and welcoming him in India. And then we have the Foreign Affairs Minister, we have External Affairs Minister Chandrakala joins us from more. Chandrakala, tell us more details about this meeting between Sergei Lavrov and Jaishankar.
Well, yes, of course, Rakshita, External Affairs Minister is scheduled to visit Moscow to meet the Russian Foreign Minister. The meet is scheduled for August 21st. Of course, this meet comes after N.S.A. Doval's meeting in Moscow, and there are a lot of such important issues that are to be discussed during this meeting. Of course, the tariff would be one such issue, and energy and security will be one such issues. And this particular visit comes at a very crucial time when a lot of such geopolitical developments are underway. And we have seen the National Security Advisor Ajit Doval was in Moscow, and now External Affairs Minister Jaishankar will be visiting Russia. He'll be meeting the Foreign Minister and other Russian officials, and the meeting is slated to take place on August 21st. And several other issues, including the tariff. As we know, that Russian president is also slated to visit India anytime soon. Over to you. Yes, it's a very, very crucial visit.
Indeed it is, and this comes in the backdrop of what's been happening between America and and India. Of course, we've seen that the leadership in New Delhi has also been very, very much, very much stern in their messaging that has been going across. Without, of course, taking names, we've seen that India will do whatever suits its own interests, and even if the proximity to Russia irks any other country, it really is not. It really doesn't affect New Delhi, and that is the record that has been set by the leadership. The intent has been made very, very clear. And now, of course, White House, Chandrakala, will be having its eyes on this meeting also.
Yes, Rakshita rightly pointed out is that, of course, President Trump is also likely to meet Russian President Putin anytime soon, and the White House has made it clear that the meeting will be taking place on Friday, this Friday. So yes, External Affairs Minister's visit to Moscow, and of course Trump meeting President Putin on the particular issues as far as the Ukraine conflict is concerned, and also tariff is one such agenda which will be discussed when all these important meetings are concerned. So yes, these meetings are coming at a very, very crucial time when countries, all the major powers are staring at Trump's tariff. Of course, Russia has made it clear, no matter what our relations with.
Thank you very much for being here this afternoon. Thank you. A lot has happened in the course of the last 3 editions of the Nationalist Collective. Operation Sindoor has happened, and we have had the one-sided declaration of a trade war by Donald Trump. And today is a great occasion. When we have the 3rd edition of the Nationalist Collective, people will be looking forward to the various conversations that we have on stage to give some direction to how India should shape the outcome out of whatever we are facing today. Some people say that these are not crises, these are opportunities. I also think so, because I believe this is the transition of India from being a middle power to being a great power. We are rising unapologetically, we are rising decisively. If you look at our economic performance over the last 4 months, it tells you a different story of overtaking Japan, becoming the 3rd largest economy in the world, already in effective terms, in purchasing power parity terms, growing in terms of reducing income inequality. We have, when the world has high inflation, we have yesterday had the lowest rates of inflation which have been announced. And so there's a great effort towards taking India towards its eventual destiny. Today's conversations are shaped by decision makers. We are very privileged to have a Lieutenant General among us who has headed the strike corps and is now at the highest echelons. And today I'm very grateful to the Indian Army, sir, and to the Chief of Army Staff who I met a month back, that he has sent you to represent the Indian Army at this event. We're grateful to you, sir. We also have with us many other speakers. I'm not mentioning all, but we have Sanjeev Sanyal, who's an advisor to the Prime Minister on economics. So we will get both a strategic and an economic perspective. The only takeaway that I would like this event to have is that as nationalists, we must also be realistic about the challenges that we face. We don't want to be an India that waits for others. We want to be an India that sets the tone. Is it possible, given everything that we are going through, is it possible for India to rewrite the global script? How will we compete in a changing world where suddenly, if you think last 6 months, what has happened is this relative insulation. We thought that we will get 3 to 4 to 5 years till we catch up with the rest of the world, and then we will talk to the rest of the world on our own terms. Operation Sindoor has taught us that the world does not wait for you. Challenges come, your enemies are ever there, and you have to be ever vigilant. We will not get 4 to 5 years to prepare. Neither will our economy get 4 to 5 years to become more resilient and strong. As they say in Sanskrit, Subhashya Shighram, whatever you have to do today. So this edition of the Nationalist Collective should have the same spirit of Subhashya Shighram. What is it that we can do today? Not what it is that we need to do 5 years from now. We have inspirational speakers. We have great nationalists. And I request all the speakers to come together and contribute towards that discussion, so that everybody who is watching today's event at home, here, on streaming, or anywhere in the world knows that there is an intent to change things and to change things fast. So if I was to ask to wrap up, what would be the theme of today's event? It should be Nationalist Collective Subhashya Shighram. Jo karna hai abhi karne ki zarurat hai, so that we can bring history closer to us rather than wait for history to be rewritten by us one day. And I wish you all the best. I will be hooked today at today's event, because these will be deep and important conversations. Nationalist Collective has grown. Now we have members of Nationalist Collective coming to our channel, coming as speakers. I recently had a young boy, I think he was 18 or 19 years old, and he was from Mumbai, and he said, I'm a Nationalist Collective member. He came on my show, and I can tell you one thing, the systematic way in which he hammered the Pakistanis. On my program, on a live program, he had a Pakistani retired general, Pakistani policy makers, economists on the other side, and he was cool and calm. Similarly, in another event where we opened up the lines, we had a member of the Nationalist Collective from Mumbai, and he started reeling figures about the comparison between Pakistan's economy and India's economy. And I asked him at the end of it, sir, if you don't mind, I ask you, what do you do? Because the Pakistanis had no response to this person. I thought he's a highly trained economist like my friend Sanjeev Sanyal. He said, Arnab, I work in real estate in Bangalore. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak. I am in real estate, but I am a member of Nationalist Collective, and everything I'm doing is going to make India a 5 trillion economy and a 10 trillion economy very soon. So I felt so proud that we have been able to give a platform to these people, so that they are not just working in the intersections of what their daily work is, but they have a larger cause. And that is what Nationalist Collective is all about. Something larger that we do beyond our work. If today a student in Mumbai and a real estate professional in Bengaluru have been inspired for the cause, and so have all of you to come on this sweltering afternoon to be with us, then I think we are on the right track. Thank you very much, and best of luck to the 3rd edition of the Nationalist Collective. Thank you.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। आपके विचार आगे तक जाएंगे, और जैसा हम कह रहे हैं कि राष्ट्रवादी समूह है, राष्ट्रवादी अलग हम लोग जगा रहे हैं और ये दूर तक जाए, यही हमारी एक कोशिश है। तो आज के हम पहले सेशन की तरफ बढ़ेंगे और आज हम एक ऐसे सत्र की ओर बढ़ रहे हैं जिसमें बात होगी दुनिया की बदलती राजनीति की, इतिहास से मिलने वाले अहम सबक की। हमारे साथ हैं एक प्रतिष्ठित अर्थशास्त्री, इतिहासकार और नीति विशेषज्ञ। प्लीज वेलकम मिस्टर संजीव सान्याल, member of Prime Minister's Economic Advisory Council, presenting World Order Influx Lessons from History. Welcome, sir. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Big congratulations to Republic TV for putting together the Nationalist Collective. And I'm going to speak here today about a topic which is on top of your minds, which is, of course, the major churn, geopolitical churn that the world is going through. We are witnessing one of those moments in history when the world order basically resets. These are turbulent times. Now, of course, I have to be a little careful about what I say here because I am a policymaker and I'm dealing with a live situation. So I requested my friend Arnab to allow me to wear my hat as a historian, because, you see, we are a very ancient civilization. And in this very long history, we have not only witnessed, but participated in many periods of geopolitical shifts. And so there are many interesting lessons that we can bring to bear over these many thousands of years of history. And I'm going to use 2 episodes to illustrate this issue. So the first issue, or rather, first episode that I'm going to deal with relates to something that happened exactly 1,000 years ago. In the year 1025, when, as some of you may be aware, the great king Rajendra Chola did a raid on Southeast Asia. So this was a major naval raid, a major geopolitical event of that time. And I will first get you to understand what were the circumstances in which it happened, and 2, what are the lessons we can draw from it. And then I will go on to the other episode. So let me take you back 1,000 years ago. What was going on? What did the world look like 1,000 years ago? So 1,000 years ago, the world economy basically was about trade between 3 major nodes. One of them was in the Eastern Mediterranean, the Fatimid Empire out of Egypt. The second was India, which was the southern India was at that time dominated by the Chola Empire. And the third was China, ruled over by the Song Empire. And these 3 nodes were trading each other heavily, particularly through the maritime route. Now, it is important to note here that we are all very proud about India being, at that time, something like a third of the world economy. But you have to understand that this wasn't only about the domestic economy. It happened because we Indians dominated world trade. And how did we do it? It wasn't about, individual heroic merchants sailing out into the horizon. It was actually done by large guilds, merchant and artisan guilds, which were not dissimilar to multinational companies. We even know their names. For example, one of them was called Mani Gramam. Another was called the 500. Why 500? I presume because they had 500 shareholders. So it was like a modern corporation. And these were not small bodies. They had sort of operations across the world. For example, the 500 had major operations in Southeast Asia. They had their own navy because there were obviously pirates everywhere. Indeed, some of these big multinational merchant guilds were so powerful that they survived through many dynasties. So dynasties would come and go, empires would come and go, but these massive merchant guilds would continue. And these merchant guilds were financed by a very sophisticated financial system, interestingly run out of the temples. So in case you have ever wondered why is it that Hindu temples in the medieval period had so much gold, it was not because the kings of that time were handing over their gold to the temples. Let me assure you that Indian politicians of all eras are always very reluctant to hand over their money to anyone. So even at that time, it was true. The reason Indian temples, Hindu temples had so much money was because they functioned as banks and venture capitalists who were financing these merchant and artisan guilds to build out this massive merchant, what I would call an export-led model of growth. So this was what allowed this domination of this global economic system. Now, a series of events in the early 11th century threatened this. So what happened is, you have to know that a lot of this trade was happening between India through Southeast Asia to China, Korea, Japan, and so on. And this happened through two routes. There was one route which went through the Malacca Straits, which is between Sumatra and the Malay Peninsula, which was usually controlled by the Srivijaya kings of Sumatra. And the other route was through the Sunda Strait, which is between Sumatra and Java, which was usually controlled by the Javans. So these were the two routes through which the Cholas were trading with the Song and other kingdoms of that part of the world. Now what happened is that the Sumatrans were under tremendous pressure from the Javans, and at that one point, a series of battles, the kings of Java basically defeated the Srivijayas. So the Srivijaya went running to the Chinese for help. And the Chinese decided to provide them with a great deal of support. So the reason I'm telling you this is that Chinese geopolitical projection is not a new thing. It was happening 1,000 years ago. And it is with the help of Chinese support that the Srivijaya managed to not only defeat the Javans, but take control of the Sunda Strait as well. So now you had a situation where the same power controlled both the Malacca Straits and the Sunda Straits. And of course, they did what all monopolists do. They dramatically jacked up the tariffs for passing through those straits. Now, this is something that was against the economic interests of the Cholas. So what they did is they sent a warning in 1017, a small raid, to warn the Sumatrans that, look, we are not happy about the situation. But the Srivijaya ignored it. In fact, worse, they projected to the Song emperor that the Cholas were their vassals. I'm sure this information managed to wake it back to Rajendra Chola. So exactly 1,000 years ago, in 1025, Rajendra Chola decided to make a naval raid. Now, there is no evidence that Rajendra Chola had a large standing navy. So it is almost certain that most of the navy that he used were actually the navy of these merchant guilds I talked about earlier, of the Manigramam and of the 500. And so a large naval force was put together. It set sail from Nagapatnam, which is still a major port today. And from Nagapatnam, they made their way across the Bay of Bengal to Sumatra, and then along the western coast to the Sunda Strait, where they probably refueled with their Javan allies. And having got refueled, they made their way up the Malacca Strait, sacking all the ports of the Srivijaya, and finally landing in Kadaram, what is modern Kedah in Malaysia. They destroyed the army of the Srivijaya completely. And then they made their way back past Nicobar, back to base. This was a major event, as you can imagine, and as a result of which the trade routes opened. And a few years later, we have a record of a joint embassy by the Cholas with the Srivijaya, where presumably they basically came to some agreement with the Song emperor. It is worth noting here also that the Chinese actually did absolutely nothing to help their Srivijayan vassals. Now, what is the lesson about this whole episode? What can we learn from this major event in our history? First of all, very important to remember that there is actually no difference between economic power and military power. Hard power matters. You can have all the soft power you want, but hard economic power and hard military power are needed, and they are joined in the hip. They're actually the same thing. You cannot have one without the other. It's meaningless to have one without the other. So this is something that our ancestors knew. We are all proud of ancient India, and for some reason we have been somehow given to believe that India was some sort of a uniquely pacifist country. That is not the case. While we may not have gone and colonized other countries through actual occupation, we did culturally colonize other places, but not through actual occupation. We were not above protecting our economic interests by the sword when necessary. The second important thing is, even with your geopolitical rivals, you can enter into an understanding when you have economic interests which you may share. For example, it is very likely that the Song emperors were just as unhappy about the tariffs that they were being imposed by the Srivijaya. Or at the very least, they understood the Indian interests and allowed us to do what we want to do, even to their own vassal. So whenever we are thinking of the Chinese, do remember that, yes, they have their interests, so do we. And if it suits them, and indeed if we push hard enough, it suits us, we will be able to pursue our interests. But we have to be very clear what those interests are and to be willing to back it with both economic and military hard power. So this is the first episode that I wanted to tell you about. Now, this economic system that I described, unfortunately fell apart in the early 13th century. All these three nodes of economic hub that I talked about were essentially sacked by raiders from the Central Asia. China's Song Empire was destroyed by the Mongols. India itself was sacked by the Turks. And of course, the Middle East was an absolute upheaval because of also the Mongols, who sacked Baghdad and other places. The temples, which were the backbone of our financial system, were sacked. So people tend to only think of this in cultural and religious terms, but do remember that it was an absolute economic disaster as well, because the financial basis of our Indian economic power was also destroyed. Notice that many of our big temples are all along the coastline. Where is Somnath? It is on the coast. Where is Konarak? It's on the coast. These were all temples which were related to the port activities of those areas. So we went into decline. Now, a couple of more centuries passed, and what happened is that in many of these places, new powers came back. These Central Asian hordes were either pushed back or at least put in control. So, for example, the Mongols were finally defeated by the Ming, and the Ming emperor rose and became a major power in China. In the Middle East, the Mongols were overthrown by the Safavids. So in Iran, and so the Middle East also came back. In India, although northern India continued to be under the control of the Central Asian invaders, at least much of southern India came to be under the control of another great empire called the Vijayanagar. Now, in this situation, it's quite interesting what the Chinese did. Remember, the Chinese, just like today, they were very conscious that they had come back from a period of decline. So what they did is, they wanted to also project power. Just like today they want to project power, the Ming emperors also wanted to project power. So they built a huge navy. This navy was led by a very unlikely leader, an admiral who was a eunuch actually, called Admiral Zheng He. And Admiral Zheng He led these magnificent expeditions into the Indian Ocean. The ships he used were massive. They were massive even by modern standards. And in each one of these expeditions, he had between 20 to 25,000 sailors and soldiers and merchants on these expeditions. So these were huge expeditions by modern standards. The technology they were using at that time was almost a century ahead of what the Europeans were using. So the ships were huge, the technology was huge, and there was no doubt at that time that the Chinese were far in advance of anybody of that time. And using these ships, Admiral Zheng He came to the Indian Ocean. And he sailed all over the Indian Ocean. he came to, he went to Indonesia, where of course the main rival to the Chinese were the Hindu empire of the Majapahit, which was a Hindu empire of what is now Indonesia. He came to Sri Lanka, he came to India, he went to Africa and to Arabia. Now it is important, while he was trading, it is important to remember that this was primarily a projection of power, because do remember that these are not voyages of exploration. Indians, or indeed even the Chinese, had been sailing these waters for hundreds of years before that. So what they were really doing was signaling that, look, yes, we were conquered by the Mongols, but China is back. That is what they were signaling, and they made repeated voyages. Indeed, they did a lot of geopolitical maneuvering also in the Indian Ocean. So, for example, they tried to change the king of Sri Lanka and put their own candidate there. Since they were suspicious of the Hindu Majapahit empire in Indonesia, they actually backed an Islamic kingdom in Malacca. So they encouraged the local king of Malacca to convert to Islam, and then they backed it to fight against the Majapahit. So you can see the Chinese have been in this area doing their thing for a very long time. And this is what Admiral Zheng He as well did. And he made repeated voyages. So if around about the 1435 or so, you had asked anybody, you know, some part of the world is going to dominate the world, can you guess who that's going to be? They were almost always, everybody was going to say China, not Europe. They were all going to say China. They were ahead technologically. They were already geopolitically powerful. They had taken over large parts of the world's oceans. So, you know, everybody would have said, you know, next few centuries belongs to China. But then something very interesting happened. You see, the Ming emperor died, and a new Ming emperor came to the throne. And this new emperor had been brought to the throne because of the support of the Confucian mandarins, which is the bureaucrats. And the Confucian mandarins were suspicious of their rivals in court, who were the eunuchs, like Admiral Zheng He. So they did what all good bureaucrats do. They switched off the money. They must have made the procurement process very, very complicated, as you can imagine. Simple way to shut down the military. And in fact, the Chinese Navy was never defeated in war. All that happened was that it rotted. It literally rotted in the port. And the records of these great voyages of Zheng He were completely suppressed. In fact, they did such a good job of it that it's only in the 20th century, late 20th century, that we have now begun to discover the importance of these great voyages of Zheng He. So, there was no sudden collapse of Chinese power. It slowly faded away. Chinese support, of course, continued to various vassals in the Indian Ocean. For example, Malacca fought against the Majapahit, pushed them back and back, till the last of the Majapahit withdrew to Bali, where they continued to remain Hindu. But the rest of Indonesia basically over time became Islamic. As I said, the Islamization of Southeast Asia was a Chinese geopolitical project. Not many people know this. In other parts of the Indian Ocean, the withdrawal of the Chinese led to a vacuum. And into this vacuum, a new power turned up, the Portuguese. So this is the environment in which Vasco da Gama turned up with just 3 ships. Now, in case you wondered, how is it that this small power, Portugal, which was not even a major power in Europe, turns up in the Indian Ocean and basically takes it over within a decade or two? The reason it was able to do this is because the Chinese had been there before them. They had knocked out all their rivals and then just walked off, leaving a vacuum which the Europeans just happened to fill up. So this leads us to some of the great lessons of history. What are those lessons? First of all, be very wary of bureaucrats. As you can see, that you can have all the geopolitical ambitions in the world, but it's your internal politics that will do you in. And this is what happened to the Chinese. not just including the bureaucrats, I meant that facetiously, of course, but your internal dynamics matters a lot more than you think, even if you happen to be a great power. So today's great powers, whatever that's happening to them, is driven largely by their own. They don't have to be necessarily defeated in war. It is their own dynamics which will lead to their downfall. Second, it has a very important lesson to India. Remember that between the decline of the Chinese and the coming of the Portuguese, there were several decades empty. Now, why is it that the Vijayanagar Empire, the Indians, did not fill it out? This was, after all, an empty space. The Vijayanagar Empire was a very prosperous empire with a long coastline, and indeed very much aware of coastal benefits of coastal trade, because its own wealth was based on maritime trade. And yet the Vijayanagar emperors made no real attempt to create a big navy or project power. Look at the change in attitude between Rajendra Chola and Vijayanagar Empire. Now, the Vijayanagar was a great empire indeed, but it did not lead to a re-establishment of Indian economic, military or civilization power. It was at best a holding job. They were holding on, but it didn't help. Retreating behind the walls never helps. That's what the Chinese discovered. Having the Great Wall of China hadn't helped them against the Mongols, and it didn't help them later on against the Manchurians. And for us to have decided that we were not going to project power in the maritime space and remain at home did not mean that we were left alone. Far from it, the Europeans turned up, and the next colonization of India actually happened from the sea. So this has, again, a very important lesson to us today, that we have to engage with the world. Just because we want to hide behind the walls does not mean that the rest of the world is going to leave us alone. So to be a great power, to revive as a civilization, we cannot think of it in terms of purely being domestically oriented. We have to engage with the world. It has to be done by an outward orientation, because no matter what you say, the rest of the world is going to carry on. You may not have an interest in them, but they have an interest in you. So these are the two big episodes of Indian history that I gave you. There are many others that I could talk about, but the point I was trying to get to, now coming back to the present, is this. We now face a peculiar period in world history where clearly the old order is breaking down and a new order is appearing. We are an emerging power. We want to be a great power, but we are not there yet. And we are in an environment where there is not only rivalry between the two large existing powers, but they also look on us with some degree of suspicion. So this is an environment which we have to deal with, but we need to deal with it with the following principles in mind. First of all, we cannot compartmentalize different fields of power. We have to not just have an all-of-government approach, we have to have an all-of-nation approach. We cannot separate out military power from economic power. We cannot separate out the government and public sector from private sector. All of these things are intertwined. Whatever our internal differences may be, when we are dealing with the world, we have to be on the same side. Because the people with whom we are dealing with are going to come to the table being united on their side in their own way. Secondly, world power and dynamics of world power are extremely unpredictable. Do not bother to try and predict it. After all, nobody could have guessed circa 1450 that it was not the Chinese but the Portuguese who would come to dominate the Indian Ocean. Not possible to have predicted it. Similarly, it is not possible for us to predict exactly how things will pan out from here on, either with President Trump or with President Xi or with many other people around us, not to mention random shocks like COVID that could happen. What we need to do is to be internally resilient and have policies that are flexible to deal with the situation as it appears. We tend to get very disappointed every time things do not quite pan out the way we may have planned. But in fact, it should be entirely surprising if it does pan out the way you planned it, because the world is uncertain. It's an unstable place by definition. So the game is not to have grand plans, but to invest into your own strength, and very importantly, be willing to act opportunistically when the opportunity arises. So you have to be willing to go in there and do it. And finally, when we say Atmanirbhar Bharat, or we say Swadeshi, we should not confuse it with some 1950s view of import substitution and looking inward. Of course, we should build on our own strength, but it has to be an outward-oriented approach. We need to go out there and capture export markets. We need to go out there and build geopolitical linkages. And we need to be willing to use these for pursuing national interest. With that, let me stop. Jai Hind.
Army has neutralized 2 Pakistani terrorists in North Kashmir's Uri in an ongoing encounter. 1 soldier has also lost his life in the line of action.
आप पानी बंद करने की धमकी देते हो तो ये बात ज़हन में रखना कि पाकिस्तान की एक बूंद भी तुम पाकिस्तान से छीन नहीं सकते। उस खुदाए बुजुर्गों बरतर की कसम है कि अगर तुमने ये हरकत की तो दोबारा तुम्हें वो सबक सिखाएंगे कि तुम कानों को हाथ लगाओगे।
After Asim Munir and Bilawal Bhutto, now Shehbaz Sharif joins Pakistan's empty threat parade. Amid Trump's tariff bullying, EM Jaishankar to travel to Moscow next week to meet Russian counterpart Lavrov.
ये जो फर्जी वोट अगर बनते हैं तो उसकी सफाई हो, सच्चे भारतीयों को, पक्के नागरिकों को वोट का अधिकार उनका ना छिने, लेकिन जो घुसपैठिए हैं, जो फर्जी वोट बना है, उनके वोट को खत्म किया जाए, तो उसका विरोध कांग्रेस पार्टी करती है।
Political face-off heats up over EC's SIR exercise. BJP says Rahul and India alliance indulging in infiltrator vote bank politics.
केएन रजन्ना ने कि भाई हमारी सरकार थी 2024 में कर्नाटक में कांग्रेस, जब ये वोटर लिस्ट बनी तब आप आंखें मूंद करके बैठे थे, हाथ पे हाथ धर के बैठे थे, तब क्यों नहीं बोले? कांग्रेस ने उनको नोटिस तो छोड़ी, उनको बर्खास्त करने का सीधा आदेश राहुल गांधी जी ने दिया। कांग्रेस में आंतरिक लोकतंत्र खत्म हो चुका है।
BJP MP Anurag Thakur questions K.N. Rajana's dismissal from Karnataka cabinet, says internal politics is dead in Congress party. DGCA issues warning letter to Air India over safety violations. Air India faces enforcement action. First up, a massive fire broke out on the 4th floor of a flat in a 5-story global home building located in Sector 73 of Noida. The cause of the fire remains unclear, but fire department teams have rushed to the scene shortly after receiving the alert. The fire department is currently working to extinguish the flames. The incident was reported in the Sarfabad area under the jurisdiction of Sector 113 police station. Authorities are now investigating the situation and ensuring the safety of residents. These are pictures coming in from that very residential building where a major fire broke out on the 4th floor. And there you can see fire fighting operations are currently underway. The police and the fire department officials are working on a war footing to douse these flames. You can see thick black plumes of smoke also emanating from this particular flat. that went up in flames. The cause for the fire is yet to be ascertained, but the priority is to ensure the safety of the residents and also to douse the flames. Now, the cause of the fire, viewers, remains unclear, but the fire department teams have rushed to the scene shortly after receiving the alert, and they are currently working to extinguish the flames. The incident was reported in Sarfabad area under Sector 113 police station limits. And what we understand is that the situation remains grim, and there have been no casualties reported so far. All the residents and occupants of this particular flat have been safely evacuated from this 4th-story flat. And this is the dramatic pictures of thick black smoke currently billowing from this particular flat, which went up in flames just a short while back. And firefighting operations are currently underway, viewers. Let's now move on to more breaking news that we're tracking. External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar is all set to travel to Russia next week to hold talks with Russian Foreign Minister Lavrov. And this comes even as Donald Trump wages a tariff war against India. Back-to-back tariffs announced by Donald Trump. And now External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar will be traveling to Moscow on August 20th and 21st. And during his visit, he will be holding talks with Lavrov. And this comes just after a week when NSA Ajit Doval was also present in Moscow to further the bilateral relations between both the nations, Russia and India. And now, just after NSA Doval's visit, it is External Affairs Minister who will be arriving in Moscow on August 20th. And upon his arrival, he will be holding crucial talks with his Russian counterpart, Sergei Lavrov. And all eyes will be on this engagement, which comes amid tariff tensions with Washington, D.C. Chandrakala is joining us live. Chandrakala, help us understand the significance of External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar's visit to Russia at a time when Donald Trump is slapping back-to-back tariffs on New Delhi.
Yes, right, Deepak. A very, very significant visit that is scheduled to take place this month. Of course, after NSA Doval was in Moscow, now External Affairs Minister Dr. Jaishankar will be in Moscow, and he'll be meeting his Russian counterpart, of course, and then on August 21st. And all the issues relating to tariffs will be one of the key discussion during this visit. And of course, we have seen over the years and over the recent weeks, we have seen that India and Russia have talked up their strategic partnership, especially after US President Donald Trump's tariff threat to India. And NSA Doval has made it clear that our relationship is strategic relationship, and he has also stated while his visit to Moscow that President Putin will also be coming to India anytime soon. And the date has been, we are awaiting his this particular visit to India. President Putin will be also visiting India. So yes, very, very crucial geopolitical development as far as the tariff is concerned. And as Russia has made it clear that our relationship with India stands strong. And this particular visit also signifies that amid US tariff, our relationship goes stronger. The India-US relationship goes stronger, and we know that the defense relationship between India and Russia is anyways very stronger. And this particular visit is to bolster the relationship. And External Affairs Minister will also be meeting Russian President Vladimir Putin. Just to let you know that this particular visit also comes at a time when White House has confirmed that US President Donald Trump will be meeting Russian President Putin on Friday in Alaska as far as the Ukraine conflict is concerned, and also the tariff threat is concerned. So yes, very crucial visit that we are looking forward to. There will be a lot of discussions to be be taking place. And as we know that Kremlin has published a video last week where we saw NSA Doval shaking hands with President Putin. Of course, a very crucial meeting is currently taking place. A lot of bilaterals are happening, and also President Putin will also be visiting India. So yes, a very crucial development as far as the geopolitical development is concerned. And also comes at a time when tariff is something which is being discussed by the entire international community. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has been in terms, talking terms with the Ukrainian president as well. He also had a phone call with Russian President Putin. So yes, External Affairs Minister to visit to Russia is something which is very crucial right at this moment as far as US President's tariff on India is concerned on import of Russian oil. Over to you.
That's right, Chandrakala. Even as Donald Trump goes rogue with back-to-back tariffs, this particular visit of External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar to Moscow will certainly raise eyebrows in Washington, D.C. So all eyes will be on that visit. But let's shift our focus to Karnataka, where pro-Hindu activists and BJP supporters and devotees of Dharmasthala are staging massive protests across multiple districts condemning alleged derogatory remarks and misinformation against the sacred temple town. In Chikmagaluru, over 2,000 devotees from various parts of the district took out a 2-kilometer protest march from the Taluk office to Azad Park, and they've also sang devotional hymns and beating drums. Hundreds of women participated, condemning what they called a conspiracy to malign the image of Dharmasthala. This is a massive demonstration that is being taken out by Hindu groups and also BJP supporters against the masked man's claims that there are mass graves in Dharmasthala. Nagendra Babu is also joining us. Nagendra Babu, now a protest march has also been witnessed in Chikmagaluru, and meanwhile we also have BJP MLA is also coming out and saying that there is nothing to be found in Dharmasthala. This is nothing but a campaign to malign Dharmasthala's image.
यस दीपक, देखिए लगभग ये हफ्ता पूरा स्टेट वाइड प्रोटेस्ट चल रहा है। वो धर्मस्थला क्षेत्र को थोड़ा लोग उसको नाम खराब करने के लिए ये लोग ऐसा प्लानिंग करके उसके ऊपर एलिगेशन कर रहे हैं बोल के वो लोग प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं। देखिए एक साइड में स्टेट वाइड एक डिस्ट्रिक्ट में हर एक दिन 3-3, 4-4 डिस्ट्रिक्ट में प्रोटेस्ट तो चल रहा है। आज भी प्रोटेस्ट तो चल रहा है। बीजेपी एमएलए लोग भी आके सामने आके प्रोटेस्ट भी कर रहे हैं। लेकिन उसके बाद एसआईटी ऑफिसर्स ऑलरेडी रिपोर्ट को रेडी करके चुका है। वो रिपोर्ट को मतलब इंटरम रिपोर्ट को गवर्नमेंट को देने के लिए पूरा तैयार करके गया है। आज देखिए एसआईटी मुख्यस्थ प्रणब मोहंती आज उसका रिपोर्ट लेके गए। ऑलरेडी लगभग होम मिनिस्टर को वो आज मीट करके उसका हाथ में ये इंटरम रिपोर्ट को देने के लिए वो पूरा तैयारी किया है। और एक 13th पॉइंट में आज भी एक्सकवेशन काम चल रहा है। देखिए 10 फीट तक गया, उधर पानी मिल चुका है, इसलिए वो लोग ने उधर एक्सकवेशन करने के लिए थोड़ा प्रॉब्लम हो रहा था, इसलिए वो लंच ब्रेक लिया है। फिर उसके बाद फिर एक्सकवेशन करने के लिए वो लोग सोच रहे हैं। देखिए गवर्नमेंट के सामने ये मामला बहुत बड़ा मुश्किल में फंस रहा है, इसलिए गवर्नमेंट क्या इसका डिसीजन लेगा। एसआईटी का इन्वेस्टिगेशन आज ही वो क्लोज करेगा, नहीं उसको कंटिन्यू करने के लिए गवर्नमेंट फिर वो उसको ऑर्डर देता है, वो उसके लिए हम लोग वेट करना है। देखिए आज दक्षिण कन्नड़ा डिस्ट्रिक्ट का इंचार्ज मिनिस्टर दिनेश गुंडूराव ऑलरेडी मीडिया को रिएक्शन दिया है। हम लोग इधर तक एसआईटी इन्वेस्टिगेशन में अभी तक कुछ भी नहीं मिला है, ये एलिगेशन पूरा गलत जैसा हम लोग लग रहा है, इसलिए इसके साथ कौन है, इसका पीछे कौन है, उसका भी हम लोग इन्वेस्टिगेशन करना जरूर है बोल के खुद इंचार्ज मिनिस्टर दिनेश गुंडूराव भी मीडिया को रिएक्शन दिया है। ऐसे इसलिए थोड़ा एसआईटी लोग इन्वेस्टिगेशन को कंटिन्यू करता है कि इधर ही आज ही खत्म होने वाला है ये एक्सकवेशन का काम, नहीं तो इन्वेस्टिगेशन को चालू रखता है, वो भी हम लोग ने वेट करना पड़ता है। दीपक।
That's right, Nagendra Babu. Thank you for joining us with those details. Now shifting our focus to United States, where Khalistani extremists have desecrated a Hindu temple, marking the 4th such incident of this particular Baps Mandir in less than a year. Here's a quick report.
Khalistani extremists attacked a Hindu temple in Indiana's Greenwood in the United States, marking the fourth such desecration of the site in less than a year. According to the reports, the Khalistani extremists also sprayed the Hindu temple with anti-India graffiti. Tom Suozzi, member of the Congress representing New York's 3rd Congressional District, also highlighted the incident of hate and intolerance against the Hindu community.
Late Sunday night, vandals defaced the BAPS Sri Swaminarayan Mandir on Long Island with vile hate and bigotry against the Hindu community. I've seen Hindus many times, and many of you have as well, when they place their hands together and they bow and they say namaste. When they do that, they're recognizing the divinity in the person in front of them. They're showing their respect for the person in front of them. We really need to recognize that with all of our fellow human beings, that we're all special, made in God's image, and need to treat each other with more respect. What's happening that we see these acts of vandalism and bigotry and hate happening so often? Is it because of the inflammatory rhetoric we hear all the time? Is it because of the extremism? Is it because of the lack of accountability? What do we need to do to address this problem? Because hate is not the answer. Love is the answer. In the short term, we need to hold vandals and criminals and people who commit hate crimes accountable. We need law enforcement to work to apprehend these criminals, and we need prosecutors to prosecute them, to hold them accountable. Because people can't just say whatever they want, regardless of the impact it has on other human beings. And in the long term, we need to do a much better job educating people about the importance of love.
Viewers, moving on to more breaking news on the Asia Cup controversy. AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi has expressed strong reluctance to watch the upcoming cricket match between India and Pakistan. He said, and I quote, that it is difficult to support a game in which India is playing against a country that continues to pose threats to India's security. And we've also seen several statements of warmongering coming to the fore. Asim Munir, Bilawal Bhutto, now Shehbaz Sharif. And amidst all of this, the BCCI is going ahead with the India versus Pakistan Asia Cup clash. And AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi has expressed displeasure. Listen in.
नहीं, मैं तो क्रिकेट मैच नहीं देखने वाला हूं। मैं तो हरगिज नहीं देखने वाला हूं। मेरा ज़मीर, मेरा दिल गवारा नहीं करता कि मैं बैठकर उस मुल्क के लोगों के साथ हम क्रिकेट मैच खेलें जो हर रोज धमकी दे रहे हैं।
Good afternoon, everyone. A very proud and happy Independence Day to each one of you. It's an honor to be amongst all of you, and thanks, Mr. Arnab, for inviting me to represent the Indian Army over here. As our ancient civilization and a young nation celebrates its Independence Day today, this conclave is very apt, a day of reflection and renewed pledge for each one of us. I shall touch upon briefly on nationalism, nation building, and Indian Army's role. And I shall take on questions at the end of my talk. What is nationalism? From my perspective, it's a sense of pride in shared history, values, beliefs, struggles rooted to an identified territory. Humankind lives on land, and land is the most cherished possession of mankind after his family and community. Shared history and shared struggles play a vital role in unifying a nation. Nationalism is a positive, attractive, and unifying force for good, and yet, if taken to extremes, could have negative fallouts and trigger counter forces. Forging a nation and instilling a deep sense of positive nationalism is a multi-generational project. Just like a garden, it has to be tended and nurtured with care and attention while being ever watchful and remaining open to course corrections. We have to be vigilant against efforts to divide and weaken from both within and without. India, that is Bharat, as Article 1 of our Constitution articulates, is astounding in its diversity as much as its unifying threads, which course through its body powerfully. The cultural osmosis and absorptive character of our nation is amazing. We are by nature inclusivist and embrace the concept of Vasudeva Kudumbakam, the world is one family. Mahatma Gandhi, writing in Young India, said, "I want India's rise so that the whole world may benefit. I do not want India to rise on the ruins of other nations." A nation state is a modern concept which came about in the 19th century and is the way the world is largely organized today. A nation state is a living, throbbing organism with destiny in its own hands. The people maketh a nation. As I was traveling around one of the cities a few months back, I saw a bus emblazoned with a big caption, Mera Hak. It made me pause and reflect on what is then Mera Farz. Both rights and duties go hand in hand in building the sinews of our nation. We require a strong sense of commitment, passion, discipline, altruism, and humility towards the cause of our nation. Here, I would like to highlight the role and potential of the National Cadet Corps, the NCC, in instilling a sense of national service, pride, discipline, character, and ethos amongst the youth who are our future. The government has taken an excellent step to increase the strength of NCC from the current 10 lakhs to approximately 17 lakhs, and has increased the enrollments into NCC from the border districts across the country. We must be even more ambitious. For a nation of our size and population, we could strive for 1 crore NCC cadets across all districts and tehsils. Symbols and narratives play a powerful role in nation building. They must be well thought out to unify and build our nation. The Tiranga Jhanda is a powerful and persuasive symbol, and so is the soulful Jana Gana Mana, our national anthem, and Bharat Mata Ki Jai. The International Yoga Day, celebrated across the country and the world, is yet another. Cricket and cinema are also fine examples in this regard. Our scientists, teachers, farmers, doctors and nurses, innovators, entrepreneurs, industrialists, community workers, athletes, para-athletes, and people from multiple walks of life from across the country give us so much hope and inspiration with their performance and unstinted commitment to the growth of our nation. Atmanirbhar, or self-reliance, is a clarion call for action to our nation and a national security imperative as well. Every citizen of our country, from every corner, must come to believe in the idea of our nation and have a solid stake in its progress and vitality. Now let me touch upon where I come from, that is the Indian Army, our nation's army, our people's army. The Indian Army is a microcosm of our nation. 1.5 million defense forces in a population of about 1.5 billion people, 1,000th of our total population. The Indian Defense Forces are a vibrant symbol of our nationalism and nationalistic spirit. soldiers and officers hail from all parts and corners of our country and society and come to share the same values and beliefs. They serve shoulder to shoulder in the air, on the sea, and on the land in the service of our nation in some of the toughest geographies and high-risk missions. We live, eat, fight, and play together. The apostle of non-violence, the Mahatma, was amongst the first to exhort the Indian Army to defend Jammu and Kashmir against the invaders. We are determined to defend our nation to the hilt should anyone dare cast an evil eye on us. Operation Sindoor is a fine example of this commitment. A whole of armed forces, a whole of defense, and a whole of nation approach with deep military-civil fusion is the way forward in exponentially strengthening the defense and security of our nation. Our role of defending the borders and safeguarding the territorial integrity of our nation has taken our troops and officers to the far corners and interiors of our country, from Kashmir to Kanyakumari, Gujarat to Arunachal Pradesh, and to the island territories. This process creates a deep, abiding respect and appreciation of our nation's unity in diversity. And many of our veterans go on and back to their native roots and elsewhere to serve with the same spirit of commitment and nation building. The who's who of ultimate sacrifice etched in stone at our National War Memorial by a grateful nation is a testament to the spirit and unity of our country. For the defense personnel, our families, our regiments, and our nation form the bedrock of our strong support. Viksit Bharat and Viksit Sena symbolize the strength of our nation. On this Independence Day, our gratitude to our nation, our families, and more importantly, to our freedom fighters and their families for their sacrifices which made this day possible for each one of us. Jai Hind. Thank you.
Amity is proud to announce the commencement of its 12th university in India, Amity University, Hyderabad. At the prime location of AeroCity Hyderabad Airport, has a strong focus on high-end research with brilliant students and distinguished faculty who share our mission to change the world together. To apply for this year's session, visit amity.edu/Hyderabad.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने, सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Ну, а чо ж тих два не пок...
The current American president
Ми захищаємо населення, щоб шахеди не залетіли нікому ні в хату, нічого від людей. Зараз на даний час дуже важко, тому що їх побільшало.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े क्या निराला MDH मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये ही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
राजा प्योर मसाला।
In the contested waters of the South China Sea, a dramatic and deeply embarrassing incident unfolded involving Chinese and Philippine vessels. The Chinese Coast Guard vessel CCG-3104, originally a repurposed PLA Navy 056 class corvette, collided with the PLA Navy's guided missile destroyer Guilin during a high-speed maneuver intended to block Philippine Coast Guard ships. The collision occurred as the CCG-3104 aggressively pursued the Philippine vessel BRP Suluan, which was engaged in a routine resupply mission to support Filipino fishermen operating near Scarborough Shoal, a flashpoint in the ongoing territorial dispute. The CCG-3104, though technically a law enforcement vessel, is militarized and routinely deployed for monitoring, blocking, and intimidation missions. Guilin 164, a heavily armed warship, was present to reinforce China's presence and provide backup in case of escalation. On the Philippine side, BRP Suluan and PMP Suluan 4406 were conducting a peaceful humanitarian operation escorted by the Philippine Coast Guard to ensure safe passage and protection for local fishermen. The collision itself was severe. CCG-3104 sustained major structural damage to its bow, with video footage showing the front section of the vessel crumpled and debris floating in the surrounding waters. The impact raised immediate concerns about possible casualties.
Temple on 24th of January 2024. 22nd January 2024. This entire journey of Ram Temple, which started from the suit which was filed by Gopal Singh Visharad in 1950, till the judgment delivered by the Supreme Court on 9th of November 2019, is a message, is a reflection of our entire civilization. This is an entire battle of Ram Temple, which started from 1950, which lasted till 2019, is a message that how civilizational battles continue decades and decades, and after 20th generation, on 22nd of January 2024, we got a Ram Temple. So it's the issue of our glory. It's an issue that what is the message which we are giving to the global world. It's an issue that what is the message which we are giving to a geopolitical world. The message is that this country, our nation, in our nation, our ethos, our culture, our privilege is Bhagwan Ram, Lord Shiv, Lord Hanuman, Lord Krishna. And therefore, if you are trying to destroy the cultural heritage of this country through constitutional means, through legal means, we will fight and reclaim each and every temple without any, you can say, without any violence, as well as through the pen, And this is a message which we want to give to the world, that pen is mightier than the sword. Now, a very interesting question arose when this entire issue of Ram Temple was going on, and why I am focusing in my today's talk about Ram Temple is because Ram Temple issue is an area where if you will look into the history and 5 years back, or rather 10 years back, we were told that this can never be solved. We were told that Ram Temple is a dead issue and this can never be solved. It's better to build a hospital or a college there. And the questions were asked that what will you achieve, what will you gain if you will build a Ram Temple? And the similar questions are asked that what will you achieve and what will you gain when you will restore Gyan Vyapi or Krishna Janmabhoomi? So the issue is very, very relevant. So far when we are conceiving the idea of India, when we are conceiving the idea of Bharat, when we are conceiving the idea of nation first. So Ram Temple, according to me, in my understanding, is a Rashtra temple. It's a temple for the entire nation. And the Maryada of Lord Ram, on which entire civilization is continuing, that has been re-established in November 2019 when the Supreme Court delivered its unanimous judgment. So a very interesting question arose during the hearing of the Supreme Court in Ram Temple case. And the issue was that the idols are not existing on the spot. The issue arose that there is no temple in the site in question. And at that point of time, my senior, Mr. Parasaran, and my senior, Mr. Harishankar Jain, they argued on first principles of Hindu law. And if you all would be well aware, there are 3 very authoritative books which are written on Hindu law. One by Mr. Gopal Chandra Shastri, the other is by Honorable Justice B.K. Mukherjee, as he then was a retired judge of the Supreme Court on Hindu law, as well as Mr. P.V. Karne has written Dharma Shastra in 7 volumes on Hindu law, and he has been awarded as Bharat Ratna for his work. In all these 3 books, there is a very precise, we can say, a justification and a very precise Shastric niyam, which has been formulated after years of studies. And the formulation is that even if you break the idol, even if you destroy the idol, the existence of the deity continues on the spot. The deity keeps on existing on the spot in the question in invisible form. So suppose an invader in the past, in the fervor of his ideas, destroyed a temple, destroyed an idol. But the question is that you can destroy the idol, you can destroy the temple, but you cannot destroy the existence of the deity, and the generations and generations will continue and say that this is the spot on which Ram Lalla was Virajman, and please restore us. And this Ram Temple, this entire journey is a message to the entire world that through constitutional means, through legal means, we can achieve what a civilization deserves. We all remember, we all know that when the debate was going on in Ram Temple case, how in 1528, an invader demolished our temple. What was the vow, what was the qasam which was taken by the invader Babar? And in that vow, he has demolished the temple. All those things which we all know. But the point, the legal issue which arose was that if the temple has been destroyed in the past, today, what are the means? How will we recover it? And therefore, a very interesting judgment was passed, and I think I can say it was a founding order which led to a final judgment in Ram Temple case, was passed by Justice Sudhir Narayan of Allahabad High Court in 2002, wherein he directed the ASI survey of Ram Temple. And I must clarify with lot of sense of responsibility today that आप जितने टीवी चैनल्स पर डिबेट सुनते होंगे, देखते होंगे, a very fake message is being propagated that there is no finding in the Ram Temple judgment that there was a temple which was existing in the past. The Supreme Court, very categorically I am saying, the Supreme Court in Ram Temple case on 2021 SCC page 1 in Ram Mandir judgment has categorically held that the structure which was existing was a non-Islamic structure. The structure which was existing. During the excavation, during the ASI survey, Lord Hanuman was found, Shivling was found, 14 Kasauti ke pillars were found, and so many things which were resonating, which were part of old Hindu sculptures, old Hindu architecture was found during the excavation. And let me also tell you, if you all recollect, that at that point of time, there was a lot of, you can say, resistance. Therefore, the pits which were dug at that point of time were very limited pits. But during this recent development of Ram Temple after 2019 judgment, more idols and more deities were recovered from the spot. So at that point of time, after having the complete ASI report, the Supreme Court has unanimously held that this entire structure which was existing was non-Islamic. By saying that it is non-Islamic, it meant that it is of other civilizations also, including the Hindus, Buddhists and other civilizations. So just by saying that Ram Temple, there is no finding of the Supreme Court that no pre-existing temple was destroyed is absolutely wrong. There is a very categorical judgment on this point, and therefore the Honorable Supreme Court on 9th of November 2019 granted this particular order. One very important portion of law also has been developed, and finally which has, by virtue of Article 141 of the Constitution, it has attained finality. That is, that the existence of the deity continues, and Hindu deity is a juristic entity, and it has a right to sue and it can be sued. So these are very important portions of Ram Temple judgment which was delivered by the Supreme Court. And with the idea of nation first, with the idea of a civilization, when I was having a conversation with my father, Shri Harishankar Jain ji, that, and kindly see, this is such a beautiful issue which we all must understand as a civilization, that when Ram Temple was destroyed in 1528, was there any message given by our ancestors that you go and recover the temple? It's a smriti, it's a culture, it's a civilizational battle which continued for 20 generations. So many people sacrificed their lives. So many people sacrificed their lives for restoration of Ram Temple. So many people could not see the construction of Bhavya Ram Temple. But after 20th generation, we are the lucky ones, we are the fortunate ones, that though the sacrifice which our ancestors gave, today we are seeing a Bhavya Ram Temple which is existing at the site in question. And in the same manner, I understand that today in this conclave, we have a lot of intellectuals from the field of military, we have a lot of intellectuals from the field of geopolitical level, we have a lot of intellectuals from the field of academics. But kindly understand and appreciate that when we are talking about nation first, when we are talking about to build a nation, we must know that we cannot build a nation on the interest after sacrificing the interest of the majority community. Today in our nation, such laws have been enacted in the past where the interest of the majority community is at stake. For example, the Places of Worship Act 1991. For example, the Waqf Act 1995, which has been, as of now, stayed by the Honorable Supreme Court. The matter was heard in the Honorable Supreme Court in the month of May, and the judgment had to be delivered so far as the interim order was concerned, but till date, the judgment has not been delivered. So these are very important civilizational issues. And I am very shocked, and as an officer of the court, as well as a soldier of the Supreme Court, I feel a lot of pain when I see that in the Supreme Court, instead of having a large debate on these constitutional issues, one of our focus areas is that whether the retired Chief Justice of the Supreme Court has vacated the bungalow. Today we are focusing on those issues. So Supreme Court is concerned is known as a court of the constitution, is known for its constitutional verdicts, and today, after about 4 years in the Supreme Court, there is no stand which is taken on the Places of Worship Act. Today, after so many years of legal struggle, there is no stand which is taken on the Waqf Act 1995. And these are very important issues. Today, before the Supreme Court, the National Commission of Minority Act is under challenge, under question. Today, before the Supreme Court, the members of the majority community are saying that within our national framework, against the principles of the Constitution, a majority community is getting violated on the basic principles of law. That has to be heard. Today, before the Supreme Court, we are saying that the shivling which is existing in Gyanvapi, that is a shivling, that is a shivling, that is a shivling. It is not a fountain, it is not a fountain, it is not a fountain. We are asking, see, on 16th of May 2022, on Buddha Purnima, on Monday, we found this shivling. And at that point of time, immediately the Civil Justice Senior Division had sealed that area. And why I am raising this issue of shivling in Gyanvapi? Because this is the root of this entire civilization. We cannot imagine a nation without a Gyanvapi. We cannot imagine a nation without a Krishna Janmabhoomi. We cannot imagine a nation without Bhoshala. We cannot imagine a nation without our temples. We cannot imagine a nation without the Hindu civilization. This entire nation will not be a nation, will not be secular if Hindus are not in majority. This nation is only secular because Hindus are in majority. And that's why I'm raising this issue on this, before this August gathering, on the issue of Gyanvapi and the shivling. On 16th of May 2022, we found the shivling in the Gyanvapi. And it is not that we just said that it's a shivling. We confirmed it, we believed on our conviction, and we said it's a shivling. The Honorable Civil Justice Senior Division sealed that shivling on the same day, on 16th of May 2022. Therefore, the matter traveled to the Supreme Court directly. From the order of civil judge, directly the matter traveled to the Supreme Court. My Lord Honorable Justice D.Y. Chandrachud, as he then was, on first time in the Indian legal history, the order of Civil Justice Senior Division was subsumed in the order of the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court said that that area will be kept sealed. After that, we said that let the shivling be excavated without even touching it. There can be an ASI survey of the shivling. Therefore, we can know that whether it's a shivling or a fountain. The Allahabad High Court gave a landmark verdict so far as the ASI survey of the shivling area was concerned. And that judgment was ultimately stayed by the Supreme Court of 19th of May 2023. And till date, despite repeated requests, despite repeated applications, that issue of ASI survey of shivling is still stayed by the Supreme Court. So the question is that today we have punished Nupur. But the question is that the question which was raised at that point of time, and the entire country was in a debate that whether it's a shivling or a fountain, you must be shocked to know that which were the persons who approached the Supreme Court. It was a community which said that it's a fountain. They only approached the Supreme Court and got a stay over the judgment of the Allahabad High Court. If they were so much thorough with their research, and if they believed that what they are saying is a fountain, then there should have been an ASI survey of that area, that structure which we found on 16th of May 2022. And it's out of 12 Jyotirlings, 5 Jyotirlings are Swayambhu. And out of 5 Jyotirlings, the very first Jyotirling is Gyanvapi. And therefore, this is a root, and it is very, very necessary that we get it recovered. अभी recently, मैं अपनी फैमिली के साथ सोमनाथ टेम्पल गया था. अगर आप सब लोग सोमनाथ टेम्पल गए होंगे तो सोमनाथ टेम्पल में आपने देखा होगा that there is an arrow which says that यहाँ से लेके पृथ्वी के साउथ पोल तक एक कण भी नहीं है जमीन का. और ये 7
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन
बनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Amity is proud to announce the commencement of its 12th university in India.
Republic, nation first. In association with Gallant, Nirman ka real hero.
Amity is proud to announce the commencement of its 12th university in India, Amity University, Hyderabad. At the prime location of AeroCity Hyderabad Airport, has a strong focus on high-end research with brilliant students and distinguished faculty who share our mission to change the world together. To apply for this year's session, visit amity.edu/Hyderabad.
ड्रामा मतलब बेबो, स्वीटेस्ट मतलब लोलो, पार्टी मतलब जेलो और 10 मिनट्स मतलब बिग बास्केट।
येलो
10 मिनट्स मतलब बिग बास्केट, 10 मिनट्स मतलब बिग बास्केट।
Republic, nation first. In association with Gallant, Nirman ka real.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
Amity is proud to announce the commencement of its 12th university in India, Amity University, Hyderabad. At the prime location of AeroCity Hyderabad Airport, has a strong focus on high-end research with brilliant students and distinguished faculty who share our mission to change the world together. To apply for this year's session, visit amity.edu/Hyderabad.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरी राजा,
राजा आर प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे.
In the contested waters of the South China Sea, a dramatic and deeply embarrassing incident unfolded involving Chinese and Philippine vessels. The Chinese Coast Guard vessel CCG-3104, originally a repurposed PLA Navy 056 class corvette, collided with the PLA Navy's guided missile destroyer Guilin during a high-speed maneuver intended to block Philippine Coast Guard ships. The collision occurred as the CCG-3104 aggressively pursued the Philippine vessel BRP Suluan, which was engaged in a routine resupply mission to support Filipino fishermen operating near Scarborough Shoal, a flashpoint in the ongoing territorial dispute. The CCG-3104, though technically a law enforcement vessel, is
This is Republic Jack Pollywall Studio. Stay tuned for all the breaking news and updates. I'm Akanksha Khajuria. Let's get started.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार.
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला.
Being a legend means reaching a point where no one else has. To give others a dream worth chasing. 10 years of Creta, legend forever.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल. ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े. क्या निराला MDH मसाला.
Ну, а чо ж тих два не пок...
The current American president, he's traveled a very long and difficult path. There were hardships along the way on his way to the White House.
Ми захищаємо населення, щоб шахеди не злетіли нікому ні в хату, нічого від людей. Зараз на даний час дуже важко, тому що їх побільшало.
Is given two things, lot of things to train on and lot of rest and nutrition. In the special forces, the last two things are taken off. So when you perform a job, when you perform a mission, there are no retakes, there are no second chances. You are inside a battle zone of your own. We were 2 squads. A squad is the smallest unit of a special forces unit, 6 guys. Trained in weapons, trained in explosives, trained in navigation. It's a self-contained fighting unit which can survive any onslaught. We were 2 squads deployed in South Kashmir. I'm not telling it, it's not a story, it's a reality which I tell you now. When you talk of brotherhood, when you talk of nationalist conclave, you must understand where I come from. How do you feel like losing the men? In South Kashmir, it was 2 decades back. I was a young lieutenant with 23 years of age and around 5-6 months of service. Till the time you're not blooded, till the time you have not killed a terrorist, you're not given the special forces badge in special forces. You need to earn it, and you need not earn it. My father was a Jammu and Kashmir Rifles officer. I volunteered for special forces. You don't get it as your parental claim. You need to earn that maroon after undergoing training. So coming back to the story. So we have two squads, one led by a junior commissioned officer and self in one squad. It was a generic input. Village happened to be someplace in South Kashmir. 2 decades back, it was raining fire in J&K. What you see now, it's still mellowed down. It's because of the security forces, what the situation we see is, it's still very normal, I would say. So we went for the operation, and what happened was that of that generic input, because we always operated in very few numbers, we went straight away to search the houses. There was no Rashtra Rifle support for us, there was nothing. We went, one squad went under the JCO to one house, and I went to the other house. When I called out the house owner outside, he told me there are 2 terrorists inside. With those 6 men, whatever I could muster, I put the inner cordon and stops. We didn't have the luxury of inner or outer cordon or a lot of people, because special forces operate like that. It's not a traditional infantry unit with a lot of strength. So we did that thing, and if you see the demography or the pattern of layout of the village in J&K, you'll find especially in built-up areas, the houses are so close that even if you're trying to cordon one house, you need to cordon 3 houses. So with only 6 guys, we did that. When I was placing the scouts and came back to the position, I was behind a boundary wall where I was aiming for the windows or wherever the terrorists might come from. The terrorists opened the window and they fired indiscriminately. So there, a boundary wall in front of me, I retaliated with the fire. They jumped out of the window and approached me. I fired back. They turned their direction and went towards 5 meters away where my buddy was. Because my primary arc of weapon went towards his direction, I was supposed to stop the fire. I stopped it, but I could not see the response of my buddy firing back at him. In the meantime, the terrorist climbed that boundary wall because it was a small one, and then they vanished into the field behind, and then there was a river, and then I went on the spot and checked. My buddy was shot straight in the head. He was wearing a bulletproof patka. At that time, it was bulletproof patka. Now it is ballistic helmets. It was shot through the head, and 16 bullets were there. Even if I was wearing a BP plate, 16 bullets were there on his chest. He died on the spot. If you go back in a moment, this was the guy who I slept in the same sleeping bag. He made food for me, served the food for me. He was 21 years of age. I was 23. A month back, he had got married. And this man sacrificed his life that day. Imagine a person, 23 years of age, seeing all these things happen. That day, I wanted to burn half of that village down where this operation was happening. So what you need to understand is there are people who see extreme combat. And extreme combat is not at all glamorous. The most important thing it teaches you is compassion. I lost that guy. I've lost men on mountaintops. I've lost men in streets. I've lost men in alleys. It's not a punchline. I'm still telling you, because you must understand the person who gives his life for people who don't even know that people are existing over there, protecting themselves every single day. You must have gratitude towards life. You must have gratitude towards people who are doing this for you. As young people, now we deviate to the present scenario. As young people, you must have outlandish dreams. I wanted to join army only to join the special forces. There was no other thing I could think of. I wanted to see combat, I wanted to climb mountains, I wanted to jump from an aircraft. That is the way I wanted to lead my life. That was my